Testing to see if my voice is going up on the BTM. Oh, yeah, it is. Look at that.
Testing to see if...
Good. Now I can talk to you. Because this is interesting. Literally 5 people talking at me in the chat section. So here, I'll give you my response to this. Freight Holler says, "Why don't you have some don't you have some cameras to move around for your real professionals in Hollywood?" No, I can't. I'm not allowed to anymore because they've taken that ability away from me with the mandatory vaccinations. Thanks for asking. Quack says, "Why were you so insistent that the FBI photographer talked to you the other day?" I wasn't insistent that he talk to me. I went up to him to find out what was going on because he was standing there being creepy as fuck. And I was curious about him the way he was curious about the group. I was asking questions of him. You could see that he didn't want to answer any questions. And I was able to show that he was just there being a creeper. Thanks for asking. Al Munson says, I'm asking very relevant questions, easily answered. The problem is you don't like the answers, Al Munson, and you ask questions that are loaded to begin with. So that's the answer, and I'm sure you won't like that. This chat is as close as I want to get with anyone involved in this meth-fueled dookie show. That's from the Cringe Society. Well, that's the dumbest statement I've heard. Meth-fueled dookie show. Who's doing meth? You can't even be honest with the people that are out there. Al Munson says, the problem is he doesn't answer questions. He just talks in circles like most Q-tards. I've answered every question. You don't like the answers, Al. You clearly have some sort of issue that you can't get past. So you're more than welcome to come in here and ask me questions in person. Let's hear your voice, Al. Don't be afraid. And then he says, that hates American values. Who hates American values? You asked me why I hate America. I said, I don't hate America. I love America. Oh, look, Truckers United is out now. Now that I've left, let's go back to his wonderful comments. Truckers United says, let's go back here. I got to scroll back a ways to where I first came in. So this is the comment that really just sort of made no sense. It says, BTM, if Telescope or one of you all talk to Wizzy, you might ask if they signed any kind of NDA and see what the terms were. Could be why he denied a fire truck emoji, some other emoji, and popcorn. I didn't deny anything. It was all circumstantial. There was no evidence to show one way or another. So it was impossible to say factually what happened out there. And nobody's come up with anything better other than circumstantial evidence. So the second overpass, there was a video. And what sounded like gunfire coming from vehicles. That is true. That was captured by, I think, First Responder on his live stream. But I looked at it, I couldn't quite see what was hitting the ground or where where exactly it was coming from. Cringe Society says, when did BTM and Wizzy start dating? Fucking hysterical. Wizzy, why would you risk being associated with people who harbor child predators? This is my favorite argument, this Buzz Chef. I'm there covering an event. It doesn't mean I condone anything. I've gone and covered Antifa, BLM, all kinds of events. It doesn't mean I associate with any of those people. And don't give the dumb circling reasons Santa uses. Those are his reasons. That is why, that is what has been stated. I'm making sure that the information gets out. That's what that is. It doesn't mean I agree with it. How is that so difficult to understand, Buzzed Chef? Maybe you should, chill out, whatever has got you buzzed. I still haven't heard the answer. I'm right here in person. What answer would you like, Al Munson? Truckers United says, I believe there's good folks in this movement, but several have brought a lot of negative and law enforcement attention. I agree, Truckers United. That's one thing you and I agree on. Jack Sparrow was on the back of the fire truck cab film. Yes, that is a fact. And what is it you want? Why don't you weirdos in 76 just stage a sit down instead of doing whatever this is you've been doing for 90 days? That's not up to me, Cringe. That's up to Santa. Santa and the 76 movement are doing what they feel is best. Who are you to determine what's best for them? It's funny how he acts like he's just an observer. Al Munson, I am an observer. That is what I've been doing for the last 140 days. I've been there observing and documenting what's been going on. What part of that is so funny to you? Buzz Chef, are you linked to the movement whether you like it or not? You are linked to the movement. I'm linked because I've been following it, absolutely, and staying with it. You're absolutely correct. This 76 is a cult. It reminds me of the cult I grew up in, all about God with nothing to show, but seems to always get money from suckers. Red Dog, again, your opinion. Anything can be considered a cult these days. So, okay. Apparently you follow the cult too, because you spend all day watching and being mesmerized by the cult leaders yourself. You didn't raise money for the bowel movement when it started after the COVID was exploited. You didn't raise money for the bowel movement. See, that's a thing. Al Munson, it's your rhetoric is ridiculous. You can't even ask a legitimate question without, insulting people. And by the way, the question doesn't even make any sense. Why don't you really ask the question you want to ask? Be specific. I'm not going to assume what your question is. No, I did not. Wizzy, were you paid by the New York Times for your J6 footage? New York Times. No, the 17 New York Times. No, I did not get paid by the New York Times. They stole that footage. And I think it was the New York Times that blurred out my logo as well. I've sent them a bill for that, by the way. I think I sent them a bill for $50,000. They have yet to respond. Let's pretend there is logic here. What logical person looks at this group and says there will be results from this? Red Dog, I don't think anybody does. And I think there's a lot of reasons why that is. Could they do more to help that? I think they could. WYSIWYG, Quack ass, WYSIWYG shorts. How did you manage to keep from laughing when Santa asked you to research 3-letter agencies for him? Santa didn't ask me to. I was not even there. I've heard rumors that this happened during a meeting that I was not attending. There won't be any results, LOL, Al Munson says. You might be right, but at least they're trying. WYSIWYG, have you considered doing an interview with Steve Oatley while he disagreed with the Oregon? I don't know what that icon or what that emoji is. He did give you good comments around the time he called out Oreo. I've talked to Steve personally. Steve and I have contact. Who stole Grandma's credit card? Buzzed Chef. You should lay off the crack pipe, Buzzed Chef. Rapunzel, thank you. I hope that changes sometime in the future. I'm disappointed that our unions allowed that to happen. They're not protecting the employees. There's many people in the film industry that were unable to get the vaccination. There's also many doctors, nurses, school teachers that have been affected by that. Al Munson says, Steve actually might be worse than WYSIWYG. Well, thank goodness there's somebody worse than me, Al Munson. Al, if you hate me so much, why do you continue to watch? Just to give yourself something to bitch about? Is that how miserable your life is? Is that you have to sit and degrade everyone that you disagree with? By the way, I'm sitting here talking to myself because there's a bunch of people in a chat that refuse to have a conversation because they're incapable. So I sit here and I talk to them and they can hear me and I have to watch their words come through on text chat.
Starting with trying out agility. He's like, I can make that fence.
Yeah, he is an agility dog. We just haven't done any agility training with him.
He was eyeballing it up, and I look over and I'm like, oh my God. Get in trouble.
Well, your name says Buzzed Chef, and then you make statements that clearly appear that you are buzzed on something. Just admit you use drugs. It's okay. There's many people who do. I'm just calling it out for being the problem as to why you're having a problem comprehending what's going on here. Oh, shaved buzz. I'd rather buzz my head too than wear a hairnet. All right, so then why the irrational questioning and logic that you have in the way you comment. Help me understand where you're coming from, because you seem to be missing the facts in your argument and you're unreasonable about the questioning. You seem angry. Are you angry because you shaved your head? I'm not angry when I shave my head. In fact, I feel better when I shave my head. I encourage you to be careful around mag Americans. He is obsessed with people over here in BTM and knows you talk to them. Believe that's why X-Ray targeted you as well. Honestly, I haven't even really talked to him. I would hope that if he had some sort of problem that he would come talk to me. But yeah. 720 Red Dog says, when Oreo Express said his wife is at home cleaning the pool while he is working, that was peak grift exposure. Okay. Oh, let's go back. You asked, why would you risk being associated with people who harbor the child predators? My question to you was, do you associate that with every journalist who covers a story? Then you said, who stole grandma's credit card? What the fuck are you talking about? These are the statements you made. Well, someone did. Her credit card is still missing. And then you got into me calling you a drug addict. So, no, you asked a loaded question. Why would you want to be linked to I'm not linked to a child predator. I don't condone. In fact, I made sure that Santa had the information that was out there so that he knew who was in that camp. Who stole a credit card? What is this stolen credit card you talk about? The cringe of society, says 1776, comes over to BTM because they have nothing else to do. They're so bored if this is exciting to them. I don't think that's why they show up, cringe. I think some people show up here because a number of you sit here and talk shit about people and spread lies. In fact, I called out BTM for the lie of what the stream was called 2 days ago, where it made the claim that Santa was raising money for something that didn't exist, which is untrue. There's still the 3 criminal charges that he's having, but for some reason, everybody thinks that doesn't exist, but it does. Green Mountain. Who's a journalist that's covering this? Patrizio. It's funny, freedom fighter. I got a FOIA today from DOJ. They literally used Zach Patrizio as a source in their documentation of the 76 movement. It's the most astounding thing I've ever seen, that it makes sense where their belief of who these people are comes from. That he was noted as an open source document on the movement. None of you streamers are independent of the movement. None. You have participated at heckling passerbyers. Okay. You can look at that how you want. That's fine. That's your interpretation of what's going on. You ignore the question when you are right there with them. Green Mountain, what question is that? What question did I not ask? So are there drugs at camp? Not that I'm aware of. Those people who had been caught using drugs, I believe, were removed. JJ would be one of those people. And Green Mountain, what evidence do you have of drug use at camp? Al Munson, they came to talk to me once. And when they showed up, they introduced themselves. They were aware of my footage. They had turned my footage over to prosecutors as discovery for the cases against Proud Boys and others. They came to find out if I had any other footage that might help. And they asked if I was aware of any other threats or possible threats that they might be that they should look into. We spoke a lot about Antifa and groups that I had witnessed that were a threat to the United States. Have facilities turned up in the mall? Celeste says, have facilities turned up in the mall? If that can be answered without being accused of trolling or being have facilities. Are you talking about toilets? Have facilities turned up? Yeah, I don't consider that trolling or anything. I just trying to understand what that means. I don't understand the question, honestly. Yeah, we'll get to the FOIA document, but not here. It's a FOIA document that is Federal Protection Services that we have obtained of the federal government monitoring the Truckers Convoy, the Freedom Convoy, the People's Convoy, all of the groups. The fact that Joe, First Responder, Oreo, even Wizzy knows they have gotten thousands of views from the spectacle. They know it's the money for them. They cannot deny in their framing of it, or it gets their donos. Red Dog, obviously you've seen things that I've talked about that are tough truths. So no, that's not the case. For me anyway. And yes, thousands of people were following. And if you look at where that comes from, those people have told us that they've come to these live streams from what they watched in Ottawa. Ottawa opened people's eyes. They found the internet. They found the live streamers because that was the only source of news for them, because most of the news agencies weren't covering these events the same way. So when the California Convoy started, the People's Convoy started, a lot of people came to the channels. We saw this huge increase of viewership. Um, old astronomer says, Wizzy, why shouldn't 1776 RM think of you as an FBI mole? Well, because I don't have anything to do with the FBI. That's why. But old astronomer, what you're talking about is called cop-jacketing. It's a tactic used by anti-fascist groups. You can look up 40 Ways to Fight Fascism. Easy Google search, you'll find the document. It's one of the things they talk about. It helps create instability within movements, and the idea is to break down a movement from the inside by turning people against each other. It's a tactic, a known tactic. I highly recommend. I'm sure you've probably seen it, and you understand exactly what you're doing. But good work. Wizzy is on BTM. Go look, then admit to drugs at camp. It baffles me. What drugs are we talking about? And just like anyone else, I get constant emails from people alerting me to certain things. I have yet to receive any emails from anyone that has any evidence or shows any evidence of this drug use. I'm happy to be aware of it. I don't condone the use of drugs. I don't use drugs myself. But I have not personally seen anything that was of evidence. So please email me with anything you have. I'd be happy to take a look, even if it's from TM, whatever. Why do you feel you need to be a spokesman? I don't feel as though I'm a spokesman. I'm a spokesperson for the truth. That's all it is. I believe in the truth. Advice from your Uncle Lar. Appreciate you doing this. Understand that when these folks decide to go back to the blacktop, Oreo is going to be the only live streamer allowed. Sounds like Santa's went full comic, don't you think? I don't believe that's true. I know that there was some strange discussion. I've not been able to find it. I don't know whose live stream that was on, and I only saw a little clip. And I know people like to take these little teeny tiny clips of something that was said, but I don't believe that to be a fact at all. And I've talked to Santa multiple times, and that does not appear to be the thing. You were channel your fall again after you leave the clown. WYSIWYG, are you worried your channel will fall or fail? Fail again after you leave the convoy. See, again, this convoy thing, like, Munson, you're just a piece of work, man. But I'll ignore it. I would expect people were only watching or are only watching, but that's fine. I'll continue to do my thing as I normally do. I've learned a lot from this last 100 and whatever plus days, and I will continue to do what I enjoy doing. This movement pretty much dead, still grifting for money. That's it. Dean Wall, again, that's your perception of what's going on. They are trying to make a change in this country. They will continue to try to make a change in this country, is the way it looks, until they either decide to give up or somebody ends it. I don't know how that turns out, but you call it a grift. There are obviously people who support what they're doing and want them to continue doing it. So, working trucker. It's interesting that you want to use my full name. Let's see. I'm going to go back because maybe I missed it. There are a lot of questions. I didn't skip over it intentionally, but I'm having to go back. Let me take a look for you. I know you're demanding my attention. How far back do I have to go? Where did I miss it? Are you sure you posted it, Working Trucker? Because unless you changed your name, I'm not seeing it. Working Trucker, maybe you can post that message again. I don't see anything from you up until you say my name, use my full name. See, this is why I call some of you delusional, because you get jacked up about something. Cop jacketing. Behind the mirror, yes. Wizzy, you're a supporter of them. You won't even look at the video. Wow, you're denial. What video, Green Mountain? Email me the video. My phone's open, waiting for it. Go ahead, send it to me. Tell me what it is. Here is where the one guy said about you. Okay. Let me pull it up in another phone here. Leave the chat and come back.
Because our children are our future, and I do believe that this is what most of us are in the movement for future generations.
This is
and David Riddle.
Oh, I'm familiar with her. I've seen this video.
A level 3 sex offender and a...
So what is it about that video? I guess I don't understand what point is that you're trying to make. Dare accept Green Mountain. I clicked on I've seen the video. I know what it says. When you engage with people, made you a spokesman. When you engaged with people, made you a spokesman. And again, it doesn't make any sense. Baby Huey can't be followed. Did you see this is from? Spokesman for the truth? Yeah, I think everyone should be a spokesman for the truth. Truth is important. I know you think the truth is funny. Working Trucker, I don't find it funny. I think it's the only thing that matters right now. Sounds like the truth is you refuse to work and figure you can make money on the elderly supporting Al Munson. Sure. Put the link in for the video that breaks down X-Ray's attack on the lady. Seen it? I'm aware of what happened. Heard you right. That makes you an FBI dude, AK. Yeah, I don't think you heard right, but that's okay. Some of you really need to look at your comments because it seems as though only you can understand them. So when are all 500? Oh, there's not 500 people coming. Dean Wall thinks Santa's a bigger scammer. Santa's not trying to scam anybody. And he's not scamming anyone. I know people want to believe that or think that, but usually that's the people who don't support the idea of the movement or freedom. Oh, looky, Samuel decided to join us. Working trucker, why is it that you sit behind a pseudonym while posting my name? What is that about? It says, so they kick people out for drugs, but they welcome child molesters with open arms. Don't you see something wrong with that? So much for David's moral compass. I understand your logic. I wouldn't allow these people into a movement if it were me. But again, that's not my decision. And I did an interview with David and asked him about these two men that were there. And he told us his beliefs and how he felt about the situation. For me, I heard what he had to say, and so did you. Maybe you need to go back and listen to that. Green Mountain, I'm familiar, and that was her belief, and that's why she left. She's not the only one that left because of that. There are others who left. Context. Al Munson, why don't you be specific about what I won't tell the truth about? Truckers United says, Sammy, you can't say anything. You scam people out of their money from supporters. You're no better than some of those guys. Good morning, baby. Says, hi, Chris. Didn't expect to see you this morning. Good morning. Good morning. Wizzy, and do you support 76? I support freedom. I support their right to be out there. I support why they're out there. Samuel claims that everybody got their money back and only 5 people donated. I find that to be bullshit. Quack says, Sparrow and Pop walk away as soon as Rose takes the mic. LOL. Quincy lasts about 40 seconds. Green Mountain says, Wizzy, then why do Santa and X-Ray yell at people about them not having freedom? if they don't agree with this crap? Why do they yell at people about them not having freedom if they don't agree with this crap? So you're saying that if people don't agree with, why do Santa and X-Ray yell at them? Well, I don't know that Santa and X-Ray have yelled at anybody. So I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. Have Santa and X-Ray talk to people about their beliefs? I would say yes. But I don't know specifically what you're speaking to. Again, you do generalities that don't really make a whole lot of sense to me when I read the comment. Green Mountain says, we waiting. What are we waiting on? You and your mouse in your pocket? Yeah, Samuel, you also made the claim that you were in DC waiting for me. I had not seen you. Nothing you say is factual or truthful. Nobody knows what you're up to or what you're doing, but everything you do is a lie. Alan David says, you claim to be a spokesperson for the truth, but yet you didn't report on the truth within TPC and 76, like the participants revealed after leaving or getting kicked out. David, what specifically are you referring to? I know that there's many people who left and went on live streams and believed that what they thought was fraud, or I don't know. There were so many different theories about what was going on and what they saw. So what is it? But you support 76, and he said himself there was no rehabilitation for them, so why did they stay? Again, Santa was very clear. He felt as though the individual cases. Go back and watch it. Go back and watch it. You'll answer your own question. Green Mountain says, BTM, Wizzy should be a fair reporter. As a reporter, all should stay neutral and just report what is actually happening. Yes. WYSIWYG, what is your truth? I don't have a truth. I have the truth. Which is something that many of the haters overlook to try to create a narrative that suits them. There's no such thing as an absolutely neutral reporter. Find one, and I'll give you a silver dollar. Everybody is going to have a slant. It's impossible for a person to not have their own beliefs and have those beliefs come out. But again, I'm willing to show you everything, no matter who it hurts. The truth is important. As you saw with the fire truck and Sherry falling off the fire truck, the truth is that the police had nothing to do with it. And I was willing to call that out because the truth is important. Samuel, I guarantee you're still in Coleman, Alabama. No, I'm still here. I had to go to the bathroom. Al Munson says, WYSIWYG has to control the narrative for his truth. No. The narrative is being set by people who refuse to acknowledge the truth. I just set the facts straight. And I'm willing to argue. Oh, somebody found us. Who's jumped in the chat here? Is that Joy? Good morning, Joy. Al Munson, have a specific question. We can talk about whatever you want. But this game you're playing, I'm not going to play. Old Astronomer says, did I ask the $1 million question? Quote, Wizzy, do you see why I think you've been trying to goad some very gullible people into doing something stupid and violent so you can film it for profit again? No. All right, let's talk money. Advice from your Uncle Lar. Honor the oath you took. You say you set the facts straight. Okay, set this one then. Why is it okay for a grown man to knowingly break laws and then ask subs to donate money to pay for his legal help? Okay, let's take that for instance. You have to be honest about what happened. Santa knows exactly what he did. So does Big D, as the leader of that other, of the second of four groups that went out that day to block the road. Santa knows he was committing a civil disobedience by stopping traffic on the freeway, leaving one lane open. Santa has a perspective based on his being there and having the officer walk up to him, the things that the officer said to him, and then Santa followed through on what claims he made the officer about the 30-minute stop and followed through on that. The officer did take his driver's license, brought it back to him, and the group left. The officer didn't make any indication as to what was going to happen after they left. That is where the argument for Santa is. Now, we all know that crimes can be prosecuted after the fact. What's uniquely different in this case was using a bank robbery, for instance. The police officers there and didn't say anything, do anything, ticket at that moment. Now, the officer had an opportunity to write Santa those 3 tickets for the traffic incident. He also had the opportunity to call in other officers and arrest Santa right then and there. That didn't happen. They later filed the charges and the traffic tickets, unbeknownst to Santa. And that's when the surprise came on July 6th, when Metro PD showed up in force to arrest Santa and tow his vehicle. Hence the reason Santa needs legal assistance to pay for the lawyers to deal with the situation at hand. Hopefully that gives you a different perspective.
Hey, Wizzy, can you hear me? Testing.
I can. Good morning.
Okay. Hey, good morning. Hey, when you get done, I have a quick question.
Yes.
Okay.
What's that?
How do I change my camera settings? I just put a camera. I just hooked up a webcam.
Okay.
Where do I...
Are you on a Mac or a PC?
I'm on a PC.
Not my strong suit, but it's going to be in settings. You should have
Here. Okay, let me try that
sources
again.
and whatnot. I can't do that off the top of my head that easy.
Okay,
sorry.
I'm going to go to settings. Okay, I'll figure it out. I'm trying to play around with it.
But if your webcam's worked in the past, there are camera settings within Discord. You would hit the gear at the top and set that up.
To which one I want it to pull from. Okay.
Correct. Yeah, you've got to help it decide, and then you may have to give the app permissions within your operating system in order to use that camera.
Okay.
Some people use a virtual camera from OBS, but you should just be able to use your webcam without any problem.
Okay. I'll figure
Green
it out.
Mountain says, a lot of people have used the Bible for many bad things. Charles Manson, Ted Bundy, and David. It's statements like that. You're literally conflating David with Charles Manson and Ted Bundy. That is the most asinine thing to say. David is nothing like those two horrible fucking monsters. And I just don't understand your thinking to be able to do that and put somebody in that same classification. You clearly haven't listened to David. He is a religious man. There is no doubt about that. And he's used stories from the Bible to make moral arguments. You may not like the Bible. That's his belief. Buzzstuff. Wizzy, find out if Hippie is still committing fraud for her EBT card for the movement. How would you like me to do that? And what evidence do you have that states that happens? Just because porch people talk about something like this, I had that conversation with them on their live stream. I don't have any evidence to back that up other than what one person made a claim about. And Waco, just to name a few. Green Mountain. And Waco is something very different. Why do you keep equating Waco and David Koresh and Charles Manson to Santa? It's just a ridiculous concept. Santa has done nothing like that. Green Mountain says he's trying to remember the lie that they're all supposed to tell. That's just ridiculous. Old Astronomer says, are you not logical, Wizzy? Of course I'm logical. What am I not logical about? I understand that, Buzz Chef. They wanted the trucks to move without causing a scene. That's why they waited to charge him, get the traffic moved. I get that. It's a good tactic. They still could have written him the 3 tickets. They still could have notified him. He could have turned himself in. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I get the tactic. They wanted it to end and open the freeway as quickly as possible. I get that.
Hey, I have a question about the movement.
Sure.
So my question is, and this bugs me all the time. They sit there, and I shouldn't say they, I should say some people, because I don't want to lump everyone together.
Good.
But you hear them say, or you hear people say, excuse me, hear individuals say, oh, the mainstream media, they're fake news, they're fake news. And then they're like, oh, well, why isn't the mainstream media covering us? Well, you know, you sit there and criticize, or people criticize the mainstream media, and then all of a sudden they want coverage. Well, why? Why should someone cover you when you bash them? You know, that's my question.
Well, but we've seen how the mainstream media has helped with a narrative in so many ways that they have earned the name fake news. Now, why would people want them to come out and cover? Because there are some outlets that aren't necessarily fake news, right? So,
but even those outlets aren't covering the movement.
Correct. So Channel 9 out of DC was out. The first time they came out that I remember seeing, their coverage was get everybody riled up in DC that there could possibly be some sort of traffic backup, tie-up caused by the 76 movement. That was them talking about Santa and the movement marching from the Capitol to DC to the White House a couple days ago, right? That news outlet kind of got things all riled up. Then they turned around the next day and they came out and they did some interviews, and I can't remember the reporter's name. I thought he actually did a pretty fair story about the movement and why they were out there.
Yeah,
in fact, it wasn't pretty fair. I thought it was accurate. And I thought it represented Santa and the movement quite honestly. So
yeah,
there are people who are capable of reporting the news in a fair and honest way.
right. Well, and another kind of question I have, and I saw this on Oreo's stream last night, so I don't want to say this is everybody's viewpoint, but he was kind of, I don't know if he was hinting at BTM or who he was hinting at, but he's like, the left, the fake, kind of talking about us. But
yes,
do people on that side really think like BTM is some type of news source? We're not a news source.
No, I don't know that anybody's ever made that claim.
But they act like it. They act like we're some news source or.
Well, I think the difference is they see that there are people who watch BTM or are a part of BTM and spout that as, I got an email. Actually, how about I read you the email?
Okay.
And you can decide for yourself what this looks like and where this comes from. Now, I don't know that BTM is the originator of this idea, but it was part of BTM. Find it here. Okay. So it starts off case header information subject with a link to the casesearch.courts.state.maryland.us. This is what BTM had up on their screen the other day. It says he pled guilty to these traffic violations and he prepaid fine and no appearance had to be made in court. I cannot remember where you found the criminal charges, but there are none pending in Maryland. Case is closed. Fine paid. He pled guilty and paid the Maryland fines from DC jail and was released. I'm going to check criminal records for West Virginia, Ohio, and DC. There were 3 criminal charges filed. One involved a civil suit in which the case was dismissed/closed. Another was a child custody suit closed, and one open case from 2007 wherein a tax lien was entered of $500 plus, the taxes which have been paid, but usually a tax lien is filed, and when personal or real property is disposed, lien is deducted from sale. Then goes on to say, so there are no charges pending, reading and comprehending and knowledge is important. So, unless he has outstanding criminal charges in Ohio or West Virginia or some other state, there are none pending in DC or Maryland related to the movement, unless he is being sued in connection with TPC. But whatever, it is not movement related. And if he is being represented by an attorney and the attorney went on vacation, he filed a leave of absence with courts required by law, which would postpone any legal matter pending. This is why, quote, he didn't have to turn himself in and ask Santa point blank what legal matter is pending against him, which state or court, and does it directly relate to the movement? Something is not right here. And this is where true journalism and investigative reporting become essential. That is
somebody sent you that email?
Somebody sent me that email, a viewer.
Okay.
Where do you think that ideology, that idea comes from? It comes from sources like BTM and others who don't properly research and get the information necessary to post. They don't have any sort of agreement with the truth to put it out there.
But we're just an opinion page. We're not a news
Of course, and that's
page.
fine. But the point is that, you know, I know what BTM is. People know what BTM is, but this false information being put out there because they don't know how to find out the truth and understand what's being posted. The information that was listed up there was 3 traffic violations for David Lynn Rydell, which were all closed, and then 3 listings for somebody named David Rydell from the past in Maryland, which are not David Lynn Rydell, which is not Santa.
What is true?
Well, I called Maryland PD and spoke to an officer about the warrant. Somebody brought up the point that, in fact, it was Telescope yesterday, said to me, well, at some point, the 3 criminal charges showed up in the system and have now disappeared again. I know that in Los Angeles, until the suspect is apprehended, they don't publicly post the information because they don't want the person to run. They want to make it as easy for the person to be arrested as possible, to pick them up on those warrants.
So would you like us to issue a retraction and, edit this? I mean, if you're willing to give us the source, we can post.
I don't care what you do. You can. One of the things you have to do is apparently be media and call the public information officer. I happened to get a desk sergeant at the I keep wanting to say the bunker. It's not the bunker. It's the barracks north division, and spoke to him. At the time I called, he didn't really want to give me any information, but then when he heard who I was calling about, he goes, "Oh, I've got the warrant right here in front of me." I asked him why it wasn't on the Maryland case search, and he said usually those warrants aren't there until they've been apprehended. And 2, he said that sometimes their system is slow. Okay, I get that. The traffic violations were up there. He confirmed to me what the 3 criminal charges were. They were criminal charge, what they call a CR.10.201.C1, C2, and C3, which I can read you those if you need me to, but basically it was impeding traffic, slowing down traffic. They matched the 3 traffic violations.
Okay, so you would like BTM
as criminal
to, before we release, and again, I had nothing to do with it. I'm just asking some questions out of curiosity. So you would like us to do a little more research and make some phone calls before posting. Is that kind of your...
No, not at all. BTM has the right to do whatever they want.
Okay.
My point in doing this and talking to you about this is to hopefully acknowledge that this false information was put out there.
Okay.
And the truth is that, yes, these 3 charges are still there. David is still wanted technically for those charges. Most likely the reason why they've taken it off the Maryland case search, because when he was released, technically he would still have that warrant, and that is why he needs to go turn himself in.
Okay.
But a DC Metro judge didn't feel like it was an appropriate action to have the warrant, and therefore didn't need to keep him and released him to go handle that on his own. Then David got the attorney. They spent a day and a half trying to locate an attorney who would represent them. And the funds that were raised for the legal defense, that's what's being used.
Okay. Well, I can definitely pass this on to the rest of the team next time we have a team meeting.
Sure.
I can definitely kind of let them know your
Yeah.
thoughts, and we can
Right.
get a response back to you for sure.
Right. But what for me, what happens is the people who watch BTM that are believers in all of the lies that get passed on the stream, in the comments and whatnot. For me, it's important that just people know the truth. Hate people for the truth, not for falsities, right? That's you know.
Hi, y'all.
Hey, baby. Good morning.
What's going on, baby? Good morning.
I just wanted to ask and jump in really quick. I understand what you're saying about this whole idea about, what the streams say, but let's be clear. All streams have this issue, not a BTM issue.
Absolutely.
I was
You're
just
absolutely
going to point that out.
Yeah,
All
I
streams
see
do
it
that.
throughout all the chats.
I just want to be very clear that this is not a BTM issue. This is
No,
a
and
chat
I stated
issue.
it's multiple. I didn't want to say who those chats were or who those people are because I don't feel like giving them any sort of glorification or credit.
I understand. I'm just saying I want to point that out for everyone else.
Right.
This is a chat issue, and chat is not controllable by people.
No.
And BTM has no control.
But also, nobody calls
that.
them out. Nobody calls out that nonsense, so that people who watch the chat see.
We are very, very good at calling people out.
That's good. That's good. I'll pay closer attention. I don't spend that much time. I'm actually busy doing stuff on my own, but
And
I appreciate that.
I didn't mean to jump in like that, but I just felt that was a really important caveat.
I've talked to BTM. I'm surprised that I saw that title up there. I think BTM jumped the gun in making this claim without actually doing anything.
Well, remember, this is not a professional stream. This is not a professional newscast. This is not a professional. This is just a group. Groups make mistakes.
Sure. And I'm calling them out.
Okay. I just want to be very, very clear and make sure that we understand that it's not a news group. It's not.
Right.
It's a group of people who are observing and putting their opinion out about that observation.
Right.
And can those observations be wrong? Abso-freaking-lutely. But let's not make this just a BTM issue. This is an issue across streaming all across the board, right, left, and other.
Yes.
And there's really no control over that.
And while you're here, Wizzy, I'd like to ask you a question. Jeff brought this up last night on a chat, and I thought it was,
I listened for a while last night. I was really sort of amazed at the things he was saying.
Yeah, so Jeff, and again, Jeff, you're hit and miss with him, but sometimes he makes some good points. And he said, he's like, well, they're asking for donations for the legal fees. And this was Jeff's point of view, not mine, but he said that if you did it, you broke the law, you need to pay your own legal fees. You need to be accountable. And I thought, hey, that was a pretty good thought,
Okay. And I understand that thought, but it goes back to what somebody asked in the comments was, you have to understand why Santa was doing what he was doing. Right?
Right.
So
for the move, it's for our freedom.
Yes, it's for the movement, for that fight for freedom that he's undertaken, right?
Yes.
Obviously, those who support him, they raised a lot of money very quickly. To me, what that showed is that there is still a lot of support for this idea that he's fighting for, right? So I use it as sort of the analytics of what's going on. If people didn't believe in the movement, they wouldn't be supporting it the way they are. But the fact that they're still doing that, they're still watching the live streams, which that one can be a little misconstrued too, because a lot of people find it entertainment. So you got to take that factor into it, right?
A lot of people go back and forth.
Right. But the money thing is I don't believe that people who just want to see the entertainment in this would be supporting Santa and helping with the legal fight.
Right.
But everyone knows that there's going to be this legal challenge. We've seen that happen in every movement, from BLM, Antifa, all the way across the board. We see it everywhere. There are those people who support what they're doing and believe in it, and that's why they're sending money, and as quickly as they are, to help him with the legal fees, which we all know how expensive lawyers are. Just a retainer oftentimes starts at $20,000.
Yeah.
Which sucks, because again, that goes to this argument that it takes money to, fight for your innocence or whatever that is. Now,
fighting for, under what happened, under David now seeing what happened, I think it's interesting that he was on the other side as a correctional officer, and under what happened, he should be fighting for justice reform, because I think that clearly he can see that it takes a lot of money. And that's not equal for someone else.
Right. How many fights do you want him to be in right this second?
Well, no, and I think.
And I get that.
I think that you are 100% right, and I didn't think of it that way, because let me tell you, they have taken on way too many.
Right. We're all aware of this problem in the justice system, and I don't like the fact that people make the claim that it's a racist system. It's not. It's a financial system that, lawyers and whatnot, and that is a truth. It's the wealthy, those who can afford representation. The better representation you have, the better your chance of winning is, whether you're guilty or not. Right?
Behind
that's
the mirror,
the way our legal system works.
Behind the Mirror says 389 people donated to Santa's Gift and Go. So that was only 389 people. And that's a lot of money.
That's a lot of money. Yeah.
That's a lot of money.
That's a high average. Yeah.
That means people were donating not $20 or $10.
Right.
People were donating thousands for him to get to that amount. For if you divide that by 389 people, that's a lot.
May I add, because it's Give, Send, Go, right? Wasn't that what they used?
That's what it says here.
Right. That's the religious version of GoFundMe, right? But with both of those fundraising platforms, you can see the donations. So it's a sort of transparent fundraising, if you really want to look at it that way. Even though you may not know exactly who it's made by, you can still see the amounts that were given. Just something to keep in mind, and something that you could look at and use to sort of make a really good judgment about the support people have for Santa and what he did. Santa doesn't deny what he did was illegal. We're all we can agree to that, right?
No, I can't, because he says that it was his right.
He said it.
He said that it also was his right to protest, which I never really read anywhere where it says that you have the right to protest on a highway. But okay.
No. That's not the argument. Yes, he has a right to protest. He also acknowledges what he did was civil disobedience in breaking the law and stopping traffic. He said that. Okay. He knows. He knows that. He doesn't deny. He's not going. He's not standing on top of a mountain going, "I did nothing wrong. I'm innocent." He never once said that. He knows what he did, but he also had this expectation in his head that the officer allowed him to do that and didn't ticket him at the time. Which now he looks back and we go, okay, we can see why the officer did it the way they did, right? And again, his gripe is, okay, fine, then tell me this. I'll go and I'll turn myself in. You don't have to play this game where you send DC Metro to come get me. Right? Santa's also a law-abiding citizen myself. If I knew I was wanted for something, I would go turn myself in. I'd grab a lawyer, and I'd take a lawyer with me, and I'd go turn myself in. I don't... Does that make sense? Like, we're grown adults. We're not criminals, right? I can take self-responsibility. I know not everybody is like that, but think about what Santa did. It is a very minor crime. Technically, I believe Big D's been in jail for longer than he would get for actually being guilty of the crime in which was committed.
Well, I mean, that's a whole other issue. I think that because he's in West Virginia is underfunded. Because West Virginia is underfunded, unfortunately, it's really just the system that's up in West Virginia.
Yes. And their court system is backed up now. But again,
huge.
Is that a reason to hold somebody? That literally is not a reason. You have to give people due process in that reasonable amount of time, and it's not what's happening. I have heard that maybe Big D is getting out in the next day or so. I don't know that for sure. I haven't seen why that is, but he may be released.
Well, that's kind of like, welcome to the legal system. Now this side gets to see what it's like. And it's so funny when, and this is every single time, oh, we love the police. The second the police tell them to, get back or do whatever, you're corrupt. This is tyranny. I mean, it's every time. It's so predictable.
I know.
It's frustrating.
And you see how it gets people worked up. I've seen it happen before, and I've spoken about it because I've witnessed it. And, people who support the police also believe in constitutional rights and whatnot. And when they feel like their constitutional rights are being violated, they get to that point where they become almost violent.
Then can you
and they start to sound like
other people in other groups, because they feel that they've been violated all the time, would feel the same way?
I do. But I'm also able to look at what got to that point. Now, I've been at some of those protests where you have a group of individuals who are out there, First Amendment right to protest and do that. And then there's somebody in the crowd who throws that rock or water bottle at a police officer, right? Now, others may not notice that or may not have seen what happened, but then that gives the police the opportunity to go, okay, and this is now no longer just a protest. It's an unruly crowd, and it's time to shut it down. And they call a
riot squad.
What are they? What's it? Well, no, the riot squad's already there. Whatever, however they're dressed, it doesn't really matter. They give an order to disperse, and the crowd doesn't want to disperse because they feel it's their First Amendment right. And then more objects get thrown at the police officers. And then the police officers start using force in order to get people to leave, right? And then those protesters go, oh, it's me, woe is me. The cops are being, I've seen it happen. I watched it happen January 6th. I've watched it happen in LA multiple times.
On the opposite side of that is David blocked up the highway. It was a problem because honestly, if there was a fire truck way down that you couldn't see, it was backing up the highway. You have no idea.
I get it.
It's the exact same thing. That officer said, I need you to go. And they didn't. They made a call that it would be faster, just let them get out of there. But it was
nobody's arguing that
unlawful.
With you. No one is arguing with that. He knows exactly what he did.
I'm not arguing.
He knows exactly what he did.
I'm not giving one credence over another.
No.
You understand what I mean?
He knows what he did.
I'm not placing.
And he was willing to face
that false fallacy of one is okay and one is not.
I didn't. But there is a difference. There is a difference when you're assaulting officers with rocks and bottles.
I understand, but we don't know. We don't know if somebody back there in that crowd waiting to get on the highway had an issue and hurt someone. We don't know, Wizzy.
Yeah, we don't.
You block up the road, and you don't know if there's and somebody made a great point. You block up the roads, and there's an EMT pumping somebody's chest, waiting to get that one lane down. You don't know what's happening. That's why it's a crime.
And yeah, nobody's arguing. I'm talking about when they arrested Santa, and you're saying that you're seeing people yelling at the police because they're mad, correct?
No.
Well, that was one of the points. Yeah, I mean,
it was one, but not the only one. No.
Yeah, correct. But that you were talking about how you saw people who believe and back the blue turn on the police just as easily, and I would only assume that you're talking about the moment of arrest and what was going on and what we saw in my live stream.
They do that all the time.
But I'm talking about on the road also.
On the road, that didn't happen. I'm sorry. I'm talking about David specifically.
Okay.
And he was bragging about how, the cops support them, and I mean they were basically just
felt like that was what happened. Yeah.
Well, that in general just tells you.
And you can actually hear that interaction on the live stream with Santa and the police officer.
But
from
Buffalo Man. Of them in general, the police are friendly with anyone, and that's part of a disarming tactic.
Right.
It has nothing
we've had
to do
that discussion.
With
Absolutely. But David took it as supporting, or allowing him to have the protest at the time, and then went back to camp and talked about it that night, and. You could even go as far as to say gloated about the interaction with the police officer.
Yes.
Right? But what he didn't know at the time was that police officer's gone back and filed, 3 traffic citations and 3 criminal charges against him. All unbeknownst to David, this is happening until he learned this, as a surprise in DC on July 6th.
Well, the same could be said for people who destroy property in a movement or whatever,
same
and then
thing. Right.
Later on they get arrested. Maybe they didn't get arrested there.
They get identified. Exactly. Oh yeah. And
in Austin,
Correct. And nobody's denying that. Those are the facts, right? And so to say that there's no criminal charges is untrue.
Behind the mirror says
That's
no.
They
turned the information. I think she's trying to say they turned the information over to DA, and a DA decides what charges should be.
Exactly. The police don't file the charges. The district attorney files the charges.
Right.
That process was sped through quite quickly, obviously, because we know that the ticket was filed on the 4th, and the charges. The warrant was issued on the 5th. That's what the paperwork shows.
Let me ask you a question. Do you believe that they would have gone, let's say they didn't go into D.C., do you think they would have gone to Virginia to do the same thing, or they would have just did it different? Do you think it had something to do with the fact that they went into D.C. and was just doing something similar again?
Okay, so this is the conclusion that I drew from what the police officer, the commanding officer, said at the scene on the 6th, is that they got a call. He said they got a call from Maryland that David was there and asked DC Metro to pick up David. Oh. So I would draw from that obviously with all the live stream and the social media, that Maryland was monitoring the situation and saw that they were there and made a phone call. Had everybody been live streaming from camp that morning and saw that, they might have made the same call to Berkeley County sheriffs and asked them to go out and pick up David there. So yes, I think that would have happened probably either way.
Oh, see, I don't.
Someone in the chat is
I believe that's how policing works.
Do you see that question, Wizzy, from Molten Metal?
I don't. I actually haven't been.
You're not in the chat.
Talking to you guys. I've not been watching the chat.
So they're just asking, and I guess I'm confused about this. Ask about X-Ray's repeated claims of police brutality from Santa's arrest. So is X-Ray saying that Santa, or there was police brutality? Because it looked like a pretty mellow arrest. You know, he didn't resist, and it looks like everyone was really nice to him when he was arrested.
Yeah,
very much so. Very much so. But I believe. Go ahead.
X-Ray has also pointed out that, some of his fallacies and some of the things that he said, that nobody tried to help Shelley, nobody tried to, and that's just false.
He's doubling down on that.
Yes.
That's just 100% false. You should see in the video, the police jump and are like, "Are you okay? Do you need an ambulance?"
Yep.
They're immediately there to help her. Immediately, trying to make sure she's okay.
Yep. X-Ray has been using generalities and trying to claim some sort of police brutality where there is none.
Okay.
And this is a problem. If Santa's allowing Oreo and X-Ray to be his right-hand man, they're streaming the camp and they're putting out false information, is that not a problem?
Absolutely. But what is that false information?
Well, do you call them out the way you call us out?
What I see and hear, yeah.
So have you called that out?
On X-Ray, yes. You literally saw me do it in the live stream.
No. I mean to Santa.
What specifically are you talking about?
Well, I am specifically talking about his claim that no one helped Shelley. I think that is an absurd,
And yes, again, I did it in my live stream, and I talked about it after as well.
Okay. Because when you watch that video, they are so concerned about her well-being.
Of course, as everyone was. And I've also talked to Shelley about it, and she has sort of apologized for snapping at me. I'm trying to remember. X-Ray sort of inadvertently apologized as well.
I didn't see that.
But then turned back around and kept going about it. And again, I think it's sort of taking a playbook from what we've seen in the past, and he's doing the same thing, and I disagree with it.
So it's theatrics. Basically, it's
Correct.
I want to ask another question. I was wondering something about David. I'm okay, and let me say this with a caveat. I am not saying that I agree with David. I'm not saying that I support him or I'm being sympathetic towards him. What I see personally is that David keeps trying to find an off-road, and then he keeps stepping on his own trying to find an off-road.
An off-road of what?
To
end the movement or to end it?
Yesterday, he kind of made this statement in the morning that, if there aren't people, we probably have to end this or whatever. And he's made this statement way, way, way back. He made the statement before it even started. He said, if we don't have a couple thousand people, and I remember he said 1,000, then we're not going to do this.
Right.
And he said that way
Do you think
back.
he's not realistic to think that?
No.
I
think each time I don't think that it's an on purpose point. I don't think that it's doing it.
Oh, I think it is.
I think
it's on purpose.
Oh, well, I was giving you the benefit of the doubt. But
no, it is on purpose. He's trying to let people know that they cannot be effective with, and I'm being generous here, 30 people sitting in the park. They all know.
Yesterday he doubled down on that again.
It's not a double down. It is truth. He cannot have a movement without people. There isn't. He's realistic about that. He knows that they need bodies there. That's why you've seen X-Ray pushing this whole idea and pushing people to get out there, right? Calling for people to come out is because they know that if they don't have this show of people who support them, they are not going to be able to make a difference. Santa's very reasonable in that idea.
And
well, here's the bottom line: they've had all this amount of time. If people were going to come, they would have come.
And I have,
and he said that he thought that by going to DC on the 4th, like he had said, it would give people the opportunity to
have a
plan to be there. But they didn't show up.
I think
people didn't show up the way he thought they would if he set a date, which he set it almost, a month in advance, and said, okay, July 4th, we're going to be in DC. Come join us. Now, obviously, they didn't go on the 4th. They couldn't because the roads closed and whatever. That clearly makes sense. It took him a long time to understand and realize that. But he made that adjustment and then went in surprise on the 6th.
Is there not a problem with X-Ray asking people to come? And I'm telling you, he's a salesman who tries to upgrade you or something. He's like, when one leads, send two. Why do you want people to come? You don't have plumbing. You don't have a means for them. You're begging for money. Where are they going to come? You want them to come and sit in a freaking lawn chair for 24 hours with no showers, limited food. Hell, Wyckoff was complaining he couldn't even get a damn Gatorade. And you want people to come, leave their job, their family, their homes for this movement that's not clear. And another problem I have with this movement, they keep saying, we want freedom. We want to shrink the government. Okay, well, so you want to shrink the government. So if you shrink the government, doesn't that mean a lot of government people are going to lose their job? Like, do they not think this through? And I mean, I'm not asking you this, Chris. I'm just venting in general. I'm not asking you these questions.
I understand.
In general.
I understand that, these are all great discussions that I don't know that those actually happened. But what I would say is that Santa discussed the fact and mentioned it was last night talking about having to get a permit and that he was going to do something he didn't want to do, which was to get a permit. They could have these toilets. And he talked about the fact that some people had told him that if they got the permit and they had these things that they would come out. I don't know how many people that is, but I think he realizes that might keep people, right?
And he does not realize it because I watched the other night, he doubles down on keeping the sex offenders. I'm sorry, people are not going to come when there's sex offenders, and he keeps doubling down that, hey, this person had this circumstance and this circumstance. No.
I think, but one of the problems Santa has is that somebody says something and he believes it. And like I went and, instead of investigating it and finding out more information about it, Santa runs with it. I went and pulled the 2 permits that you have. Now, I wasn't sure if it was under the jurisdiction of Park Police or if it was under the jurisdiction of federal property. So I pulled both permits. And both permits are not long life permits. The longest one of those permits can be is 7 days, and it specifically says people can come and go. They don't want people sleeping there. If you pull both permits. And so that's the part as a leader that I'm looking at it and going, you're just kind of like willy-nilly going, okay, well, you said if we have permits, okay, great, I'll get permits. Okay, well, if we do this, we'll do this. You know what I mean? It's just not very effective or very leadership-like. I lose people?
I'm still here. Chris, maybe he's on another call, but yeah, no, I agree with you.
Yeah. What did you say?
I said, I'm sorry, I'm here, I'm listening.
No, that's.
And if he's like, well, if we pull a permit, then we can have porta potties. Well, there are still rules on that too. There are rules on, and I think that he's going to come across that again. I think everything is after the fact and reactionary instead of, looking into it and finding out. And the problem is that you're bringing people into something and being reactionary with these people. And that's not right. Look at this protest that happened the other day. That was an act of brilliance. It was organized. People were ready to go. Those people were ready to be arrested and understood. And they were that was a protest.
And they had
now, would you agree with me that these are also professional protesters?
No.
That organized and put that together?
No.
How can you lie to me and say that?
Because I believe that these
Women's March as a group is an established protest.
Okay, so I think
organizers who are
the organizers, yes.
Organizers, yes.
They may have pulled people in who aren't protesters, but the organization itself is a professional group of people who organize and protest. They've done it for a long time.
No, what
you're
I'm
talking
saying,
about Santa. You're comparing the two things, and they're not actually equatable.
No. I understand what you're saying. I thought you were saying that the people were paid protesters.
No, I'm not saying. No, I don't think people are ever paid to protest. That is a fallacy that's been created by somebody over and over again, and it's always the same argument based on a Craigslist ad. Every time I see those Craigslist ad, it's beyond the date, and you can't even verify the legitimacy of it. Anybody can make a Craigslist post. It doesn't matter who you are. You can make a post to make it look like whatever you want.
Right.
Okay.
And I've seen it done by both sides, and I think it's ridiculous.
No, I've seen it done by both sides.
What about in Canada for Flag Day when a bunch of people just showed up in support? Again, but a bunch of people who believe in the cause showed up.
Correct.
And I know we've beat this point to death that 1776 is just too limited on who they're wanting to come join them. And until
they are not limited. You guys make this decision that they're limited. They don't limit anyone.
That's bullshit.
Bullshit. They clearly appeal to a certain group of people. They've said over and over again that it's for everyone. Now, I get it. I get why you would say that, but it's not. They're not limiting the group. They have removed people that they don't want there. Some clearly that they allow there that they probably should have not allowed. But they're not limiting people.
They are. Democrats and liberals are not welcome there. And I know you could say
untrue.
Blah, blah, blah.
Untrue.
No. Okay. Who is the main live streamer?
Telescope has come out and been there.
Oh.
Right? He's the only one that has the guts to go out there. And he doesn't agree with them on everything, but he's said he agrees with them about freedom of speech, and the freedoms that we should all have in this country. Smaller government, limited government.
Yes.
That's why he goes out there. But he's the only one that shows up.
That's great.
There were other leftists that were out there that aren't there now, and they've left for whatever reason. But that doesn't mean that they're not,
No, they're not.
No, that goes all the way back to TPC.
But for you to say they're not welcome is not true.
Let me explain my point. They are not okay. Who is Santa's #1 streamer? Oreo. What does Oreo say every day?
Who says that? Why? Santa doesn't say that. You're making an assumption about Oreo being the #1 streamer.
How come they're having this little thing that no one can stream at camp but Oreo? Is that
I have not seen that to be a fact. I will call Santa and ask him that question. Because I will go out to Bunker Hill right now and go live stream, and nobody's going to stop me.
Right. But Oreo is, whether he's saying he's not, he is sitting there criticizing, saying, the Democrats are scum who live in their
I hear
basement
that.
eating Hot
The
Pockets.
left this and the left
I hear
that.
He was
Oh,
talking.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you
So,
on that argument. We've
you
seen
know,
that. I totally understand.
why would we come? And people have made threats against Telescope in
But
the
you're
chat.
assuming everyone watches Oreo, and that's just not the case. But
Well,
I get that. I get that argument.
he's numero uno. I'm sorry, he's numero uno.
And that
Oreo's
is
not numero
that is
uno.
a leader's responsibility
Myself,
to say
Oreo,
this is not acceptable.
First responder were the 3 live streamers that have been with the movement sort of throughout and followed it, right? Obviously, first responder left at some point and went back home, and then came back when they came into DC. Oreo and I are 2 different live streamers, right? And 2 different types of live streamers, I should say. Oreo is also an activist who is very much in and a part of that movement. So,
but he bashes you. He bashed.
I understand. I disagree with you on that.
And
I'm well aware of it.
Yeah, so
What?
it's like, but Santa has to be he has to acknowledge that Oreo is saying this stuff. And he continues.
I don't think that Santa's aware of it, to be honest with you.
I need Santa's email address then, and I will write him a well-worded
David
email.
Rydell, what is it? David Rydell, some numbers at yahoo.com. Let me see if I have it.
Or wasn't there a pro note or something? Or I don't even. But I will write a
Proton email address. Yeah. Let me see.
And no one is. Oh, you know what? I have a fact to prove no one's welcome. You can't even join their Facebook page. I tried once, like a month and a half ago.
Again, I don't understand that.
Yeah, and
I don't get how you can. That's my same criticism of Samuel.
I answered the questions. I answered them nicely,
Right.
and I was declined. What if I wanted to join?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand that at all.
And again, I'm not pointing this at you. Sorry, it's none of this is towards you at all. It's towards their movement.
I would 100% agree.
Instead of them bashing BTM, shit, they might need to hire us, and we could help their asses out. Shit, I think literally we've come up with.
We have.
Yeah, and again, you know what? I'm not trying to be a Monday back, or I'm not trying to draw criticism.
Monday morning quarterback. I get it.
Yeah,
no, I get it.
You know what? They're out there. They're at least doing something. Who am I to criticize them? And I do. I think last night, I don't know if you heard it, but Sarah was on, Baby was on, a few others, and we were actually being positive about some of the things about the movement.
Yeah, we played a thing, and we said, "What about this movement do you see that's positive?" And I said, I want, and this was my question. I asked the question and said, I think that we as a group should just be negative isn't helpful. And you can't bridge gaps with all of that negativity. And I'm not trying to, and I know that I'm going to get this in the chat, that I'm trying to be an apologist for them. No, I'm not. I'm saying, what can you say? Well, I tell you mine. I didn't expect their endurance.
Yeah. I couldn't do it. So I gotta give it up to them. I have to have an indoor toilet,
Me too.
Trust me, I know how hard it is for people to stay in their vehicles out at that park.
Yeah.
I've been there. I did it for 7 days. I know what it's like.
Yeah.
Oh, Wizzy, can you do me one more favor?
Yeah. Yes.
Could you please ask them? And this was something as a teacher, and I said this last night, that's so frustrating for me. they've got these children out at the camp, like AJ. They have an opportunity to see these museums, to go inside them. Here's this opportunity. Somebody pull aside, take these children, go into these museums, take advantage of that. There's so many things in DC that these kids probably living in, I don't know where they're living, so I'm not going to assume, far away from it, are here with an opportunity to see. And as a teacher, I just want them to take these children and expose them to some of this stuff.
Are you ready for my response?
Yeah.
You just said you don't want to assume, yet you've assumed that hasn't happened.
If it has, I apologize, and I would.
What? Yeah.
I think.
I'm not scolding you. This is one of those things that tweaks me so hard, because
I'm saying this not as a protester.
I understand where it comes from, and I agree with you.
As a woman and a mother, I'm saying this is that it's such an opportunity.
And here's my point, and I agree with you, but this happens so frequently and multiple occasions where people make these assumptions about the people within the movement. Cameras don't cover everyone all the time. And you're sitting at home and you're watching these live streams and you get these ideas. I get the email. I see the same types of comments come in from people. And I'm like,
I'm not trying to be negative.
No, I know it's not a negative thing, but I'm making this point because it shows this example for me to help everyone understand that's watching and listening, is that people make assumptions about what is not happening based on the fact that they don't see it on a live stream or that people don't talk about it. You don't know what people are doing away from the camera, right?
If they are, then I apologize. You know,
well, great, but and
that's something
they've had these opportunities for a long time, and we don't know what they've done and what they haven't done. And yes,
I'm saying that
the museums
would be
are magnificent.
PR too.
Well, again, do we want to exploit the children? Personally, I don't think exploiting children is a good idea. And honestly, I don't even want to talk about the kids because I don't think it's a good thing, right? So
I guess
that's not the story to me what they're doing personally. Right?
I'm coming from it from a teacher point of view, going, "Oh God, I wish this little boy would go and see the Constitution. I wish this little boy would go and see the free zoo. I wish this little boy would go and have more than just what I see so far. Which, if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I just, as a teacher, as a mother, as a woman, I just wish that they would take this child. There's another little boy there that's almost AJ's age. Looks like he's a little younger.
Yes.
And and it would just be such a wonderful opportunity. Here they are in the nation's capital. There are free museums. These things are open and absolutely free. There's a free zoo, open and absolutely free. You know what I mean?
I get it. And again, we just don't know what is happening, and we just
So are you still streaming in DC, or are you on a break?
I came yesterday and took a break.
Okay. Yeah,
days.
Okay, no.
There was, I sat out there and there was just nothing really going on, and I needed a break from not having a bathroom and being out there. So.
Oh yeah, stretch your legs, get some exercise. Yeah, no, understand.
I was starting to develop a crick in my neck from sitting in the front seat of the truck.
Oh,
yeah,
I don't know if you guys noticed, but I haven't opened up the rooftop tent out of respect for the park and whatnot. We've been sitting there with the group, but that tent has not opened once down at the park.
Yeah, no, that's actually better. I'm glad that that's not being done.
So
I don't know how these older people are doing this. Let me tell you, I'm older, and
I can tell you how.
How?
Are you ready?
Sure.
Well, Sarah and Ben have the RV.
Gotcha.
Right?
Gotcha.
A number of the older people seem to be a little wiser and have themselves set up where, they're in their makeshift vehicles that aren't like my truck sleeping, sitting up. No, it's not everybody, but a good number of them, the ones that you would be concerned about, actually have pretty good living conversation
Gotcha.
right?
Gotcha.
And Ben and Sarah, they have a bathroom in the RV, right?
I understand.
So that's not everybody is so put out. Some definitely are, and there's also some that go to hotels or whatever they're doing, wherever they're staying, because we see them leave at night and the parking gets a little thin and you have those core vehicles that are staying out there, and then, people come back during the day, right?
Working Trucker says, well, there hasn't been anything going on for months. I'm just reading the chat.
Right. So would you agree with that statement?
Me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So
that's just my
the rallies opinion. That when they say nothing's been happening for months, so we disregard the fact that they put on some rallies. They have been trying to raise awareness. They've been going out and doing, putting the word out, whatnot. So that all gets forgotten in a statement like that.
I don't think it gets forgotten.
Nothing's happened in months.
I think that and I'm going to, Working Trucker, I'm going to take this and just make an assumption. I'm sorry if my assumption is wrong. I think what he's trying...
Hang on, though.
Huh?
You're having to make that assumption. He made a comment that says nothing has happened, and we're having to dissect that and actually think what he's actually trying to say. Why didn't he just fucking say what he really means? But maybe he did say exactly what he really means, and he believes something has happened, which is disingenuous, and that is the truth.
I think
is that he's not being truthful about what has happened over the...
No, I don't think it's truth. I think some people, that's their opinion. He has that right to have that opinion. I'm not making the claim about that opinion. I'm making the claim about it's untrue. To him, it doesn't feel untrue. To him, it's basically, to me, what I'm observing, they're not getting anything done. Now, his definition of what getting done could be different. You don't know. You can't say it's true or not true. It's an opinion.
I think
sure you can.
A lot of great
You're allowed to have an opinion, and I'm allowed to go, your opinion sucks because you haven't faced reality, the truth of the statement that you made. Here's why your opinion is wrong.
Maybe his understanding of what it is different. Of what truth is different.
Then make that statement.
He did. To him, nothing's been going on.
A blanket generality that nothing has happened over the last month, which is, I just stated...
That's his opinion.
Well, what has been going on? Lizzie, give us your... Now give us
I just told you. They've done rallies. They've been trying to build momentum in the movement. That is true. Those are all things that actually happened.
That is true.
It was ineffective. It was ineffective. It didn't draw large crowds. Those are also truths.
Yeah.
Right. So I think he's just giving that side of what he believes statement. I think that he's giving that side. He's just believing that maybe the second part of what your statement was about it being ineffective, maybe that's what he means. I'm not sure.
Wait.
Say what you mean. That's all I'm asking.
Chats are it's very difficult in chat to say everything. It's easier.
Correct.
I mean, that's why
I don't like the chat.
That's why I've jumped in and started talking, because I can't sit there and say everything that I want. Or when I talk in chat, some things come across snarky when I didn't think of them as being snarky. Some things come across, incorrectly when I didn't, again, I'm making an assumption for someone, and we don't know, but we can't also throw that back and say, well, that's untruth. That's not untruth. That's his opinion in the short text that he has. That was his opinion. I think to call everybody and say, well, that's not true. That's not true. That's not true. Everyone has their truth and belief that they believe is true.
Okay, I do have some breaking news.
That doesn't make it.
What?
Breaking news at 9:12 a.m. or 10:12 a.m. It looks like they are at the National Archives, perhaps.
Yeah, they're going to go see the Constitution.
Oh, okay. Well, they're doing something. You're right. I mean, and that's good. I mean, that's what Baby was talking about. While you're there, go see some sights, for the adults as well. So, okay.
Right.
Interesting.
I would prefer if they had AJ
while I
with
sat
them.
there. Okay, you can't have it both ways.
I know.
You know the point I'm going to make.
I know.
Right. People would criticize if the kids were there for the protest.
I know.
There with right?
Totally, as it came out of my mouth, I realized.
I know. And I appreciate that you understand
again,
that,
Again, I'm going to say, I was saying it as a teacher. I was saying it as a parent.
I get where it comes from.
It was coming from a very loving place. It was not coming from a cynical place.
Correct. Remember, again, AJ's been here in D.C., and I know that they've done those things with him.
I understand, and okay. I'm glad to hear that.
Yes. Yeah.
Freebird
they had plenty of time to come in and do those things in months that we've been around D.C.
Making a blanket statement helps nothing. Just brings division and confusion. I agree with you.
Yeah. Right. The idea is to get away from the division that we have in this country that we've all seen, and I know people are aware of it. There's no way, if you're paying attention to this movement, even for the entertainment value, you must be aware of the division between political parties and everything that's been going on in this country for the last 6 years. I know that there's a lot of people who aren't aware of this stuff, but they're also not aware of this movement. They don't watch these live streams. But then I get the emails where people find the live streamers. They see what's going on and they start asking these questions, and they're trying to understand, oh shit, okay, I kind of get it now. Is the reaction that they have. They're being woken up to what's been going on.
Microscope, I'm trying to understand your question, honey. It says, you don't know nothing. Where's the facts, Wizzy? I don't quite understand the question. Could you rewrite that so that I understand that a little better, honey?
You get where I love that you're seeing it too. I don't understand. And people come in my chat on WYSIWYG TV and do the same thing. And I'm like, please guys, read chats. Remember, I'm not you. I don't know, context of where you're coming from on the question. Make it so that I'm an idiot. Help me understand what your concern is. I want to address
you want facts. Where's the proof that AJ has done things? I don't think we're going to get that.
Well,
and you know what?
And who's anybody to demand that?
Right. I was just about to say that. Yeah. I was just about to say, as what Wizzy was talking about, it made me think about the fact of child exploitation, that it's probably better that we don't see that.
I don't think it was a good idea that he had his own channel.
Oh, I think that was awful.
Yeah, I think that was awful too.
And frankly, I didn't like see him getting up on stage. I don't like seeing kids used for political on any side anywhere. I always think it's disgusting because we all know children. They don't come up with these ideas on their own. They learn it from adults.
Only time I think
children need to be children.
The only time I think that it's appropriate is when you end up with a child who has witnessed violence, because at that point they've actually grown up a little bit, and to actually point the child's point of view is sometimes beneficial.
I would agree on that.
Do you understand what I mean?
I would. Yes, I do. I totally do.
And also, I think some children, like, what is it, Dr. King's granddaughter, have a legacy to be holding up, and sure. I feel that that's appropriate.
Up until they supported Trump.
No, because what's her name? One of the King? What's her? Areta? Doesn't she support Trump?
Yeah.
What is her name? She's a cousin.
Al Munson finally said something I fully agree with him on. He says, can we all just be honest and admit America really doesn't care about children? Yes, I agree.
Al, that was a very
1,000%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of children, I truly wish these live streamers would stop putting their kids on their lives. So yeah, we've said that should stop.
Yeah.
We've said that.
Guess who's never put their son on live stream?
You.
Thank you.
In the last 4 months, have they set up any meetings with congressmen or any other office to attempt?
Nope.
Okay. Seems like a wasted opportunity.
Yep.
Not My Name says, and I'm going to read this one. Santa compared this movement to Rosa Parks and MLK, and that has to stop. It is very...
Yeah, that's agreed. That's ridiculous.
Now, I would argue that he's not comparing. He's using what they did to help people understand the civil disobedience and how Rosa Parks was able to change a system.
Oh, yeah.
He's
not comparing him to Rosa Parks.
But how they change...
He's using examples of civil disobedience.
Yes, but we had a comment about this last night. And one of the things that I had pointed out to the fact is that Dr. King, when he brought people to the monument, and he had that large rally of people, they didn't change anything that day. They didn't change anything for a month after. They didn't change because in the end, everything has to be changed through voting, Congress. Nothing's going to... So Santa keeps saying, I'm not leaving until this is changed. Well, dude, you better be ready to be there until November.
Or
Santa's ready to stay there for 3 years. He said, he's ready to stay there for whatever he feels it's going to take time. He's said that before.
He better sit down. You know that guy that sits in front of the White House and has the Black Lives Matter? He better just camp right there with that guy.
I mean,
I know. I talked to a Secret Service officer one night when I was there. Apparently, that man was able to get an open-ended permit that has allowed him to stay there indefinitely, and that's why he hasn't.
Right, they ended that. He's grandfathered in.
Correct.
Yeah,
correct.
He's grandfathered in.
It's a really interesting protest that he's got going on over there.
They changed that, so you can't open-ended anymore.
Yeah, right. Now Al Munson gets back to his craziness. They're happy to do anything. They're willing to do anything so they don't have to go back to work like real Americans.
Well, no. There's a very genuine point in there. At some point,
what is it? Help me understand.
I'm going there. At some point, this does end up looking like a group that just doesn't want to work sometimes. I mean, I'm not saying that that's true. I'm not saying that's wrong. But the optics of that I kind of get where Al is going with that. Because every day
Al says myself and Santa. Now,
I was just
Santa
talking
and
about
I
the
are
group
in
general.
two different positions. I know.
I think
Santa and I are in two different positions. I understand. Many people within that group, or I would say throughout TPC that I spoke to, whether it was nurses, school teachers, people who had lost their jobs to COVID, myself included, can't go back to the 30-year profession that I had. It is not allowed. So for Al to say that is very disrespectful to me, because I want nothing more than to be able to go back to the career, the pension, the life I had.
Casey
There's
Barkley
nothing
Face.
more that I want.
Casey Barkley Face, by the way, that is an interesting name. Regardless of politic views, this movement has not gained support due to live streamers' disrespect to others that do not agree with them. There goes my phone. My message is to support no longer and that the message has been lost. Let me mute myself so you don't get my phone.
It's okay. Casey Barkley, I 100% agree with you. And I understand that argument.
And that has been going on for a while now.
I'm aware of it. And maybe it's because I speak out about that I'm not liked for that.
Yes, and see, that's the problem. Anyone who speaks out against it gets on the outs. I mean, there's been other streamers who have spoken out, and I don't know. It's just frustrating to watch it. And again, it's just my opinion. They're free to do whatever they want. We're just giving our opinion about it.
And one of the weird things that we discussed last night is that the movement's actually become boring. And I think from an outside point of view, I think that some of their supporters are feeling that way too.
And I agree with you.
Don't agree with me. That makes no fun. I'm kidding.
But it's true. But it's true. And you and I had this conversation one day because I said, you support the same ideas in many ways.
Yes.
But yet you're not willing to come out and be one of those people who helps bring in the non-religious portion, or
I don't feel that it would be welcomed. I don't feel that it would be.
And we've had that conversation, and I understand that concern of yours. I don't think that's actually the case, but we saw in TPC, and I was having this conversation with one of the people out at the park day before yesterday, and talking about how during TPC, when you had all the people there at the speedway, that you had these little groups that formed, and that's that separation. Like, not everybody is of this full religious movement. You had the younger group that assembled in the corner that might have been sort of what led off to AFC or the the freedom truckers, and they all had a different idea of how, but they all were on the same boat as we're fighting for freedom. So that happens naturally, and you can't really avoid that. And we even see that happened at 76 Restoration out at Bunker Hill, where you had the religious group and the non-religious group, and they sort of separated themselves naturally because they felt like outsiders to each other. But that's okay. You're going to have that. We're Americans, right? We all have different beliefs, but it's that one common goal that everybody comes together for. It's just that you've lost all the other representation because people have left for whatever reason. And that no longer exists, and it's really just the believers and the non-believers, but they all believe in freedom.
And I think the definition of freedom is so vague.
It's so vague. And who's to say everybody isn't happy with? I love America. I'm glad, I would love to see other countries as well, but I'm grateful for this country and for all those who sacrificed for us. I'm grateful that I live in a country where I can be free. I feel free. I don't feel like I have any constraints on me to not do what I want. I can do whatever I want. So and again, freedom is everybody's own opinion. And of course there's things wrong with the government. But I don't think taking the government away is going to help.
So have you been listening to Santa and hearing what it is that they are fighting?
Yeah, and I completely disagree with it.
Yeah, I mean, to me, freedom is body autonomy too.
Understood, right? And that's one of the things that originally started this was the mandates and bodily autonomy.
So if I went there and said, I'm free and I believe in bodily autonomy and I believe that, women should have their body autonomy. That is not something for this group. And so to say we want freedom,
it actually is. It actually is. But again, yes, and where they find the difference is, and the argument that they will have is that and again, it's
okay. Let me ask you a question.
Abortion is a complex issue, right?
Well, I'm not even talking about just body autonomy. I'm talking also about the ability for someone to decide, I no longer I feel, that I'm not attracted to men, or I'm not attracted to women, or who
and
they
again,
are attracted
to. You won't have that argument. Now, what they would claim, though, and this is a discussion I was having with several people within the group, is that I said the same thing. I said, how can you fight for freedom and then attack people for
their freedom of what they're doing?
And for the people that I was talking to, they bring up this morality and that freedom isn't really freedom of everything. And I'm not going to represent this argument well, because I sort of disagree with it in some ways. But I'm trying to remember the exact term that they used. It's slipping my mind. Natural. It's not natural morality. What is it? It's natural. Sorry, I'm fighting so hard for that.
Natural law?
Yeah, it was something natural. And that
even in that statement, it takes away somebody's freedom.
That was my argument. Is you can't have absolute freedom and
take something away.
Their counter argument is that for moral society to exist, you have to have certain things that aren't free. I disagree. I think freedom, if you're going to have freedom, is freedom across the board.
Well, there lies the problem in their message, is that freedom is subjective to what they have.
Yeah, correct. And again, these are. I personally would love to see that on live stream. I would like to hear a bunch of people sit around and have this discussion. It's something that we don't see. We don't see it from our political leaders. I think that's a problem.
I'm very, just on a side note, I think that it's interesting to see whether this other trucker movement, the one in California, does anything today, or if that was their protest, they've made their point, and now they go back to whatever.
Right. I think they will. They're trying to raise awareness to AB 5 because they know that if it's already passed. Challenged in the Supreme Court. Oh, it did pass?
Yeah.
Supreme Court ruled it was constitutional?
You know what? Hang on. Wait a minute. I don't want to say that.
Because,
let me back up.
Because AB 5 did pass in California.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It passed in California.
Yeah, it passed in California, and it was being challenged in the Supreme Court. New York, New Jersey, all these other states are waiting to see what happens because, they were protecting the gig workers. This was backed by unions, but they're trying to make gig workers employees. And unfortunately, it affects people like me in the film business if I had a job, because technically I'm a gig worker because I'm not employed by these companies, but for a short time. It would affect film workers. It would affect truck drivers. It could affect so many different people who are contracted employees. You know what I mean? And so the truck drivers realize what a fight they have in front of them, and that's why they went out there. But I don't see them staying out there for any period of time. But it was interesting to see how quickly they all came together, because they know what it means to them in the future.
They came together pretty quickly, and they made their point, and they went home. You know what I mean? And that's something that I think Santa doesn't understand about this whole protest thing.
It's a different kind of protest. And whether you agree with it or not, you have to recognize what it takes to have, I know this is a new offshoot of the TPC, but to do that long of a protest, the logistics involved, for instance, the Women's March the other day, they were done and over in a few hours.
Right.
Big deal, right? In fact, there was a lot of day left. Why didn't they stay out there longer?
Because they made their point.
They made their point.
We're going to protest from this time to this time.
I get it. For some reason, TPC...
A protest,
I think
riot...
they thought it would be a couple weeks.
Yeah.
They didn't expect it to go months, right? But here we are.
Well, the truth of the matter is, and Brian has already stated this, and so has Mike, that was one of their mistakes.
Sure. My mistake was agreeing to cover it till the very end. I sort of wish I hadn't made that promise to people. Because,
Well, you guys see it through now. I mean,
the way I feel.
How this thing ends.
Right. I'm we were having this conversation the other night, is those of us who have been covering this movement from the beginning, it's impossible to not look at it differently, because we've seen these same people. Now, obviously, a lot of people have left, but a lot of the same people we've seen for months now. And we've been around them, and, we've made friends with people. Not all, some we've become close with. You can't help that. You have a connection with the group that you're following, and you're around on a regular basis. And so for those of us who have been there, it's different than those who come in and cover the protest for a few days and then go back home, whatever. They don't have the same perspective and the same connection with what's going on.
Can I read something from the chat?
Yeah, absolutely.
One America says, as I've said before, Wizzy has a job. He is a streamer and people pay to watch his content. That's his business. So that's a comment on that. Let me see. The Freebird says, oh, no, I'm sorry. Laura says, the religious side of the movement of rules for freedom, it's their Christian rules. I kind of understand that. Freebird says, the movement will come together big time when people start all feeling oppressed. Al says, so when Wizzy goes home and nobody watches him again, will he get a different job? There's a question for you.
Wizzy goes home. That's interesting.
I think he's asking when this is over, what's your plan?
Right. Well, I'm going to continue live streaming. The one thing even the haters have in common with the people who support is that they all like the content where it's not the political stuff. They like seeing the new places and doing the things which I find interesting. The stuff that I have the most fun doing, I'm going to continue to do. I'm going to continue to live stream.
We planned your life already the other day, so I'm just going to let you know.
Correct.
We planned your life the other day. We decided that you're moving here, and you're going to get a place here somewhere in the Maryland, Virginia area. What was that, Joy? What was our reasoning? And you would become like Penguin 6.
Oh, I think I missed that conversation.
You did, Joy. Well, that was your conversation.
That is interesting.
Yours.
You guys made a lot of assumptions.
No, it wasn't. We were actually saying your praises.
Well, I get that. I do see that. I will not become like Penguin 6. He is wonderful. I like his content, not the type of content that I do. I do plan on coming to the East Coast. I plan on flying back to LA, collecting my stuff, and live streaming and doing stuff as I come back to the East Coast. There's a lot of my private life that I don't share in my live streams, as some of you know that.
That's probably for the best.
And don't. Yeah, don't.
Yeah,
I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think anybody has any need to know any of that. I don't feel as though, but when I started live streaming, I was also working, and I would carry my gear with me to work. And if there was something going on after work that I could go cover, I would go cover. I made a big shift in how I live streamed when I started on February 23rd. I started that live stream at the arena with the convoy leaving Adelanto, and when the convoy started to move, I was like, and I asked the audience, I said, I could leave the live stream up and it'll be in the dashboard and you can watch me drive, or I can just shut it off. And they're like, no, leave it on. And it set this precedent where I basically was live streaming every minute of the convoy I could, up until they stopped for the night or whatnot, because people seemed interested, which created this expectation of me live streaming almost all day long. And so when things slowed down and I didn't live stream, I was getting constant emails. Busy, where are you? Why aren't you live streaming? This expectation had built that I'm like, I'm not covering anything today or this and that. I'm taking the day off. Sometimes I didn't even answer because, I didn't want people to feel that expectation of having that ability to determine when I stream. And I stream when I want to and when I feel like there's something important to show people. And so I'll go back to that, right? But obviously there's an audience that I've made a connection with, and those people who want to be involved, I have a different direction I'm going to take with my live stream. And what I'll tell you is I want people to be more involved, because I feel like it is this Team Wizzy experience. To allow people to help me determine where I head, what events I cover, what they'd like to see, and keep that connection with people going. That's what I want.
Do you think you'll try to?
And I also wanted to mention too that I've never asked for donations.
No, we've all said that.
There was one time, and that came up for the January 6th rally in DC. Before, I forget how far in advance that was, but I did a live stream where I went in and talked to the audience. I said, hey, is this something that you guys want me to cover? And if so, we have to figure out a way to do that, because it's going to be expensive. And we talked about it, and we went. But that's the one time that I've asked for that help.
That was my next question to you. Would you, or do you have plans? Because a lot of the Facebook content creators do have brand deals. They do have sponsorship. Is that something that you will look for in the future to kind of help grow your channel?
I don't know. I weigh that out on a regular basis, and people want merchandise and stuff. That's never been me. I'm sort of conscious about all of that stuff.
It diminishes the integrity, I believe.
That's been my feeling too. I get emails constantly with offers to promote brands and things on my platforms, and I don't do that.
Okay.
I don't suppose if I was doing that type of content, then maybe I would. But for me, you know, I get support from YouTube and Facebook for the ads, right? And it's not a lot, but it helps cover the costs of live streaming and doing things. Because I don't know if you're aware, it does cost me money to go out on the street and do that, whether it's,
of course,
you know.
Oh yeah, of course.
Obviously gas and things like that. But also too is the services cost money and all these things add up, and you know.
There's somebody from the chat who put some One America gave some interesting information. She says, Wizzy, the bill has to be fought first in, I think she's talking about the trucker bill. The bill has to be fought first in the California court, and then California court appeals court, and then it can go back to the Supreme Court. Oh, interesting.
Right. Yeah, it's been challenged in whatever stage that challenge. All of these states are waiting to see if they can implement A5 and get away with it. Ultimately, that court decision will help decide for the other states. Right now, a lot of these trucking companies have pulled out of California because of AB5. And basically, they're able to operate outside of that. If all the states adopt it, or if this is adopted federally, it screws over all those truckers. So they're trying to stop it before that happens.
One of the comments here, none of these streamers will ever have the audience that a sheep farmer in Canada, oh, you have to tell me who the sheep farmer is. Sheep farmer in Canada has. Her content is all about her sheep farm.
Yeah, there's some amazing, that's the beauty of YouTube and these platforms is there are so many interesting people and interesting stories that have the ability to get themselves out there, whereas old Hollywood would never allow those stories or wouldn't find those stories interesting. They brought enough audience and they wouldn't, that's sort of the upside of what YouTube does. And the sheep farmer, I'm sure, is amazing.
Sarah was talking about one about sharks, about a guy who has a theory that we're trying to make sharks nicer than what they really are. I can't remember what it is. And I looked at the website and it's hilarious.
Really? Yeah. It's amazing what people will watch.
One America says, there are streamers out there that make 7 figures a year. I think he wants to be one of them, and good for him if he does.
It would be insane of me to think. Now, put it this way. I've worked in Hollywood for almost 30 years, behind the camera, doing one specific job. I love what I do, right? Now, if I could be successful on YouTube and make a living, provide for my family, have health insurance, and do all those things, doing something I love, why is that a bad thing?
No, you got a job offer. One America, behind the mirror. Let Wizzy know that I'll give him a job if he stays in this region.
What kind of job?
I don't
know. By the way, while I was in California, not able to work and looking for jobs, everything from UPS, FedEx, I was trying to figure out, I don't know anything but filmmaking, right? It's been that long since I've done anything other than filmmaking. I did data entry for an engineering company that built ship parts for the Navy before I transferred fully into filmmaking. I'm like, what do I do? I'm a 50-year-old adult having to start over because I now can't continue doing what I'm doing. What do I do? And I'm starting, I'm classified ads, basically, whether it's, all the normal sources, but Craigslist, seeing what jobs are out there. Everything wanted a vaccination.
Mm.
I was blown away by that.
Well, I think that's in California.
It was, and that's where I was. That's where I was looking for a job because it was clear that I wasn't going to be able to work otherwise. And that was disheartening, right?
We have the sheep farmer's name. Sandy Brock is wonderful. She's a sheep farmer and has a huge audience.
Cool. Right? Who doesn't love sheep?
Not me. Don't love them.
And I'm sure she does great content. You know, I found a guy who does, he's a, oh shit, I can't remember. He flies a paraglider with a motor strapped to his back. Dude does incredible content, and his images are beautiful. There's all kinds of content creators out there that do incredible work, that have massive audiences for a reason, because interesting content.
Oh, well, we have a 1776 is touring DC museums like thousands of other visitors. Yeah, that's what it seems like right now.
Yep.
I mean, good for them. It's better than sitting in a long chair. Some other things on here. One America again says, and I think I missed something of she or he said, basically it's about California making more money off of independent contractors. It is all. It's a money grab for taxes.
And I think it's the push for unionized labor across the board in California. There's been a major push to unionize all workers throughout the state. All the way down to the little independent mom and pop donut shop I was watching before I left.
I have a question for you, Izzy.
Yeah.
And I think you've answered it a little bit before in a message. Here's my question. Okay. Why do you come on BTM? Do you come on just because you come on our Discord? So do you come on to gather intel? Do you come on to just dispute what people are saying about you? Have you found any real value in coming on our Discord? So those are just some general questions.
All right. So I came in here originally. Well, one, I had talked to BTM prior to the Discord opening, but I came in here to give people the ability to confront and discuss the things that were being said in the chat on the BTM live stream. Have I found value in it? Yes. I believe there's value in having the discussion. I believe a number of people have taken the opportunity to get to know me and what I'm about, and have maybe changed their opinion of me. But I also think it's important that, and I've said it before, it's okay to hate me, but hate me because of the truth, not because of something they've been told to hate me. So it's my way of dealing with the negative about what I've been doing for almost 2 years.
Okay. So you come over here. That's great. We like you over here. We talk. But when people go on your channel and disagree, they get blocked. And
They don't all get blocked. They don't all get blocked.
Did you
Some of that has stopped.
Did you block G Abbott?
Actually, no. God Rides a Harley did. And when I found out, we unblocked G Abbott.
Okay, thank you. Because that's my girl, so I got to stick up for her. So, okay,
I understand. I also know what happened, and I don't think it was appropriate, and so that's why G Abbott's back.
Cool. Okay.
So, and just so you understand as well, when you're a mod on a channel, you can't block seeing a specific person's comments to be able to virtually ignore them, right? So Ron and I have had the discussion, and I was honest with him and told him what the issue was, and we've had that discussion, him and I. He's also, just so you know, he's also disappointed that he was blocked over here in this Discord. But I'm not here to fight for him, but he was sending me messages because he got blocked. But I understand.
One America wants to know, I don't get it. Are you people jealous that these people are making money off of something that other people might support and that you don't? No, I don't think so. But I think that it could come off that way. I understand where that would feel that way. I think that BTM is open to something just for a discussion of observation on a social group. We've talked about the fact that we have to expand because, we would like to find other topics. Our Red Squirrel here brought up another topic I don't even know about. Something about a rape in Big Springs. We've talked about the fact that, we would like to expand it beyond this lawn chair group of people sitting. So I understand where you see that, and I'm not discounting what you're saying. I'm just saying is that, no, I don't think that that's the reason. I could be wrong, but I don't think so. Kathy says,
Dr. Justice for, I'm a little behind, but I was just scrolling back through. Dr. Justice for All says, I don't hate women, I just lost respect for them. I would love to hear why. Because, that kind of statement doesn't really mean anything to me.
Oh, by the way, One America, I don't think Red Squirrel is the same as Freedom Squirrel.
One of BCP's 8 kids. That's a sweet name. Hey, Wizzy, why did you lie about the popcorn incident? I didn't lie about the popcorn. You lost a lot of credibility denying that it happened. I didn't deny anything happened. Again, as a journalist, you have to have facts to back up the statements. I didn't lie about anything. You make that claim based on...
What is the popcorn incident? I hate to even ask.
When they say popcorn, they're referring to the gunfire.
Okay. I'm up to
right.
speed.
It was when the vehicle stopped and the people on top of the overpass are throwing paint-filled eggs, which somebody denied, which is hysterical. What the question is what the sound is and where did it come from?
Okay.
And Joy,
right? And
when
there's a lot
popcorn,
of theories.
Go ahead.
What?
I was going to say, just so you understand, when they say popcorn, YouTube has an algorithm that if you start talking in the actual what it is,
popcorn. Okay, I get
right.
you.
It will actually, you'll hit the algorithm with the words.
Okay, I got you there. Okay, cool. Good morning, Gary.
Good morning, y'all. Good morning, Chris. Good morning, panel.
Hi, Gary.
Hey, Gary. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. Thank you. I'm having a good day, actually. I have a question. Do you care if I ask a question real quick, guys?
Go for it, dude.
I wish ladies would stop asking to ask questions. We're all adults, aren't we?
He's just so polite.
Well, I just don't want to interrupt the conversation, but I want to touch base on Graw really quick because I just checked Discord, and if Graw is using that name, he's absolutely not banned on Discord. Did you mean Discord specifically, Chris?
I don't know. He says they totally banned me. These people are using you, is what he said to me. So I don't know. I can't ask, but I've been banned by the very people we don't ban.
I'm looking to see if I see him in here, and I don't see him. I don't see him in any of the comments for a while. So, I mean, maybe that's something that could be looked.
Graw wanted to make sure that you all knew that he banned G. Abbott for the comment that she made about his dog dying. And Abbott actually did apologize, which I felt was heartfelt, that she had gone too far with that. But Graw wanted everybody to know why she got banned. That is why she got banned.
I didn't even know about that, but yeah, I know. I just did a quick check, and if Graw under that name, there's nobody banned by that name, and
it's God Rides a Harley.
Yeah, he's not banned on our Discord, and I sure wouldn't mislead you on that at all.
No, I'm guessing he's banned in the YouTube.
Okay, yeah, and I'm totally not sure about the YouTube thing, but it would seem to me it would be highly unlikely, but we could totally ask BTM about that.
Yeah, I don't think Graw has tried to join the Discord.
Oh, okay.
But
I just responded to the God Rides a Harley earlier in the chat, in the BTM chat.
I don't know. I haven't seen him. I just going off what he texted me. So
interesting.
Mm-hmm. And I got one more, another follow-up question. Like, there's some people on the BTM chat that wants me to ask a certain question, and it's like it's been covered before. It's like, so I'm not even going into it.
What's the question? What's the question? Remember, Gary, here's the thing. Not everybody is around, and it's taken me a while to realize this too, is people can't watch 8 hours of live stream.
Right, they're not watching 24/7.
So you do have to go back and readdress things for people and their concerns, and I get that. And I've actually reminded Santa of that too, because he's like, I've addressed this. I'm like, I know, Santa. I heard it. Some people miss it. That's why we're having to do this.
Okay, and that is true. That is true in some of the cases. In a couple of these particular cases, these are people that are in here all the time, and it's definitely stuff that's been covered. But it has to do with the behavior of some of the people at the movement, and basically they're saying that you support it, and some of them are saying that just everybody there is rapist lovers. I think that's a blanket statement. I think it's unfair to say anybody that, like, I've never met anybody in my life that's a rapist lover. Come the fuck on.
Correct. There's not one single person in there rapist lover. That is just.
And I don't think they've ever met a
we
rapist
had this discussion
lover in their
before.
life.
Conservatives aren't people who go out and say, these are all the things I don't support over and over again because they feel that they have to do that, right? But somebody to assume that because they're not speaking out about it is typically a very progressive idea, and an expectation that doesn't have freedom involved. And also, too, is the argument that people have with these two men that have convictions and level 3 sex offender status is that the argument would require everybody at that camp to agree that what they did was vicious. And I'm not defending anyone. I'm just saying that for argument's sake, the point that these people are making is they don't agree with the beliefs the people there aren't defending what these men did. They have a different understanding of what happened in each of these two cases, and they look at it differently. So making a claim, Gary, help me on this, because I know you know what I'm talking about. There are clearly unexcusable actions that people could take and do that everyone would agree are unexcusable actions.
Absolutely.
Right? The people in camp, including Santa, don't agree that the actions that these men did are those unexcusable actions. Now, we know what the facts are and the charges and the 20 years for Marcus and whatever Frank did, right? They believe that these men are, I guess, innocent of the accusations based on having whatever evidence they have, right? Does that seem clear?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So
I think so.
You know, it's like asking me a question like, so how does it feel to abuse your wife on a nightly basis? Well, one, I don't abuse my wife on a nightly basis, nor do I ever abuse my wife, but you've stated this claim and it automatically has an argument of guilt, right? And that's probably not the best way to those in camp don't feel like these men have done the things that they've been accused of.
Someone asked, Butterfly says, so Santa's judgment is above the law? He is all-knowing?
No, Santa's judgment is not above the law. But if you go back and you watch the live stream, you'll hear what Santa says about that. That is all you can take, is what he says, and understand or hear him with why he's allowed these men to stay in camp. He addresses that specifically. Now, you don't have to agree with him. You don't have to like it, but that is why Santa has allowed them to stay in camp. He answered those questions willingly. And he's talked about why, quote unquote, the mama bears have allowed, and that as the group, they have accepted Frank and Marcus over them.
I also believe in conspiracy theories, so
So you're using that to disrespect people because they believe something different than you, but yet you want me to allow you to believe because it's your opinion. So I don't think that argument works.
They have the right to their own opinion, but facts are facts, Chris.
Facts are facts. And you use the term conspiracy theory as though it's an attack on somebody's belief. Not everything that's a conspiracy theory is untruthful. And we've seen that come about. So I just don't think that you're using this to
I think she's claiming, I think that was one of the claims.
Now, we do have a conviction in one of these cases that Lily Lax is pointing out.
Actually, in both cases, there's convictions. Both men were convicted of something, right? We know Marcus served 20 years. Santa says that this was, according to Marcus, an attack by the ex-wife who framed him for something in order to get the children, or the daughter, or whoever. I don't know the specifics on it. I haven't heard that, nor have I been able to find anything from the courts in the actual facts of the case and whatnot. Nobody's been able to find that for us. We don't know other than what Marcus told Santa and the discussion they had, and then what Santa laid out in the truck that day during the interview in the hot seat, right?
But the gist of what they're getting at, what I'm wanting you to clear up once again, is that here we go again. Do you support that type of behavior?
He's already said no.
Absolutely not.
No, he's already said no.
Why do I even have to say that? Who would support that?
I agree. I don't even know why you would have to say it. I just know they're asking.
And even Santa said the recidivism rate is so high. He knows it. He's seen it through the correctional services, and they know that. With that being said, he doesn't believe that's who Marcus is what he said. So even Santa's not defending a child rapist, even though that's what Marcus has been convicted of. You see the difference in the point? Santa wouldn't support somebody who does that either. He believes that this was an injustice of the court systems. Now, whether I would believe that had I had that discussion or had the same evidence as him, that's not for me to decide. Well, I would have to decide that on my own as well.
But let's say if one of us are friends with, let's say, somebody that goes out and robs a bank. They went out and robbed a bank 10 years ago, and we're friends with them or whatever. It would be a blanket statement for someone to say, "Oh, well, you're a bank robber lover." That's just stupid.
Of course,
in my opinion. It's a blanket statement, and I think it pushes it too far. And I think some of this, and I'm addressing this specifically to some of the BTM chat people, just like I would address it if I was on another chat room somewhere else. I believe this with all my heart. This all or nothing thought process is part of the problem. It's not part of the solution. And that's just my opinion on it. And lots of people disagree, and they're free to disagree, but
Gary, if you found out that one of your friends had done something really heinous, committed some sort of ridiculous crime, would you judge them the same way when you learn that?
Well, I'm a really deep thinker, and I really try to, with anything I come across with people, I really try to dissect it, see what led up to every single thing in the event. I don't just suddenly jump on judging people for a crime until, like, I'm an armchair detective, and I'm not just going to take what somebody says as holy writ. I'm going to look into it. I want to know. I don't even really care in a lot of cases what a court has to say. I care about what I have to say once I find out all the facts. And so, yeah, no, I'm not one of those people that just wants to jump in head foot and start judging people. I want to know. I want to know the details. Now, I haven't looked into these cases or anything like that. There's plenty of other people that are chomping at the bit at that. I've got so many other things in my life to worry about that, you know.
Yeah.
But no, I just don't jump in and start judging people. If somebody's robbed a bank, I want, I'll look into the circumstances behind why they robbed the bank.
Right.
Now, if anybody wants to start jumping my ass, you can just turn around and fuck off immediately, because I'm not supporting this kind of behavior. Let me make that perfectly clear. It's like, so if I even ask questions, then I'm accused of being a supporter of whatever kind of behavior, and that's stupid.
The problem with liberal progressive thinking, in my opinion.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Hell no, you didn't go there.
Well, it is because that's where it comes from. That is where it comes from on a lot of these things.
That does the exact same thing where they make the same assumptions. Don't do that.
Yeah, it happens on both sides.
Yeah.
So
remember we said we were
what I was getting to, Gary?
Liberal, this, left, right, this thing.
Okay. You can shut that down. That's fine. So, Gary, my point that I was making is I didn't know Marcus from Adam when I showed up at the movement, TPC, to cover it. He showed up in Hagerstown with the rest of the Outlaws, right? They had something called Camp Badass. Over time and being around, Marcus is somebody that I would have a conversation with here and there. His dog Fred and Tucker would play. Frank would oftentimes try to sodomize Tucker. It was quite awful, but we all got a laugh out of it, and watching the two of them play was pretty hysterical. And so we'd sit around a campfire, have a discussion. We'd say good morning and stand there and talk while the dogs played, blah, blah, blah. Then Portland arriving just, I forget the town south of Portland that we hit, where we stopped for the night. My phone blows up with all of this information about Marcus being a sex offender. He was quickly removed from, and I was left with this thought, here's this person that I had known for a brief period of time, had conversations with. I wouldn't have known by talking to him or looking at him that that's what he had done. And we didn't know even specifically, we just knew what the charges were and that they're awful charges, right? And so I was left pondering this idea of, what is forgiveness? How do you forgive somebody? Can you forgive somebody? These are all questions that come up. And that's why I asked you, if you had somebody, and Marcus wasn't a close friend, but I found out that one of my closest, dearest friends had done something awful like this, where would I be, right? Where would I be mentally making these judgments, having to make that judgment? For me, with Marcus, I've stopped going near Marcus. I don't talk to Marcus. I don't want anything to do with Marcus. That's my decision. That's what I've done. Obviously, you don't see that necessarily on camera, but that's me personally. I don't want to have anything to do with them. I think it's unforgivable. Absolutely. And I also probably put more trust in the courts that if he went through court and this happened, is there a world where the courts get things wrong? Sure. Is it rare? Yes. So, but for me, I just avoid it. I don't want anything to do.
And that's where I was relaying the conspiracy theory notion, Chris. I wasn't saying that this was a conspiracy theory.
No, I know.
That
I get
people
it.
believe in conspiracy. So for them to believe that it was just a mistake or the courts made a mistake is a lot easier for them to process than the actual crime itself.
I understand. But not everybody who believes in conspiracy theory is necessarily wrong or ignorant.
I guess it all depends on what conspiracy it is.
Well, the term conspiracy theory was also used to debunk fact and reality. That's where that comes from. Just because people seek the truth and try to find it and often buy into things that are easily proven to be not factual. I've talked to some of those people. Talked to one of those people the other day and sat there just baffled with the shit that came out of this man's mouth. But it's just,
Oh, see, now you have
some
me
people
curious.
will believe anything. I'm sorry.
Now you have me curious. What was the conspiracy?
Oh, it was all kinds of stuff. It was conspiracy theories about, the one that baffled me the most was there weren't planes that hit the Twin Towers.
Okay.
That was the one that, come on. You really? Oh, no. They're all fake. It was all filmed by the three-letter agent. No. But, okay.
Yeah, there's mass psychosis where the people that were standing there and saw it happen didn't really see it.
Correct. You could see the planes. It's not... But their ability to overlook certain facts to buy into an idea is tough. But, I just think about myself and how I look at things. The shootings.
The Sandy Hook ones. That these children didn't really exist, that they were all child actors. I actually have a friend who knows some of the people that lived in that community and said it was devastating. So it's...
Correct. Yes, I get it. I get it. And the evidence that they used for some of that was
ridiculous.
Things that like doppelganger photos, basically. I've seen the evidence. I've seen what they, I'm just as curious about people who believe in flat Earth. I want to see why they believe the things they do. I can see how they get hooked on these ideas.
We were talking about that last night.
Yeah,
We were
like
talking
I
about
get
the
how
flat
people
Earth.
are looking for something to explain all phenomenons and the problems of life and whatnot, but yeah, again, there's too many things that also go in the opposite direction that naturally disprove everything. So, yeah, I don't know why people. I'm not a psychologist. I don't understand the human mind, but most of the things are very easily debunked.
Here's a rhetorical question, and this is back to the sex offender issue. What nonprofit organization, what corporation allows sex offenders to kind of be at the top of the organizations? None. They're not
Who's
going
at the top of an organization?
Well, he's up there. I mean, for Santa to want to keep this guy, the bandit guy.
Bandit's not at the top of any organization. Marcus is not
be at the top officially, but he's there in the circle.
He's not.
He led the convoy.
Why do you think he
yesterday?
Is? Okay, if he's not.
Pardon me?
He led the convoy yesterday.
If he's not so important,
say that again.
Tell his ass to go.
I said he led the convoy yesterday. I noticed that as I was watching it.
Led what convoy?
They did a little convoy to where Big D is. I think you missed that yesterday.
Oh, somebody lied. Okay, so I wasn't aware that. So there was a convoy from Bunker Hill that went to wherever D's being held, and that was led by Bandit.
Yes.
Okay. Why do you think Bandit led that?
I just observed it. I could be wrong, so I
don't. Well, no, but why would you think that? Okay, I get that Bandit was the lead vehicle, but why would you imagine Bandit led that?
I have no idea.
I would assume it was because of the type of truck and maybe some lighting that he has on it, and that I don't know who else went, but I would imagine that they chose him for that lead vehicle. It doesn't make him a leader by any means, but okay.
I don't know. I just made an observation. I'm not saying that it makes him a leader. I'm just saying an observation from yesterday.
He drives a truck. Yeah. And
that's a funny looking truck too.
Truck, but I'm just it is. It's a what do you call it? It's like a mini tractor trailer. It's for hot shotting, and it just leaves them open to pull all kinds of different types of loads, whether it's a flatbed or whatnot. But it's a truck that you'll see on the highway quite frequently, and then he's got the big gas tank on it, so he doesn't have to stop fuel very often. It's a common type of truck that you'll see pulling trailers.
Oh, I didn't even know that.
Well, you know,
and also too is sometimes they do it without commercial driver's license. That's one of the things that I learned about that type of trucking is that they're sort of they're like gypsy cabs in New York, right? They can actually have the ability to operate commercially without being commercial drivers.
Here's a thought. You know what? It's almost better he does keep Bandit with this movement, because then we can always throw it back in their face. You have a sex offender, you know. So no, he should keep him there, and you know, the other guy that came, that's wonderful. That's going to help their movement. Yeah.
You're being sarcastic, right?
No, I'm being true, because them keeping the sex offender there shows who they are. It shows where their priorities are.
Oh, you're showing your face today.
And that's Hey, Paul, how's it going?
Pretty good, hanging out. Hey, Lizzie, I haven't seen you in here before.
Chris, Boo Boo Mama is telling me that you asked me a yes or no question. I'm so sorry, because I missed it or something, but she said you asked me a direct yes or no question, and I deflected and did not answer. And then I took the long way around whatever the question is. I've asked her repeatedly, please remind me of what the question is, and I'm not seeing that. Do you remember a question that you asked me a direct yes or no to? Like, I didn't mean to deflect on anything if that's what happened.
I don't remember asking you a yes or no question, and I don't know what she's speaking to. And hi, Paw Patrol. It's nice to see you. I've been in here before, but I don't think I've been in here with you.
If she is referring to the question that you ask about if I had a friend that had done something terrible, was your basic question, could I be friends with them? Is that what, maybe I'm thinking maybe that's what she's thinking of.
No, because I know it's not a yes question. I was asking, how you might deal with that situation.
Let me address
I don't know what she's asking. Yeah.
Let me address that directly, just in case. They're still saying the 1776 group are rapist lover. I just think that's a blanket statement, and you can word it that way if you want, but I disagree. Anyhow, when it comes to if you're friends with somebody, if you're family with somebody, here's the deal. If you love somebody, you cannot turn love off and off like a light switch. And if you can, then it isn't fucking love. Is a person capable of loving another person that has done dastardly things? Absolutely. People are capable of loving others despite what they've done. If you love somebody, you love somebody. And if you can turn it off like that, then you don't know what love is, motherfucker. That's my answer to that question. Yeah. Not you. I'm not calling you a motherfucker. I'm just saying, and I'm not calling them a motherfucker either, but I'm saying to anybody like that, you can't turn love off and on like a light switch. If you can, then you're a fucking robot, or you're not human, or you're a psychopath, I would say. That's my answer to that.
What little I knew of Bandit when that happened, my point is that, I'm not that close to Bandit. I wasn't that close to Bandit, but we had conversations. But the disappointment for me was, how could somebody do whatever those charges were? But for me, it was easy to go, I don't want to be associated with this person at all. But I also felt, for me, that I'm there to cover a story. They make their decisions. The information was passed on to Santa, the facts and the charges and the things with Frank and Marcus, and then they make a decision as to how to deal with those things. I know Friday night when Frank showed up and I learned about Frank and I got the information about Frank, that I had a discussion with Santa passing this information on, and I thought it was going to go a different direction. But then it didn't. So
sorry, I'm not laughing at you.
No, but Santa, again, when he came to my truck and we had over a 2-hour conversation about it, expressed his feelings and where he was at with Frank and Marcus. So I highly recommend that people just go back and watch that and hear what Santa said. I don't think that people understand or heard Santa based on the comments that they make. Now, I understand that people don't. I'm sorry.
I said, I heard his ass sitting there talking. It was so funny how when you were on there with Tony, all of a sudden he wants to come do the interview. That was suspect. He wants to come do the interview. And another thing he said there, and this is off topic, but he made a comment about how, some of the people at camp aren't getting along, and they've made a joke about it. We should get a boxing ring back here and let people just duke it out.
Yeah, so that was about Oreo and I.
Okay, was that? Because I caught that, and that pissed me off.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, that's a backhanded comment. Sorry. That was just my opinion. Okay, I'm going to mute myself now. Sorry.
Yeah, to cover this too real quick, I use the term motherfucker in my daily language every day. It's like
it doesn't
kind of,
offend me, Gary.
well, it's offending some other people. It's kind of like the word bitch. Like when I use that, I don't mean it derogatory to a woman, but like if I go to the Dairy Queen and there's this chick that fixes me a kick-ass ice cream, and I come back out to the car and I'm talking to a buddy of mine, I'll be like, oh my God, that bitch in there fixed me the biggest, best ice cream ever. I love her. Like those are just words I sling out there like they're nothing. So
Gary, that's because people get focused on a single. I'm one of those people who take the entire context of what's being said, and I understand you, right?
Yeah, I believe you. Yeah,
it's something people have a hard time with.
Gare sent me an email or sent me a text because I'm a Christian, and was like, "Please, I don't want to offend you," and that was the sweetest thing in the world. So I totally understand where you're coming from.
Yeah. Oh gosh, thanks for pointing that out. But I meant that. Like I don't even send people messages like that if I don't mean it.
I know, and that I know that completely, and that's why I'm saying you have to just understand that, you know, people have to understand that some people have different languages, and you and I talked about it. It was like no problem, no offending, understand completely.
Yeah, thank you very much. No, I'm not just imagining things, Frosty Ock. There's a lot of drama in these groups, isn't there? I have a real quick question before I bail out of here. It's a non-1776 question for you, Chris. And that, do you follow this cat on YouTube that he's like a prop guy and he makes these kind of pun jokes throughout his little videos? Do you know who I'm talking about?
I don't. What's the name of the channel? If you don't want to say, you can direct message me.
Yeah, I will message you, because I just can't think of it off the top of my head right now. But
yeah, there's so much out there that people, you don't find until you get into the algorithm. Like I watched a video this morning about something called a glass harmonica. It's an ARMONIC, glass harmonica. It was originally invented by Benjamin Franklin, and it's like a bunch of glass bowls. Thing's amazing. Like I clicked on a video about guitars, I think, and now I get this algorithm of all these musical instruments in my YouTube feed. And so it's weird how you find things, but no, I haven't seen this prop guy.
Yeah, okay. I'll send you a message about that. And yeah, the whole whatever that thing is that Benjamin Franklin, the thing that you're talking about, I can't remember what it's called, but
glass
it is amazing.
harmonica.
And,
yeah.
And have you seen the newest images from the James Webb telescope? Have you had a chance to see them?
I have. They're really amazing. It's an incredible device.
Yeah, it is amazing.
It makes the Hubble telescope look like child's play now.
Right? But that's how far what year was the Hubble telescope deployed?
90.
I think
in the 90s.
76. No, Hubble telescope was in 76 or.
No, but then it took a while for the images back, right?
Yeah. Or maybe it was in the it was early 80s, I think.
No, it's 1990.
Okay.
Yeah, and what you're thinking of is Voyager and Voyager 2.
Oh yes, that's right. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
One more question, Chris.
Yes.
That's coming from a viewer.
Yeah.
There's saying, ask why you would talk, let's see, bad about somebody who disagrees with stolen valor and turns a person into DOD to investigate. Do you know anything about that? Ask why he would talk bad about someone who disagrees with stolen valor and turns a person in for DOD.
Oh, who asked that question?
Let's see.
Was that Jeff? Jeff, that would ask
honor
that.
the oath you took is who asked that question.
Yeah.
Okay.
There was a discussion about X-ray in his service. We had verified and looked at X-ray's service way back when, and it's impressive, his service record. And the person who made the claim that they did about stolen valor is, I think, very disrespectful to X-ray and his service, and making claims without actually understanding what he's looking at. So that's why I called. So there is no stolen valor on X-ray's part.
Wizzy, thank you for saying that. I was
my
fighting
last
with
question.
Jeff about that the other night.
Yeah, Jeff says a lot of things he doesn't know anything about.
I know. That's why I'm on it.
And his mouth is his worst enemy.
Absolutely.
And yeah, I was disgusted in the things that I heard and the interaction that I've been hearing him have. Yeah, very disappointed.
Well, thank you for clearing that up.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and thanks for answering the questions, Chris. You have a good day, and everybody on the panel have a good day.
Anytime, Gary.
Bye.
Anytime.
Hey,
Good talking to you as always.
Bye, guys. Bye.
Lizzie, I have a personal question, but it's a lighthearted question, and you don't have to answer this, or if you know it, you could send it to me in private. Have you ever taken the Myers-Briggs personality test? And if so, what are you?
I don't think I have. Is that? No, I don't think I.
Okay, because Telescope and I we're really into those personality tests.
Send me a link to it.
I'll send you a link.
Yeah.
Okay, that was my question.
Is that the one that's like the 4-part graph that puts you in a political sort of category?
No,
that's not that
about
one.
your personality, like your introvert, extrovert. Are you thinking? Are you feeling?
Right.
It's pretty interesting because it's helped me to I took one. I had my husband take one, and I got his personality thing. I was like, oh, that's why he's like that, and that's why I'm like this.
Yeah.
So I'll send you the link on the Discord or whatever.
Yeah. Green Mountain Off-Road Off-Grid says, Wizzy, is it a shame to hit a woman? I don't hit women. I think I'm guessing Green Mountain is referring to what X-Ray did and his hit of the megaphone. Call it what it is. He didn't hit a woman, he hit a megaphone. And I'm just making sure that we're all clear as to what that is. But I would assume that's what Green Mountain is talking about.
Did the woman hit him in the face with the megaphone? Because
I would say no. I would say no. From what I see in the video, she did not hit him with the megaphone.
Yeah.
I mean, it was an unfortunate event, but we can't sit here and say that X-Ray is not.
Did the
aggressive
megaphone
towards
strike his face? I would say yes.
But
yes.
But he was
what I
would
saw
agree to that as well. Yes.
What I saw was
he put his face in front of that megaphone.
Yes, that's what I saw too.
Yeah, that is all truth to me.
Yeah, he kept on getting right in front of her face.
Yeah. Does that now make me an infiltrator?
No.
Isn't that what he said, though?
Well, he's been claiming that for months.
Everything he says, you have to take.
He calls everyone an infiltrator.
Yeah, you have to take with a grain of salt.
Yeah, no, it doesn't bother me, but I tried to help him to understand the claim that he was making about the social media post that was used to get his arrest made. He was not willing to understand how that works. His claim was that it was me making the Twitter post.
Yeah, and he claimed that it was docked, and I'm like, that's just not possible.
No. But again, I've said over and over again, X-Ray needs friends, more than anything.
So he's
what?
So he's still on the run from whatever?
Look, here's the thing. He's not on the run, nor is he necessarily wanted for anything that anyone knows of. There are very good questions about why they came and took his vehicle.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't put myself in a situation until I knew what was going on either. I would sort of disappear and get a lawyer and have somebody who knows how to deal with these situations, if that makes sense. I would also, keep quiet. I also wouldn't be going out and making accusations. I wouldn't be going out and making accusations about things that are just false as well. But that's just me. I don't think that's helping his situation at all. So,
well, what is the situation at the time? I mean,
nobody knows. It's unfortunately because it's between him and law enforcement. Yeah. Law enforcement has an obligation to protect his rights and his privacy. So they're not going, like, as an example, when the officer came out after David was arrested, he came out and he said, David had asked me to come out and requested that I come tell you what's going on. That's because when people are arrested, the group of people shouting, what did he do? What did he do? Have no right to know what he did. Does that make sense? And so David specifically asked the officers to go tell everybody what was going on. He gave them that permission. So either X-Ray has to tell people what's going on or give permission to the police to release that information. And at this point, that hasn't happened.
So all those magazines, like with the mugshots and everything, when they said arrested for this, that, and the other, they had to give permission for that?
No, not at all. But we were having this discussion earlier. Like in California, Los Angeles, LAPD issues what's called a crime alert, a community alert. That's their version of a wanted poster. So, for instance, there was an Antifa member who stabbed somebody on the streets of LA one day, and that person was wanted for that crime. The community alert doesn't get posted until they apprehend that person. And once they do, then they put out the community alert so that they know why this arrest was made based on the charges that LAPD had on that person. And I would imagine this is sort of the same situation where, again, why David Rydell doesn't have the listing on the Maryland case website, because technically he's still wanted for those 3 criminal offenses. They might have gotten put back up when he was taken into custody by DC Metro, but then removed again once DC Metro let him go under the judge that he saw. So they probably took it down off of their website because he's back in that status where he's wanted for those 3 charges. Right. The judge in DC did not release him of the charges in Maryland, just released him of the pickup in DC. Felt that it was unwarranted based on what that judge saw. I'm learning a lot of this stuff as well as you all are. But that's the things that I got from talking to DC Metro, Public Information Office, and Maryland State Troopers at the Barracks North.
Yeah, I'm kind of confused because when there's a person like a person of interest, like the guy shot up the 4th of July thing, they say, well, we're looking for such and such, in connection with the shooting, he looks like this, that, and the other. They're going by this name and that.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I'm kind of confused. I mean,
right.
What the cops?
It's the threat assessment of that person.
If they're actually put out an all-points bulletin.
Correct. There's a threat assessment. Obviously, that person who committed that crime, killing multiple people, is going to do everything they can to get away. It helps them to alert the community to help find that person. For David specifically, he doesn't know he's wanted. It's very easy to pick him without alerting anybody. And it's actually better that they don't, in their mind, alert anybody, because they want to make it easy as possible for them to pick them up. Right? So they're making that threat assessment.
Okay.
What do you think on the permit that Santa is trying to get for the place on the mall? Do you think that's the right thing to do or not?
Well,
so they can get porta potties.
There was a conversation that was had with some construction workers on a project where porta potties dropped off. That permit for the porta potties is not necessarily a difficult process. But Santa did say he didn't feel like he wanted to get a permit to protest. It was his right to protest. But he's now changed that opinion because he wants to be able to get these things out there that require a permit. And I understand where he's going for that. He's doing what he has to do, right?
Right.
Sometimes you got to play the game a little bit.
And another thing is, I don't understand what he actually wants. It's like, I want this, but I also want that, and I want this. I mean, it sounds like he's all over the place. What?
I know. And that's been an argument that a lot of people have had. But he said multiple times what they're after. And it is a really big goal that they have. Number one being they want to limit the size of the federal government. They think the federal government's gotten too big.
Does he realize if we lose federal government that this country will probably go bankrupt? Because all the Republican states get money from the federal government. They don't give the federal government
he's not
money.
Trying to take that away.
Yeah.
Necessarily. I think you're conflating this idea. It's the hold that the federal government has on the states. And the example that he gives is you live in, say, Maryland. You're in Maryland and you live in a state that the core values of that state follow along with your beliefs. But yet the federal government demands that all 50 states apply to these certain rules. And at that point, you can't go to another state that has the values you believe in. Where do you now go? Is what he's saying. The federal government has overreached in his belief, his opinion, and that the states have lost their right to be as states. Oftentimes, like he used the example of Wyoming or Montana that said they weren't going to have a speed limit in their state. And the federal government said, well, you're going to have a speed limit if you want federal funding. Basically, the federal government used its power to dictate how a state is run. That's overreach in David's opinion. That's the example that he used. That's one of the many examples that are out there. That's the first one that comes to my head that I remember him claiming. So it's just the size of the federal government and what its purpose was, and that it was the states that determined their own rules and values and the things that they want has been slowly taken away over time. And he wants to get back to where it's the states that are in control.
Were they ever?
There's obvious things that the federal government does, which it's not doing, which is, patrolling our borders, keeping us a country, right?
Well, I don't see us losing any territory to Mexicans right now. But
nobody makes that claim.
Yeah. Well,
the claim is that the borders are open and we see hundreds of people coming across the border illegally every day, and that's not what the federal government is supposed to be doing.
I'm gonna jump in here and just say I'm gonna step out. See y'all later for a little while.
Okay.
Good talking to you.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Here's a question. Do you think they made a mistake by going down there?
No.
Well, they're constantly having to look for a place to park. They don't have a set where you take a shower or you even use the bathroom anymore.
Yes, they do.
Everything that happens.
Yeah.
I use the bathroom down there all day long.
All those museums have public restrooms.
Yeah, but as long as they're open, you know what I mean?
Correct. As long as they're open, and then after that, if I needed to use the bathroom, I went to a business that was open, and I would go get pizza, use the bathroom, and just because there's no bathroom physically in the mall doesn't mean you can't find a bathroom. People are doing what they have to when they need to use the bathroom.
Well, okay. Not only that, but also, when you and X-Ray were arguing over, did I salute? I mean, or held your hand over your heart, whatever, during the pledge or whatever. All those people, all the tourists and everybody around you are seeing this. You were so oblivious to that you just continue arguing, yelling, and screaming at each other. And there are people in the background just going, what the hell is going on?
Well,
the cops actually describe you as a homeless camp.
Technically, that would be correct.
Well, okay. Then they should complain about it on being compared to a homeless camp when... Right. But anyway, and then you have...
but there is a sort of strong difference. I don't know if you've noticed the cleanliness of everything going on. There's no litter. At least be honest about everything. But in the true meaning of the definition, those people are there camping out on the streets. Nobody sleeps in the park. You also would have to make that...
they sleep in their cars. Kind of worse.
Right, they're sleeping in their vehicles on the city streets. So nobody's pitched tents. Nobody's actually sleeping in the park. There's only one man that I know of that sleeps in the park, and his name is Doug. And Doug has been allowed to sleep in the park for the last 10 months by the United States Park Service.
But also, Santa will complain that people know his plans, but yet he's out there in the open with all these people walking around and jogging around and everything with a megaphone announcing his plans on a live stream. How does that work?
Say that again?
When Santa complains that everybody knows our plans and there's a leak, he's on a megaphone on a live stream.
When did Santa complain that people know their plan? Because I literally listened to Santa tell the plan to the police officers. I've heard Santa tell the plan to, in an evening meeting. So where did Santa complain that people know the plan?
There's been plenty of times when
I don't think so much it was Santa complaining. I think it was a lot of the people on his, or on the platforms chatting about it. I know MAGA Americans.
Yeah,
he's complained about it, but I haven't
complained about what?
Complained about people knowing the plan, or saying they have a lot of secret things that go on behind the scenes. that sort of thing.
But we know that there are secret things that go on behind the scenes because Santa asked for a media blackout so you can talk about what it is they're doing.
Right.
Which isn't a secret.
No, but I think what the issue is now for some people is that, Santa was all about transparency, 100% transparency in the beginning. And of course, I think now what's happened is with the trolls, including myself, we've kind of made it so he feels uncomfortable doing that. So I think that's where that comes into play.
Yeah, but they're in the middle of the mall. I mean, they're in the middle of D.C. where there's all these people around, so it's not going to matter if he doesn't stream or not. Somebody's going to hear it, and they're going to hear the wrong thing. They're going to report it.
Yeah, I agree that it's got to be totally open to the public, no matter if it's said by 2 people or 5 or 10 or 20 or 100. It should be said to everyone, so everyone is on the same page, that everyone knows what's going on.
And X-Ray's been interviewed twice on TV out there. So right now, he's the public face of the convoy. Because everybody's seen him on the interview. They didn't see much of anybody else except him. And then
you're really jumping to you're making a huge assumption just because he was interviewed by a reporter doesn't make him the face of he
that
spoke.
Doesn't matter because the regular person watching the news ain't gonna know that. They're just gonna say,
I get that argument.
Huh?
I get that argument.
Yeah.
But it doesn't make him that. It just
and where he's been arrested, and that's probably in the paper somewhere, and where he's run off, God knows what. That's kind of making things even worse. I mean, it's just making the conflict, making it look like a bunch of bubbling idiots.
I think what X-Ray needs to do is just keep his mouth shut until he finds out. Like when he said, I'm going to have like 500 trucks come in and all that. He didn't have all the facts. You see what I'm saying? All the facts there.
Wizzy, Jack wants to know why you're privy to the secret meetings if you're supposed to be an unbiased journalist.
All of everybody who's there, I haven't seen anybody asked to leave. Now, I don't know if, say, for instance, a mainstream news outlet was there, whether they'd be allowed to stay or not, but it's just that Santa didn't want it broadcast to the internet. I've been able to stay and record and document what's going on. Right? So it's sort of, I suppose that if I had a problem with it, that I would imagine then I would not have the access that I have to be able to document as I've been documenting if I wasn't willing to go along with the media blackout. They also, it's important to note that these discussions have happened on private property. And I don't have a First Amendment right to be there and cover on private property. So for me, I have to weigh out in my head whether I'm willing to give that up, right? Obviously, if there was something that I felt was could prevent something from happening, a danger, whatnot, I would have to speak out about that. But it's sort of like a movie release or a book release, is that journalists are given these advanced copies to be able to put together stories and have, I look at it the same way, is I can be there and be a part of it. Like, for instance, the last one, which was the off camera meeting that they had about coming into DC on the 6th. I wasn't there for that. I didn't know that they were leaving at 2 o'clock in the morning. I didn't know anything about what was going on. So I didn't have the ability to sort of prepare myself into how to cover what was going on. Whereas for the 4 convoys going into DC to block the freeways, I was there for when I talked about that. I recorded them with it. I have it. I have that recording. I knew what was going on, and I then took what I knew and decided how I was going to cover it. In the preparation for this, Santa assigned live streamers to the different groups. I was not assigned a group because I do what I want to do. Mm-hmm. I cover the movement how I want to cover the movement to best show my audience what's going on. That's why I decided the only way I could be 4 places at once was to utilize my other channel, have Bones put together a multi-screen so that you could see all of the different live streamers that were covering the different groups, and then I was going to follow Santa.
Right.
So because I was in that meeting and was allowed to be there and hear what was going on, I then was able to document as best I could.
I absolutely understand the way you're doing things. It's the same reason that I donated to your channel, to Wizzy or to Wyckoff's. I pay to play, so I get it. I understand why you're doing it.
I appreciate the support.
Well, here's something else, right? You talk about threat. Okay, there's 2 known pedophiles that confessed and pled guilty and all that stuff, right? Mm-hmm. Who have been on the parking lot. Why isn't there proper supervision out there? Why are people so testy when you ask them about it? And why are they even allowed to be there when there's this great outcry of, doing things to protect kids from abortion or, trafficking and everything, and you let 2 known sex offenders who pled guilty to their crimes hang out unsupervised in a place where there's a few kids.
I mean, wanted their probation.
Yeah, and it has been found out that there was no such letter given out by the probation officer or whatever about them being okay with this.
Yeah. In fact, the probation officer said no.
Do you think that maybe that should come more to light, and maybe, I'm not saying, totally kick them out, maybe have them hang out in DC where there's no kids if they want to participate, to be fair to them, but, not have them alone with kids that they have committed crimes against.
You've made an awful lot of assumptions, everything you just said, but it's okay.
Well, okay, let's say...
I'm honestly tired of talking about it, so I'm going to step out of that conversation. But I'm here. But I'm going to step out of it because
don't feel you have to avoid the answer. I mean, what do you feel in your gut you would do in that situation?
I
Would you support pedophiles hanging out unsupervised with kids? Why
they're not hanging out unsupervised with kids.
I know that for a fact too, because Hippie Mama stays at the parking lot. Hippie Mama is always there at the parking lot. I haven't seen Hippie Mama at the mall at all. And Wizzy, can you confirm that? Because that's what I see.
Hippie Mama hasn't been to the mall since the fire truck left on the 6th.
Yeah, she's always been at the parking lot.
Well, do you still think that even with somebody there, that there should be pedophiles around kids that they're known to predicate off of?
I'm gonna side with Wizzy on this, because Wizzy's not always there either. But Hippie Mama is, and I consider Hippie Mama trustworthy and everything. I don't think she's the only one there either. But every time there's like Oreo's there filming, it looks like the parking lot is empty, but it's really not empty at all. There's probably 7 or 8 people there that are watching every single solitary move. So, yeah, I'm gonna side.
Well, here's.
Oh, it's
sorry,
all
Paw
right.
Patrol.
Go ahead.
So you're siding with Wizzy, and I agree as well. I think the thing that a lot of you guys fail to realize is unless someone has actually spoken to either a parole officer or a probation officer, we really don't know if either one of those are still on active parole or active probation. And unfortunately, in my view, when a sex offender is no longer on parole or probation, they're no longer forced to abide by whatever rules were placed upon them. So if they want to be around children, they can be around children. It's not against the law, unfortunately. It's just the way
Here's what I'm going to say to this, and this is what we know for sure, is Berkeley County sheriffs have been called multiple times about Frank and Marcus.
Right.
And according to them, they are not breaking any laws being there.
Then they're not on parole or probation.
That is just a fact. That's all it is. It's not me condoning. It's not me agreeing with. It's just the fact. That's all it is.
Yeah.
Okay.
Makes sense to me.
Do you think it's kind of tacky being in the middle?
Listening to you is just like painful.
Why is it
You
painful,
are
man?
such a
Questions
judgy
you need to
person.
start
It is
answering
disgusting.
yourself.
It literally
You
starts
need
with your
to-
question.
Please stop talking over me for a second, please. Okay? You have to start answering these questions, man, because the more you
No, I
stay out
don't.
there, the more people...
No.
He really doesn't.
I have no requirement to answer any question that you throw out there.
Well, okay.
I answer questions because I feel like addressing concerns. Your concerns mean nothing to me because I hear in your questioning that you have these preconceived ideas of what you believe is fact, and you're just wrong. And your questions are loaded, and you're looking for an answer that is not there. So that is why I'm not addressing your question.
You're looking, Bill, it sounds like to me that you're looking for an answer that coincides with your thinking and not coincides with everyone else's thinking.
On something. I'm not actually... I'm asking, well, how does he feel about pointing a camera at a sidewalk for hours on end, asking for donations in between two museums in front of the Capitol, where they could clearly just walk up to those places. They could take a tour of the Capitol right now if they wanted to. All they got to do is go wait in line. But yet, all we see for hour on end is nothing but empty lawn chairs, them cracking some joke about Antifa or something in the background, and just asking for money. How is that fair to anybody?
I don't see Wizzy doing that. I see Wizzy walking around outside, going to places, showing history, and every now and then he'll get in his car.
I'm asking his opinion about how he feels about that kind of footage. I'm not saying he's doing it.
Phil, what do you expect from these people? Have you really taken a hard look at them? None of them are the pillar of health. So,
Yeah.
to get upset about them not doing anything, there's 2 people in their 80s. Everyone else looks to be heavy smokers or overweight. What are you expecting? They're not going to do anything. They never are going to. This is it. This is what they're going to do. And they can't physically do it.
Yeah. Not by themselves. They need numbers. And
They're
they
not
just
going
aren't
to
getting
get
numbers.
It's never going to happen.
Like limit the live streams, please. To, not be like 8 hours of just staring at nothing.
But that's the reality, though. That's what they're doing, and honestly, I think.
I would think Wizzy would have an opinion on that. I'd like to hear it.
Yeah,
my opinion is why don't you get off this Discord and go do something more productive? I think you're not doing enough to be productive.
Hey, buddy, you need to back off right now. My brother's down in the hospital.
It's the same argument that you just had. You don't like what they're doing, and I gave you the same thing back. Look at how upset you're getting.
I got enough problems in my life without somebody like you on the ground that I need to go out there
have an expectation
and sit
of people.
around in a damn parking lot and quit my job or whatever else will be there.
All right.
My point's well taken, apparently. Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Chill. It's okay. We're just having discussions.
I spent all day at the hospital watching my brother get sicker and sicker. And
we understand.
We know, Phil.
Yeah, Phil, we're here for you. We just don't want you to get overexcited or I don't know. I'm just trying to keep the peace.
And Phil, I also think that unfortunately, Santa's kind of the leader, so he's running this show, and
we like the drama
those are his
show.
Voices, those are his voices.
Ask him an opinion. I didn't know he was doing this.
Yeah, but you're attacking. I hear that you are attacking Wizzy right now, and Wizzy, I'm sticking up for you. Yes. And usually I'm
glad you understand what I'm making.
Well, what? It's just going to get worse. The longer they're out there, the more people's going to notice, and there's going to be more and more hard questions they're going to have to answer.
Yeah, and when they come up, then they're going to answer them. But
loaded, baited questions are not questions that get answered, and that is a point that I've made over and over again.
Right, but we don't have
to have a criticism. It's fair to have a criticism and ask a legitimate question. Baited, loaded questions are not legitimate questions, and getting them.
It's a very legitimate question.
Then try asking one.
I did. I asked what you thought about the pedophile thing.
No, you didn't.
Well, then politely decline to answer. You don't have to be rude to Phil.
I did politely decline to answer.
He did.
Okay, well that's good. I didn't hear all that. I just caught on, and I heard you being a little testy with Phil, and
because
let me tell you, if Mallory,
as you heard,
comfortable questions that he don't want to answer, that's fine.
She gonna kick your ass.
Let's all take a deep breath and give each other a big hug and move on. Because we all bleed red and we all breathe the same air. Come on now. So, and it's fixing to rain in Dallas.
I've been listening to this a little bit, and I would just like to say, Phil, the question you ask, what you see TV, is what would he prefer? And he pretty much already stated that if it was up to him, them people wouldn't be there at all. So he answered your question. I mean, you're asking him what he thinks other people should do?
Thank you for recognizing that.
You just said, like, oh my God.
Well, I see Phil in here a lot, and I like the guy. I don't know if he missed that part or not. I'm just trying to clear it up so there ain't no animosity here.
Well, Phil and I are in the same boat. We both have learning disabilities, and sometimes our comments don't make sense sometimes. I know mine don't, but I try to think before I speak.
Okay, I just wanted to say I wasn't hitting on nobody. I was just saying I heard that, and that's sort of what I understood about
it. What I'm saying is we have learning disabilities.
I don't have a learning disability, dude.
Well, I'm sorry.
I've never been in a special class or anything like that. As a matter of fact, before I lost my eyesight, I was a straight A student at my school.
Okay, all right. I know I have learning disabilities. I've been in special ed all my life and everything. So
people got to do it. Sometimes stuff like that happens, no?
Yeah.
It doesn't make you dumb.
No, we're not dumb. I'm not dumb at all.
I
just have
dyslexia, so you know.
Yeah, I'm dyslexic. I have ADD.
But no, I don't. I've never been in like a special ed class or anything like that, or have a learning disability.
Yeah.
But you know,
I mean, I understand why, and it makes sense, right? Because you go to these conferences and
but we can all have patience with each other when we talk.
Yes.
Even if someone is asking us questions that we don't like or we've explained it before, and I was getting a little hot-headed in here earlier too. I guess when I think of Oreo, it sparks that anger in me, and I was thinking earlier, like, I need to calm down about that.
I came in here late for one thing, so I don't know.
Because I don't think she knows that. I think that's from HR.
So if I've repeated some questions that he already answered, I'm sorry about that. I was just curious as to how he feels about it, because it seems like he's drifting more and more away from the movement.
And he answered the question, and I don't think you heard him answer it. And I'm sorry for interfering, but I felt like he was being attacked. I'm sure I'm not the only one.
Man, you got to understand something. Where you're at, if it gets more and more traction, he's going to have to face these kind of questions, and even worse.
Well, right now, it's not there. It's not there, so we got to drop it and move on and ask him, or maybe
it's interesting to me that it's interesting to me that you still haven't understood why I refuse to answer your questions specifically. Do you need me to help you
and
further understand?
I'm not X-ray, man. Don't talk to me like that.
Well,
do you or do you not understand why I don't want to answer your questions as stated?
Do you understand why some of these questions need to be answered, or at least your opinion be given on it?
Again,
like I said, I came here late
because you push this. I will tell you why. Your questions start out as loaded questions that state things that are untrue as the quantifier for your question.
Okay, well, these are the same type of questions I've seen you ask people.
All right, ask me one question.
One question: do you feel that you made a mistake being a part of this?
No, I am not a part. Will you let me answer, please? I said no. I am not a part of. I am covering this movement.
He's a reporter.
But you do go out there and you participate as if you're a part of it.
How?
by going out there and being antagonistic to protesters, by asking them questions
I
that
disagree. I disagree.
It's called material, Phil.
Yes.
Sometimes filmmakers have to create their own material. You can't just expect it to just come to you.
So
I go
Like
out
his
and I ask
name,
you
what you
questions.
see is
You
what
may
you
think
get.
it's antagonistic. You may think it's attacking people. That is your opinion. I'm asking questions of people and challenging ideas. Again, you may not like it, but that's what I'm doing.
Okay, then you shouldn't get
Move.
mad at me when I'm asking the same kind of questions. Then
Questions were loaded, baited questions with preconceived ideas that did not come from fact. Things that you've made up and decided were true for you. And I disagree to answer questions like that.
I just know what I'm presenting on the screen. I haven't made up anything.
Ask me another question. Ask me another question.
Why don't you cover like some of the cooler things like the museums and stuff?
Because I'm there covering that movement.
Well,
by going to the museums, then I'm not there on site if things happen.
Well, okay, if they're doing nothing but sitting there with the camera pointed to empty chairs.
I'm not sitting there with the camera pointed. In fact, I don't live stream 24 hours a day from camp showing nothing.
I've been
coming on at the end of the day. I've been coming on at the end of the day, giving a wrap up of what I saw, what happened. If something pops off, as you might want to say, I will go live and show that. But I do not just sit there with my camera pointed at the group. I sit there and I have conversation with people. And yes, I will point it out at the street while interacting with the audience, answering their questions.
Yes,
those have been the recap. Be honest about what you see. You're making.
Well, in the time between that, why are we not seeing more footage of like, hey, like the big friggin' painting of Washington.
Again, that takes me away from the movement. I'm there to cover the movement. Just answer that question. You didn't like the answer, so you're making assumptions about what I should do, and you don't have the right to tell me what to do.
Well, I understand it, man, but I'm just trying to.
I gave you the answer. Accept it and move on.
I accept it. You don't want to do anything but cover the movement and sit the camera. Okay, that's fine. I mean, that's up to you, man. I mean,
do you have another question you'd like answered?
You should be allowed to at least be criticized on a little bit.
Well, I'm sorry, that makes you seem ridiculous. But okay, do you have another question you'd like answered?
Okay, you just said he was ridiculous. That was uncalled for.
Now, you told me to ask a question, and then you just double back just to reflect off of it. It's not fair.
You made a statement about what you think I should be doing. Look, it was not a question.
I got enough to do. I mean, I just watch this crap to, just release.
You made this claim that you have all these questions that I need to answer because I'll have to answer the tough questions.
Yeah,
I'm here
that's fine, dude. That's fine. That's fine, dude. I'm not getting anywhere because you're just going in a circle. You're feeling combative.
You're not getting what you want.
I'm just going to mute myself or step out. Okay?
All right.
You have a cool day, man, and I hope you have fun. Hope you have fun today. Bye.
Hang in there, buddy, Phil. We're thinking of you.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Wizzy, someone is asking a question. I believe it's geared towards you. With the number of people in all the streamers' chats, why can't 1776 get more people into DC or Bunker Hill?
That's the $1 million question.
Yeah.
You can only speculate as to why people aren't coming out. But there's a lot of things that seem to point to answers as to why that is. But we don't know exactly why. Everybody has a different reason for not doing it or not coming out.
Right, and we can all speculate as to why as well, I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right.
I would say at least this has got everyone talking, you know. Kind of got everybody talking about, you know, other issues, and I think that's kind of what we said last night is it's brought us together.
Yes, I totally agree. And Wizzy, when I talk shit on your stream, it's not towards you, it's towards stuff that I don't agree with, but yeah, it's just out of, I don't know, my opinion. It's nothing against you.
Right. Well, you know, I've pointed it out occasionally where people in the chat make comments and they use you, which to me as the reader means me. And I often want to make sure that it's clarified as to whether they're actually making the comment towards me or towards the movement. The movement is a different entity than myself.
Yes. And usually it's towards the movement, not you.
Get that. I don't always want to make that assumption. And there's been some weird comments that I'm like, wait, me? The movement? Like, and I'll question it on stream.
Yeah. And you don't donate to the people on the mall or anything. You keep that money for your family and yourself, right? Or do you donate to them?
No, it takes care of my expenses.
Okay. All right. You see, that's how you're different than all the other streamers then.
You know.
Because you're not with the group.
Right. There's been a couple times where that has happened. I have asked people not to, but it's happened where somebody has sent me money for someone else. And I do not like that. I do not like being that, you know, middle person to, when it's, I can ask them not to do it. If they do it and it says specifically, like, I don't necessarily have a way to decline that.
Yeah.
And it's not been enough where it would be that drastic to me. But you know, it's happened a couple times.
Yeah. Sarah in the
But never for the People's Convoy at the time that it happened. It wasn't for the People's Convoy that they asked me to give money to. It was a specific person that was on the live stream that, you know, they wanted to help that person that I was talking to, whatever, and they sent money for that person. And fortunately, I had cash in my pocket that I literally took what they sent and gave that person the cash and said, this is from so-and-so. They sent it through my Cash App or whatever at the time.
Okay. Well, Sarah in the comment section asked, what other protest or movements would you be interested in covering?
Honestly, I don't want to cover any more political stuff. I really don't like it.
Yes, you've been doing it for years, I know.
No, just a couple years, and it's been left and right. And
yeah, you covered the BLM, and I saw that.
Right. I'm tired of trying to help people see what's going on because nobody really cares. Very few people pay attention, and you know, I've been assaulted, and what more am I going to show people? They can go back and see the old work and get the same reality without me having to put myself in those positions. Like, why do it? It's not what I find fun.
Yeah,
I like the traveling around and seeing new places. The things that I actually enjoy doing, I would rather do. I want to go to cool festivals and the stuff that's on people's bucket list. Like, if you've got something on your bucket list and you can't go, I want to go and be that camera and give you that experience that hopefully one day you'll do, right? Those are the types of events I want to go to. Whether it's, auto racing and balloon festivals, those are the, but somebody this weekend, there is an event down in Maryland at Ocean City or someplace. There's this bar, I would say it's a redneck bar, that has a boat festival. They do a poker run. It looks like a blast. I wanted to go and live stream that this weekend. But
that sounds fun.
It does sound fun, right? Now, would they let me? I don't know. But if I could go, I would be all over that and go down there and spend the weekend and cover this event. They've got an air show and speedboats and, people partying and having a good time. I want to go hang out at that and live stream that. But I'm not going to, because I'm going to cover the movement, the 76 movement. But those are the types of things I want to do from here on out.
Would you go back to your old job if you had a chance?
Yes.
Okay.
Would I choose to do it someplace other than California? Most definitely. I would most likely go to Atlanta. I'm tired of the state of California.
What about Texas? Would you?
Or Texas? I would be. Texas doesn't have as big a film community right now as Atlanta does. Atlanta is sort of the second Hollywood. And but they both offer the same sort of things. I like the outdoors, fishing, dirt biking, freedom. Texas would be great too. A little warmer in Texas, I think, than Georgia.
Texas is too hot. I'm in Texas. You would hate it here. It's way too hot.
But it's close to the climate of California.
No,
right.
It is not. I promise you.
You also don't get the rain. Working in the rain is really tough, but I can deal with both.
We get rain, like Dallas is fixing to get hit with a severe storm.
Oh yeah. So probably more rain than California, I'm guessing then. At least Southern California, but
oh yes, a lot more. Yeah, we're in the country where it turns from desert to forest where I'm at.
Gotcha.
I mean,
it's a little more mountainous.
No, it's not mountainous at all in Dallas. It's more just small, tiny hills, and that's it. But
we did a motorcycle trip a few years ago, and I remember going through a part of Texas that blew me away. It was extremely beautiful, sort of mountain terrain. I don't remember where off the top of my head it was, but we said
it was probably
incredible camp
down in San Antonio or somewhere down there.
I don't know. Might have been.
It sounds like the San Antonio area. Because right outside of San Antonio is like Bernie, Texas, and what else is down there? I'm trying to think. I'll figure it out in a minute. Let's see. I saw
it's just the hill country. That's probably what he's talking about.
Yes, the hill country.
Yeah, I stay at homes a lot out there. It's beautiful.
Mm-hmm. So, be right back. Oh, no, I'm not going anywhere. Sorry about that.
Wizzy, someone's asking how long you think 1776 is going to remain in DC.
Man, that's a tough one to predict, because that's the big question so many of us have sort of tried to understand. Here's my theory. Based on what I've experienced watching since the 6th, is since the 6th, they started out as about 2 blocks of cars based on the parking situation in those 2 first blocks from 3rd Street to 5th, I guess, whatever it is. It's not even related to 5th. It's to where they're at now, midpoint on that block. They've reduced in size, and I think the police see this, and the city has to make a decision as to whether they're going to allow them to stay or force them to leave. The optics of forcing them to leave when they're small, I think, looks bad on the city. However, if they see the group growing, getting bigger, taking up more of the park, expanding what they're doing, potentially even blocking the street, that would quickly bring an end to the movement in DC. So if they grow, it'll end quicker. If they just exist as they are, they may let them stay as long as they're not impacting the park any worse than what they are. And that could go on for a month, 2 months. Then it becomes a question of, when does David give up? Is he willing to, as a one-man protest, sit in that park and protest for freedom? I believe he has the will to stay there as long as he needs to see some change occur.
Yeah.
I just don't know how change is going to occur with, paper flyers and just sitting around. I mean, people throw those in the trash. Do they not realize that?
And I understand that, and I would imagine that's where most of them end up. I actually kept meaning to sort of check the cans up and down the park from the opposite end to see how many of them have gotten thrown out. David doesn't deny that he and that movement have a giant mountain to move. He's not oblivious to that. He knows what the changes that he's asking for, what they are asking for. Mm-hmm. He's well aware.
Yeah.
So don't think for a second he doesn't know what he's up against.
Oh no, I believe he does, but I don't think he knows how to attain those desires. He doing the same thing over and over again and getting the same result isn't going to get you anywhere.
And I know what that definition is that you used, and he knows that, and he's also said multiple times he is not a professional protester, and he's used this idea that he's not a professional plumber either, but he knows that to live in the house and the stuff has to work. He's got to figure it out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And he will, or he won't, but he's acknowledged that he needs some help, right? He's asked for people to come, but what those people might bring also is some fresh ideas, some new things to try to get people to recognize and get that change, right? I've mentioned to him too that one of the best things they could do is look at some of these old protests and see what people do, see what works, see what doesn't work. Myself and other people who have been around protests, we've seen, I watched the Armenian community in California and Los Angeles get the change they wanted to. Theirs was actually a pretty simple ask. It took them about 2 weeks of real disruption and shutting down streets in an extremely organized manner. They took Sunset Boulevard. They took several blocks of Sunset Boulevard, one block at a time, in the most tactical way I've ever seen anybody do it. And the police basically laid off of them because, one, they were doing such a good job. Two, they weren't attacking, they weren't vandalizing, they actually were keeping the street clean. When they left that several blocks of Sunset, it was cleaner than it had been in months. But
right.
Also, too, is at some point, the police came in and said, "How long are you planning on being here?" They said, "Tonight, we'll be out of here by 8 o'clock." and this was on a Sunday night after they had spent Friday and Saturday on Sunset Boulevard, blocking off the entire street. And sure enough, 8 o'clock, everyone was gone. I was blown away by how quickly they all got out of it. And they organized that all on Instagram.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's how I was able to find it. I found the channels that they were using, and I would basically chase them, for lack of better words, across town as they were determining where they were all going to go. And it was a fascinating protest for 2 weeks. They shut down an entire movie studio.
So what you're saying is, wow. So what you're saying is they used a modern approach versus paper flyers, and they actually got something done. I mean,
very much so. There wasn't a single paper flyer.
Right. So what I'm saying is Santa's way of doing this is highly antiquated. This isn't 1972, and hanging around a lawn is just not going to do it. And I think kind of turning this into from what my perspective is a highly religious movement now has turned. I mean, I think they're failing to realize that the Republicans in a whole aren't necessarily, just because you're conservative doesn't mean you're a Christian, first off. And it doesn't necessarily
David
mean...
knows that. And David's
well,
spoken to that.
Right. Well, then it might be time to kind of start turning in a different direction, because the direction
that doesn't mean he has to, put away his morals and his values.
Yeah,
No.
but preaching about them constantly is not going to, hold on a second. I got to take this call.
And I get that, but David is also aware of the religious aspect of the movement and how people perceive it.
Yeah.
I just find it odd, and maybe it's just me. Maybe I just pick up on this differently, but it always seems like there is this attack, but nobody's like, okay, well, I'm going to come out and I'm going to, be there with you as a non-religious person and represent those who don't have these strong religious beliefs. Nobody's stopping that from happening. There's plenty of people in camp that don't have these strong religious beliefs.
But there are some people that, like, I'll give you an example. Oreo came, attacked you when you didn't put your hand on your heart.
Who cares?
I feel like if someone that wasn't religious and didn't pray with everyone, they were going to get attacked or something,
Well, have they attacked me for that yet? I'm not religious like that. I hang out there. I broadcast it. I show what's going on, but I'm not standing there praying. I'm not,
Yeah.
I respect their right to have that prayer.
Yeah.
But and I would hope other people understand that as well.
When Oreo attacked you, I was going, dude, there were 6 other people that didn't have their hand on their heart, but you're attacking this one person.
If I wore a hat, I probably would have taken off my hat. But they want to judge my patriotism. Okay, that's fine.
That's what I'm seeing too. Oh,
so
I wonder if that's the same Brian B that I'm thinking. Hold on, I saw someone pop in. Okay. I don't think it is.
If we stand there and accuse everyone, that makes us no better than some other groups that demand certain things of others. I almost now don't do it for the simple fact that I have that right as an American.
Yeah.
I'm at a ball game. I have great respect for the national anthem, and there's quite often it brings a tear to my eye to see, the patriotism of people. But to say that I'm, that like, I'll show you, I'll never do it again, just to piss you off.
So
You know,
you have no problem with people like kneeling during the national anthem because they're showing their beliefs, right? Or do you not like people kneeling during the anthem?
that's a great question. And
that would be like freedom of religion, wouldn't it? Or,
well, here's where I say here's what I would say the difference is, which is sort of interesting. Like, you know, they were upset with me for not putting my hand over my heart or saying the Pledge of Allegiance. I didn't kneel in defiance of the Pledge of Allegiance, right?
Yeah.
The reason these athletes knelt during the Pledge of Allegiance was they were protesting something, and it is very different.
There's still
I can't really draw the same conclusions. I disagree with the principle of what they were kneeling for. I don't agree with their argument.
Okay.
That is why I don't like the reason why they were kneeling. Right. I disagree with the premise of that kneeling.
So, do you support like the good Black Lives Matter, like the people that think that there is a problem with race, and I'm a white guy, so I'm just asking white guy to white guy these hard race questions, you know?
Well, why don't you give me a specific question then that we could talk about, rather than, you know,
make it
because I don't know exactly what you're talking about. Like, it's a question.
All right, you were breaking up just then. I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
I just think it needs a more specific to ask me if I agree with something.
Oh, okay. Gosh, so hard to think right now. I've only had like 2 hours of sleep.
It's okay. And no rush. We can come back to it. I just.
All right. Yeah, I need to go outside and smoke, and everyone else's mic is like muted.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to keep you hanging and everything.
No, it's okay. I came in just to originally sort of use my voice rather than my thumbs to reply to the comments. And then people started joining in, and I got away from looking at the comments. Right now, actually, I'm sitting here doing the 16personalities.com questionnaire that Joyce sent me. And I've still not gotten through it. I'm like wondering if it's ever going to end.
My sister uses that thing too for her business because she owns her own pet sitting business in Dallas.
Oh, yeah?
She's owned it since 1994. So that's what she uses for her content.
I think it needs a more specific question. Specific question. It was too broad. Employees to fill this out and look at it, and then she makes a determination on their employment based on how this comes back.
You got to have a certain personality and a certain how can I put this a certain thought process. Like, you got to have common sense and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah.
And that's why she does the personality test. Is she wants the right people to work for her. You know?
Gotcha.
Or work with the dogs because she's a pet sitter and she wants the perfect person for that particular dog or particular cat. or if they want to take care of a snake or a pet squirrel or something. So that's why she uses it.
Some of the questions are interesting, and I feel they're difficult to answer.
Yeah.
And I know that they're designed to find a particular response, but I often, like, it's hard to set aside trying to figure out what they're looking for in an answer. And I'm sitting here trying to answer them as honestly as possible, but like, there's things that I don't even think of. So, you know, I'm really not, I don't know.
No, it's all right. We all have different answers, even if they're wrong.
Sure.
I mean, we're not all the same. We're our faces are totally different. We have different thought processes.
Right.
Some are faster than the others, and then others are just not all there.
Question for you, Chris.
Yeah, who's this?
Oh, good.
What do you think?
Oh,
Jeff.
Jeff.
No, nothing.
Jeff.
Is that your mic that's all static here, or is that mine?
No, I just unmuted it.
Oh, there it is.
Along with the
There you go.
BLM discussion, with your upbringing, your ideologies, and your philosophies that you look at in life,
I'll be right back. I'm going to go smoke.
do you think one life matters more than another life, or does all lives matter equally?
I think there's 360 individuals in this country, and I think everybody is important. With the caveat.
Well, the only reason I ask is that Black Lives Matters pushes Black Lives Matter. We all know that. That's their philosophy. But I don't know the way you were raised. You don't know how I was raised. The way I was raised is, it doesn't matter if your skin is white, pink, red, green, it doesn't matter. All lives matter equally. And unfortunately, today's society has gotten away from that.
Okay, and what is your point?
It was going along the discussion you guys were talking about Black Lives Matters. You asked him to ask a certain question, and he couldn't really think of one. That's why I asked a question about how you thought about the meaning behind Black Lives Matters versus Every Life Matters.
I understand that.
All right, Jeff, I got one for you. Do you think that there's people that are, or should I say, feel marginalized, so they would say stuff like Black Lives Matter, or like save the whales, or save the rainforest, or all that?
Yes.
So then you understand why Black Lives Matter is saying, hey, look at us.
Well, I understand their philosophy and their meaning, but for taking out one particular race and then trying to say, well, we're not racist, is like calling the kettle black.
But they're not saying that, though.
Jeff, do you know the definition of racism?
Yes, I do.
Okay, well, racism is judging another based on the color of their skin, correct?
Yes.
So how is having a movement saying Black Lives Matter judging others based on their skin color? They feel oppressed, and they're simply trying, they're being provocative, right? They're doing this for a reason. They say Black Lives Matter for a reason. It's to be provocative. It's to get people's attention, because I think a lot of white people, and I'm just basing this off of people that I know, and I am white as well, don't really understand the lives of Black people in our nation.
No, I
And
understand the lives
so
of
Black
black.
Lives Matter is a provocative statement to get people's attention. That's it. They're not racist towards another. There might be some racist in the group, but in a whole, that's not their premise. That's not why they're doing that or saying that.
I understand that, and every race, believe it or not, has racism in it. That's just
Right.
human nature. But at the same time, a lot of it depends on what you look at as life and how you treat people you come across every single day in your life. Some people choose to be racist. Some people choose to treat people the way they would want to be treated, which is very simply with respect. Respect goes a long way over racism.
Respect is earned. I don't know. I don't understand this whole respect thing. Respect is earned. You don't just give respect or get respect just because you're a fellow human being. I mean, there's respect on all different levels too. And I think a lot of people feel disrespected for a lot of different reasons. Everything is subjective.
Yeah, I understand that. And for people who are in the military, respect a very huge thing because it goes both ways. You give respect to get respect. If I go around and calling somebody a name because of their race, I can't expect them to show me the respect back that I wish I had to begin with. Only way I can get that is if I respect them as an individual. Not because of the skin or their color, but because of who they are.
Right, but usually you don't know who people are when you don't know them personally. And that's where racism comes into play because most people judge people by their outer appearance. They don't judge them by their character. You don't know people walking down the street, do you?
You get to know them. And I know you're a big believer in not having old sayings, but there is an old saying that says, don't judge a book by its cover. Get to know the person, not because of the color of their skin, but who they really are. And that's how you fix the division that of reputation. Because people don't take time to get to know the person. They do a judgment call. Okay, that person's black, he's a criminal. Or that person's Mexican, he's a criminal. But they don't get to know the person. Just because they're that color, that does not mean they're a criminal. That's when you sit down and you find common ground. You'd be surprised how many people have common ground with each other that they don't even know about. And once they find that common ground, then they realize, wait a minute, I misjudged this person. He's not a criminal. He's out there working his ass off for his family. Now they got to start all over from scratch from day one, trying to get that respect that they've already blown. That's what's society.
Well, there, you gotta at least try to, be on the level playing ground, I guess. But I don't know, man. Wizzy left. I guess I pissed him off too much. And I like I said, I came in late, so I didn't know what was asked and what wasn't asked. So, I took my licks. But when it comes to the thing is with the Black Lives Matter thing, when they say all lives matter, they do that to diminish what Black Lives Matter means. They want to be able to, hey, if I get pulled over, I don't have to worry about being curb stomped to death, That's what that means. It's not, oh, I should never get pulled over. It's saying, hey, I shouldn't have to worry about a cop trying to holding a knee on my throat until I die.
And that's why the cops should be held accountable for their actions.
Yeah, and they don't see it that way. They see cops as like it's a folk hero, the Andy Griffith kind of cop. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, it's like when I'm in the military, I took an oath. That oath did not specifically say one group of people or another. It said for all people to protect the Constitution.
Yeah.
There was no set white people, black people, Mexican people. It was for everybody.
Well, guess what? We got like we're getting a crack a little bit called Santa is actually going to go see the Constitution today. One of the original copies, which is with walking distance of him.
Smithsonian Institute.
Yeah. Well, the National yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Jeff, you're referring to the Constitution and we the people, but you do know that black people were not free at that time. So essentially, and a good portion of our founding fathers were slave owners. Essentially, they were not talking about black people. And if you don't see that, I don't know what to say, but saying that no one was created equal in that. I mean, women couldn't do anything. Do you know all the chores that women had in the early 1800s? Staying home for about 16 hours of the day doing hard labor while the men were out doing God knows what, because that was a woman's duty. I mean, women weren't allowed to do anything back then. Neither were black people. So to say that everything, black people should just look at the Constitution. Well, their ancestors weren't free.
Yeah, they're 3/5 of a person, according to the Constitution.
Yeah.
See this question, Abbott. Do you realize who the very first slave owner was?
In our country?
Period.
In the entire, from the beginning of time?
Yeah.
I'm not sure. I'd have to look into that one.
It was a black man.
Well, okay, I understand. And there were also black slave traders, and you're taking it out of context. What I'm saying is that
I'm looking at what it is.
Right. Well, but I'm talking
men
about
had slaves.
slavery in our country. Black men had slaves. Black men sold slaves. They were essentially, well, yeah, they were in survival mode of some sort, I'm guessing, or they just didn't give a shit. I don't know which one it was.
All people see is white man had slaves, but the very first slave owner was a black man.
Right. Well, the black man wasn't ruling anything. The black man wasn't a founding father. The black man didn't create any laws, did he?
Whether he created the law or not doesn't matter.
Well,
slavery started by a black man, not a white man. Yes, we had slaves as white men prior to Abraham Lincoln abolishing slavery.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
that's
but
common sense.
Yeah, but
that still doesn't take
every one of them slaves that were released were also given land to do whatever they wanted to do to make their family survive. Every one of them.
Really?
Yes.
Did you know that there was
10 acres?
Know about the female slave that was still enslaved up until the late 1960s because she had no clue that she was free?
Do you know there's more white slaves right now than there's black slaves?
In the entire world?
Yeah.
Where?
Every single major corporation.
Good one, Jeff.
Think about it.
You volunteer to work for that company. No, you're not a slave.
You volunteered to be a slave.
That's not slavery. That's called volunteering.
It's still slavery.
No, slavery is when you are forced into doing something for no pay. Someone that works for a large corporation that hates their job is a volunteer who gets paid to do it. So actually, essentially, they're not. How? With what? A couple coins a year? They paid.
I don't know. I wasn't living.
Were they compensated for that? Were they compensated according to the work that they did? Or are you referring to indentured servants? Because an indentured servant was paid. A slave was not paid.
Slaves were paid. I don't know how much.
Or are you saying that them being taken care of by their slave owners was being paid? Which one is it?
Some people would say yes, because they had a roof over their head and they had food on the table. That's part of their pay compensation. That's just like a prisoner who's in jail, making license plates, has three free meals a day, and a roof over their head. They're being
also paid a wage to do that.
As slaves did not commit a crime, Jeff.
And plus they're paid a wage to do that. So
on top of the free meals and the
they're paid a wage. It's a very low wage, but it's a wage nonetheless.
Actually, part of that wage goes back to the jail so they can pay for them being there.
Yeah, that's the point of it. So they can earn some money, so they can go get the amenities like cigarettes or something like that. And
Yeah, it's
Oh
called
no, they
Convoy.
charge the prisoners to stay in that prison. That's all become a company. It's all big marketing. Why do you think they want everybody in prison? They get paid for them to be there.
Prisoners make about $1.50 an hour if they have a job that pays them. Most prisons don't even participate in those programs anymore. And they also don't smoke cigarettes anymore either. They have electronic cigs. So
sorry.
most of them. I mean, there might be a couple that let them smoke, but that's few and far between because prisons are privately. Yeah, well, prisons are privately held companies now. They're not, run by the state. So that would probably be why. I'm not sure. But to compare a person that's committed a crime, has been convicted and sent to prison, and they make money to a slave is diminishing the entire experience of a black person in this country.
Oh, who said anything about what color they were?
The slaves of America were black. I mean, of course there were Irish slaves in the beginning, but we're talking about black slavery, are we not?
In America.
Slavery in general. It doesn't mean it
We're not talking about slavery in general, Jeff.
Slavery is slavery.
We're talking about
slavery. We're not
the
talking
black experience in America. You brought up Black Lives Matter. I don't know about you, but I've heard all kinds of stories about my great-grandparents and their parents. In fact, my father is a genealogy expert. My family's from Iceland, and I've heard all about their experiences there in Iceland and here in America, in Minnesota. So I'm pretty sure, let me finish my argument. I'm pretty sure that black people have also been privy to the experiences of their ancestors. And so if my ancestors were enslaved and I was privy to it might not be documented on paper, but just family stories, I'd be pretty upset still. Especially the way black people are continued to be treated in this country. I've suggested Dr. Rashad Ritchie to you guys to watch. He is on The Young Turks. He has his own show called Indisputable. I highly suggest watching him. He has clips on a daily basis, almost multiple times a day, of black people being treated like absolute shit in this country. So to say that they're not treated... They're stereotyped by a lot of people, Karens and Darrens especially, and that's what my biggest problem is with this. One of my big problems with the 1776ers is that they are Karens and Darrens. They're the epitome of a Karen or a Darren. Yet they can commit crimes, they can do all kinds of stuff, and they're good moral people. It makes no sense. I've seen so many people in the chats talking about George Floyd and how he deserved to die because he was a drug addict and a criminal. Yet these people can also commit crimes and walk away and be fine.
He deserved to go to jail for breaking a crime, but he didn't deserve to die.
Well, that's the other problem with this country. Who in the world really deserves to go to jail for giving somebody a $20 counterfeit bill? I mean, that's absolutely absurd as well. And, a lot of the people
do the time.
Okay, well, a lot of black people that are in jail are in crime for marijuana charges. I think that's absolutely absurd too.
I agree, because they get slapped harder than somebody who commits murder.
And it has to do, and it also has to do with poverty. There are a lot of poor white people who are in jail as well, because of their condition and where they've come from, and they're supplied with.
They choose their path. It has nothing to do with poverty. They chose their path.
Jeff? Did you know only 4% of people who are born into poverty will get out of it? 4%.
Less than that.
What?
It's less than that.
No, it's not. It's 4%. 4% of people that are born into poverty will get out of it. 18% of people. 18% of people
commit crimes.
Well, I didn't say all poor people commit crimes. I said the poor people who do commit crimes have a lesser chance of getting off or getting a lighter sentence.
Poor or rich. If they want to commit the crime, they're going to commit the crime.
Right, but money is, if you don't have money to pay for a good attorney, you're going to get a public defender. Public defenders, we've talked about this before, they have a caseload you couldn't even imagine. And it's not that they don't care, it's that they just don't have the mental capacity to handle the cases in the way that they should be handled. And
it's just overwhelming them.
They're just trying to get their name out there, starting off right out of law school. That's why they're a public defender.
Yeah, but it's not that they're dumb or incapable
No, they're
of doing
not
the
dumb.
job. It's just that there's so much thrown at them at a time. It's really overwhelming, and sometimes it leads to getting.
Well, you can only do so much as one person when you're dealing with 300 cases on a daily basis.
Yeah, that's what she's saying, dude. You got it right there. Perfect.
And unfortunately, a lot of those cases don't get handled the right way because of the overwhelming factors against them.
Yes,
That's what I was saying.
And when you incarcerate more black people than white people, and black people don't have as much money, well, what kind of attorney do you think they're going to get? A public defender, right?
But what does the color of skin have to do whether or not they commit a crime or not?
Because a lot of laws are skewed to that. You know what I mean?
Especially the marijuana laws.
Yeah, the marijuana.
Those are going away because every state's saying marijuana is legal now.
Well, not on the federal.
Not in our state.
A lot of them have.
It's not in Missouri yet.
Give it time; it'll get there. States are doing it every year.
I understand that, Jeff, but what you see is something crazy like, why are they arresting that dude for having a bud, right? Well, they're still going to arrest them and put them in prison, which keeps them from having a job, which keeps them from advancing. It might even keep them from getting a promotion somewhere because of a background check. You know what I mean?
I disagree. I can show you quite a few black men that have very high honored degrees that are out there working. They chose not to go to the life of crime.
Yeah, he's not saying that all black people are poor. That's not what he said. What it is that, and I talked about this before too. My dad will straight up tell me, and like I said, when I was growing up, I had no clue my dad was racist. But because he's a Trumper, he will straight up tell me that black people deserve to be profiled by the police. If you haven't watched any of these First Amendment audits or any of the cop. Okay, well, then you should know black people are profiled by police, point blank, because of the color of their skin.
And I've said that the police department profiles each race.
Right. So essentially, it's a stop and frisk. It essentially turns into a stop and frisk in a lot of situations, and they find something, and then that person goes to. They're not actively committing a crime against another person. These are non-violent offenses for the most part. Drug deal is a non-violent offense. Carrying marijuana is a non-violent offense, or any other drug for that matter. So to throw all these people in jail for these petty crimes is the issue that Black Lives Matter has for being so flagrant with a gun and shooting someone when there probably could have been a safer pathway is also why Black Lives Matter is what they are, because of the way they have been treated.
Started on cops and guns because I'd surprise you with how I think about that one.
You probably would surprise me.
Because a gun for law enforcement is supposed to be used as a last resort, not the first.
Right. Well, unfortunately, there's a culture now where it's
go to the last resort. They go.
Well, because most cops have acquired immunity, and so they feel like they can get away with it.
That's the biggest problem is this qualified immunity. It needs to go away. These cops need to be held responsible for their own actions, just like they would hold us responsible.
Absolutely. Well, that is what BLM and Antifa are trying to create change for. And, people get pissed off, all the 1776ers get pissed off at all the people that are destructing this and that. They're trying to create change, whether that be disruptive or not. It is a lot of kids, and I think they don't really know how to that sometimes. So it comes out in a violent way, but they're not being violent towards people. I mean, how many people have actually been killed or hurt by any of those groups going out and marching?
That's right.
Yeah.
There was no reason for him to smack that woman's megaphone. That was violent.
Right. Wait a minute. Where are we going now?
X-ray. I don't know what you're talking about, but you kind of went on a different level there. But X-ray.
How many people should have violence towards them? And I said X-ray because that's what he did.
I don't think X-ray should have violence towards him. I think
he turned to violence.
Well, that's because X-Ray is self-medicating with something that is making him fly off the handle and not be able to regulate his emotions.
And apparently,
X-Ray also
and apparently
women.
it is a sticky question with Wizzy in the movement. So it's kind of something they don't want to.
But you got to look at, why is it that we have the separation of the morals we have with different races?
Well, what? No.
Think about it, Bill. Why is it there?
So you're saying a black person has a different moral conduct than a white person?
Why would a black man think a white person is against him, or a white man think a black person's against him, or a Mexican person? Why?
Because a cop will pull them over and choke them to death, dude.
I'm not talking about the police. I'm talking about general population.
Because
Sorry, Jeff, are you talking about right now, this year, or are you just talking about in general?
I'm talking the last 20 years, if not more. Why would people still have that feeling that a black man is inferior to a white man, or a Mexican is inferior to a black man or a white man? Why?
Okay, well, what has happened within the last 20 or more years that's been different than anything else in the human existence? The internet.
No,
internet.
No, it has nothing to do with the internet. It has to do with the upbringing. If you have
it has to do.
Hang on a minute, Evan. Let me finish. If you have parents that believe a white man is inferior to a black man because of what's happened in the past, they're going to teach that to their kids.
Right.
And those are going to grow up, become parents, and teach that to their kids instead of breaking that chain and saying, you know what, we're equal. Until he proves otherwise, we're equal.
Those people don't care about that.
But they should. That's the biggest problem, the biggest divide.
And that's why the but they're never going to.
So what if he's a black man? Until he proves otherwise, he can't be trusted. You have to trust him.
That's the problem with the 1776 movement
That's
in a
the
whole.
Problem with society as a whole.
Not my society. The people that I talk to and convene with and are friends with have similar views. I would never be friends with any of those people because their views do not align with mine, and that's the same way that they feel as well. That's the issue.
Are you talking about the 1776 people or the different race people?
No, the 1776 people. They're too close-minded for me.
I want to get that
Well,
clear.
yeah, they're too close-minded for me. They condemn Black Lives Matter, yet they really don't know what for every corporation's going to have sticky fingers. And there is in 1776 as well. So there's going to be sticky fingers everywhere when it comes to finances. I don't even pay attention to that aspect. What?
Who's the biggest criminal in society when it comes to companies? Who's the biggest thief?
What are you talking about?
You were bringing up an idea, and I asked you, who do you think the biggest thief is when it comes to the industries?
Who's the biggest criminal?
Yeah.
I would presume it would be the CEO.
No. I'm talking about the employees. Who's the biggest thief?
The biggest thief? I have no idea.
White people.
Well, how many white people work at large corporations versus black people, Jeff? It's the same. It goes both ways.
I've worked in industries where it's been 50-50, and the biggest thieves were white people.
Right. That's called white-collar crime.
Oh, it doesn't matter. It's just a pin, or it's just a candy bar.
Well, that's what we're talking about, Jeff. That's how a lot of white people think. That's called, what is that called? It's called privilege. Just like when Santa... No, they're not privileged. It's privilege is an ideology. Santa has the same ideology. Well, I'm not trying to make it a title or be a leftist or any of that. I'm just simply saying, just like Santa has the ideology that he has some sort of privilege, and I don't know why he thinks that in regards to his arrest and the reasoning behind it and why he doesn't think he should have been arrested. It doesn't matter. You were breaking a traffic law, and that is what happens. And that's what these people fail to realize. It doesn't matter if you're white, It doesn't matter if you're a Christian. It doesn't matter if you believe in whatever you believe in. If you do something wrong, you are caught, you must pay the price. There are consequences. So that is when I refer to privilege, is when people don't think that for whatever reason, they don't deserve that consequence. That is privilege.
And you know how many courts I've been in when somebody says, well, I didn't realize I was breaking the law. You know what the judge's response is? Ignorance of the law doesn't matter.
Right. It's not an excuse.
Exactly. And a lot of people use that as an excuse, and the judge will remind them, ignorance of the law is no excuse. You should know the laws. If you go to a new state, you should know what those laws in that state are.
Absolutely. That's your duty as a citizen.
Yes. And you'd be surprised how many people don't do that, break the law, and the judge tells them, ignorance of the law is no excuse.
Oh no, I'm not surprised. That's why I watched 1776, because nothing surprises me now, and it's just entertaining.
That's like this case with Santa. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. He broke.
Well, no, he wasn't. No, but he wasn't ignorant of the law. He knew exactly what the law was.
That's what makes it
he
worse.
researched it before he did it.
He knew what the law was and still broke it.
Right. And that's when it goes back to the whole religious thing too, as with them as well, as they're okay with some committing crimes but not others. But in the eyes of God, sin is sin is sin. It doesn't matter. We're all born sinners. We're all going to die sinners. If you repent, of course, based on what you believe, but if you believe in God at all, that's the problem with them. They don't understand. There are other people in this world that don't believe the same way. They're never going to, and that's okay.
I understand. That's their choice.
Well,
Right, it's their choice.
It's like they're saying they're fighting for freedoms. My biggest question is, what freedoms? What freedoms have we lost?
We haven't lost
none.
any freedoms.
Exactly. So what are they fighting for?
They don't. I don't think they really know.
They're fighting for donations.
Exactly. Yeah. This is all a scam. I don't know why you guys have not caught on yet, and I think you have maybe, but
I have.
Yeah, Phil. All of this is a scam. This, I keep reverting back to. People are giving me shit on the chat last night about donating. I donated so I could stay and talk and troll. I'm not donating because I like these people. The money's not going to anything except for maybe some gas or a hotel room. Who cares? It's not going to legislation. It's not going to lobbyists. It's not going to any of that. It's not helping their movement. I'm doing it so I can stay and play. And that's the same reason all of them are still doing this. It's because it's better than sitting at home collecting a social security check for $1,000 and being miserable. That's why they're doing it.
Well, man, I know the feeling. I'm there.
Here's the funny part. You're right. Santa talked to the cops because they were talking. But cops aren't there to be your friends. They fish. They look for reasons to arrest you.
Absolutely.
They'll come up and be buddy-buddy with you, but the entire time they're being buddy-buddy with you, they're looking how they can ham you up.
Right, but Santa thinks that they're being buddy-buddy with him and that they're being genuine. And that's what I was trying to say is we can sit here and say Santa knows everything like WYSIWYG was talking about. Santa's well aware. Santa's not as smart as you're giving him credit for, first of all. He really isn't. A smart man, and I'm not trying to knock anybody here, but I personally would not follow someone who is overweight and smokes constantly and is sucking on a vape like a pacifier. Personally, in my opinion. If I was, first of all, I'm a leader, not a follower, so I would actually probably be the leader more than anything. I take care of my body, I take care of my soul, I take care of my mind. When you have a balance like that, that's when you're going to get people there. People aren't coming to DC because he isn't a true leader. He doesn't know what he's doing, and the people that have logical thinking probably know that. It's these people who need someone to lead them because they don't have that, they have a longing in their life to belong. That's why those people are there. Hands down, that's it. They're never going to create change. Change starts with...
He's not a leader.
Yeah, Santa said he's not a leader, but it's his organization, it's his money, it's his this, it's his that. He wants to talk about his ex-wife constantly. He's obsessed with her. The whole thing is weird.
Yeah, but
Jerry Springer extended.
Right, yeah, Elite Trucking just brought up a good point. Now he's smoking cigars like Oreo on camera, Big Chief. And exactly, he's, ever since he's gotten this cash, these tens of thousands of dollars, has nobody, picked up on the change in attitude from Santa? Before he was real, conservative and a little bit more careful with his words. Now he's just sitting back in a chair with a big old stogie in his mouth, just acting like he's the king.
Well, yeah, but they don't like when you press about that. I mean, we obviously want.
I know, that's why I get blocked, and that's also why I pay people
That's
to.
why I got. That's why I
be
got
on their
like totally. That's why I got totally squashed by Wizzy when I asked him about the pedophile things. Like, hey, they don't want to. They don't want to face it.
Right.
Well,
yeah.
See, that one I don't understand, because parole officers won't talk about a case because that puts their job in jeopardy. And sex offenders have to register in every state they're in.
Yeah.
Once they register, there is a set of guidelines that they have to follow as a registered sex offender.
Right, but that does not.
A 3-day before you have to register.
Right, but registering, if you aren't on parole or probation, like active parole, I don't mean being paroled.
Well, one is
and
until
then
2026.
He's on parole until 2026?
Yep.
So why isn't his parole officer calling the cops on him then?
Good question.
That's what I'm saying. I tried to research that and I couldn't find anything about his parole. So I that's why I was
And
a
one
little
of them,
confused as to
from
how
what
people
I
do that.
understand, is a class 3, which means they got to register for life. And that's
Right,
a
but
felony.
registering doesn't negate you from being around a child once you're off parole or probation.
It depends on what that
you're
registry requirements are.
the registry requirements are that you're registered. Once you're off of parole or probation, you don't have to stay away from kids.
No.
That's what I've been trying to explain to
It
you.
depends on state to state. It all depends on state to state. Some states, when you register as a sex offender, they give you guidelines that you're expected to follow as a registered sex offender. And in some states, one of those is staying away from kids, not living around school zones.
Then that would create an impossible world for that sex offender, would it not? How would they be able to work, travel?
Just like anybody else would. But their biggest one is not to live around school zones.
Right, they can't. Right, of course they can't. They have to live what it was 100 or 1,000 feet or whatever away from.
It varies from state to state.
It varies from state to state. I understand that, but what I'm saying is
it's guidelines they have to follow, or they get picked up.
So West Virginia is more of a haven for them then.
I don't know. I'd have to pull up what West Virginia's guidelines are, if they even have any.
Yeah, I didn't realize there was a haven state for pedophiles.
I didn't think there was, because it's a heinous crime against a child.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, I agree. I wouldn't let those people around. Like, that's the other thing is, some people are like, well, let the parents make their own decisions. Well, then why do we have CPS?
Yeah.
If we're just going to let parents make all their own decisions, then what is the point of us even, coming to their door and trying to figure out what's going on in a situation with the child then?
So they can take your kids and put them in foster care and have them get molested, raped, and addicted to drugs.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't have my kids anywhere near those. I wouldn't have my kids anywhere near anyone in the 1776 RM
I
at all.
wouldn't have my kids around a known child predator, no. They'd be like, oh, hell no, we're out of here.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if they served their time. Just because they served their time doesn't mean they won't offend again.
Right, well, sex offenders are the most repeat offenders out of any crime that you can commit.
Well, there's a website channel I watch called CCP.
Mm-hmm.
There's a guy in Colorado that goes around the state nailing sex predators.
Yeah, I've seen it.
And that man has got over 200 arrests.
Mm-hmm.
And all they did was talk on a website. These guys have gone back to jail.
Yes, they reoffend on a constant basis, especially the child molesters. Those are the most reoffendable.
He says he can't keep up with them because there's one he just did where they caught him for the 3rd time now. doing the exact same thing.
Doesn't surprise me. So Behind the Mirrors just put something up about
Yeah, I'm
the
reading
West
that.
Virginia State Police. Yeah.
I like I said, I don't know about West Virginia. I know some states, when you register, you get guidelines that they expect you to follow.
Right, but he's talking, Behind the Mirrors talking about the court-ordered restrictions, and that's what I was talking about. If there are no explicit court-ordered restrictions per parole or probation, they're free to roam.
But
they don't have to
it
stay
depends
in
if
the
they got to
state.
register or not.
Well, you have to register. It doesn't mean that you can't travel.
I know some states don't even require them to register because they say if they register, they get attacked. So they got rid of the registry so these people don't get attacked. Well, I'm sorry, you are a pedophile. You deserve to get attacked.
I don't wish hate on anybody, but
No, I don't wish hate on them either, but maybe them being attacked will get them to stop doing what they're doing.
right. Well, there's only 2 states that don't require them to register, and that's Alaska and Colorado. So.
Oh no, Colorado requires it. That's how these guys are finding them. That's how these guys are finding them every day. Because they know how many times they've been arrested for it and everything else.
Yeah, but most of those people that they catch are not on the sex offender registry.
No.
They're just on a website looking for kids.
Yeah, I don't even remember what the website name is. Some chat room. Well, like I said, cops aren't your friends. Their whole purpose is A, lie to you, B, find out what they can do, lock your ass up. That's their whole job. That's why they come up to you acting all friendly, figuring you'll drop your guard and they'll get what they want. The easiest thing to deal with when it comes to talking to a cop is tell them, have a nice day and walk away. Because you don't have to talk to a police officer.
I flip them off.
Well, yeah, because it's freedom of speech.
Yeah, the lawyers keep telling you don't talk to them because anything you say
can and will be used against you in a court of law.
Yep, even if you're joking about something, they will use it against you.
Yep.
So just clam up, say I want to see my lawyer, and be done with it.
Here's the sad thing, and I'm trying to figure out why they're trying to push it, but a lot of law enforcement officers are trying to push getting rid of the Miranda rights. Because part of the Miranda rights is the right to remain silent. If they can abolish the Miranda rights, you can't remain silent. That's scary.
I don't talk to cops.
I don't either. I've had a lot of them come up to me and I tell them have a good day and I walk away. They can't stop you. Because I believe there's only, 2 states that allow Terry stops now?
Well, there should be none.
Well, New York thinks they're different than everybody else, but one of them is New York and I'm not sure where the other one is, but it's on the East Coast. They allow Terry stops. But every other state does not allow a Terry stop, which means they cannot just stop you walking down the sidewalk without a articulable reason. A crime is about to be committed, is being committed, or has been committed. Without that, they can't stop.
Right, reasonable and articulable suspicion.
Yes, they did. And I agree with you, Max Barr. They did already weaken it, and that was a big mistake. Now the cops are going to be able to finish it. And they're fighting to keep their qualified immunity so they can commit crimes against people and walk away scot-free smelling like a rose. Because that's what they're trying to do. They don't want qualified immunity to go away. Because as long as that's in play, they're not held accountable. And I understand why people want to defund the police, but we need the police. Don't defund them. Take away their qualified immunity. Make them responsible for what their actions are. Because they're not above the law. That badge does not put them above the law.
Well, they think it does, and I think militarizing our police departments the way we have too is also not the way to go, and I think that needs to be stripped as well. All these SWAT teams, I mean, just the multitude of funds that have been funneled to police departments in order to militarize them is insane to me. They're not military. They never will be military. They're probably prior military, but to militarize them is just wrong.
But I've always asked myself, why in the hell would a police department need an armored personnel carrier? Seriously. Or a tank? They're not the military.
Well, sometimes they think they are.
Well, that's because it's the biggest gang in the world. And what drives a gang? Fear. What drives the cops? Fear. Because they put the fear in people. Because people are afraid of cops. They really are. They're afraid if they get pulled over, the cop is going to come up to a window and say, hey, I smell marijuana in your car. Even though you don't smoke marijuana, he's going to say that. Now he's going to search your car illegally. Because all he's got to do
that's
is say,
because people don't. Well, he doesn't have to do that. You can refuse search and have a drug dog come out, and then if that happens,
and those dogs are
there's always a way around it.
To hit on purpose.
Well, then you shut your mouth and you fight it in court. Like I mean, that's that's what you got. I mean, if cops are dirty, if all cops are dirty, and they're gonna do whatever they want, then what's the point?
Well, and God forbid you ask that officer with that dog, when was the last time he was certified? Can I see a certification? But that pisses them off.
Of course it does.
Because obviously that dog hasn't been recertified like they're supposed to. I think it's every 3 months? Just like they're supposed to, on a daily basis, tune their radar detectors. A lot of them don't. But they say they did, but there's no proof they did. And a lot of people say, I hate cops. No, I don't hate cops. There's a lot of good cops out there trying to do the job right. It's all the bad ones I hate. Because it takes one bad cop to ruin the department.
I definitely think that there's a place for them. I think that they should probably be a little bit more community service conscious. They're there to protect and serve, and I think that they fail to realize or remember that aspect of it, because it is kind of like a fraternity in a way. And so, everybody, they all have each other's back and this and that, but I think they really truly lose the consciousness of them being paid by the people, public property and what that is. They lose a lot of sense of that somewhere along the line. And that's the culture of the police.
Oh yeah, that's like blue privileges.
Right.
I pulled over an officer that's drunk, drinking and driving. I'm going to take him home. Had it been you or me, we'd have been locked up in that back of that patrol car going to jail. And him being a cop, he should know better than to drink and drive. So why should he get a free ride home? He should get the same free ride everybody else gets to jail.
Because it's the band of brothers. Just in a different sense.
But that shouldn't exist. And God forbid you turn against one of your own so-called brothers, because then you get blackballed.
Well, your argument is just relaying right back to BLM and why they do what they do and why they say what they say. They have a big problem with the police. They have a big problem with the way their communities are being policed.
Every community is that way. It's not just, that's why I said,
Listen, I live in a primarily white area, and I rarely see a cop car. Now, I can go drive into Houston, and I see them everywhere. So that's not true.
I live in a county that is known for corruption.
So you have a lot of police presence then?
I'm sure you've heard about Van Zandt County.
Not really. I'm not born. I wasn't born in Texas, so I really could give a crap less, honestly.
I wasn't born here either. But there's a lot of counties in Texas that have the old boy mentality level, and they still practice it today.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I know, but in those areas, from what I've seen, are a good portion Black and Hispanic.
Yeah, and
So of course, if
the
the police,
all three.
well, of course, if the police presence is higher in an area that has a higher population of minorities, then those minorities are going to get caught more committing crimes, correct?
If the police are actually doing their job, it doesn't care what color their skin is. They're going to find people committing crimes.
I understand that because white people commit just as many crimes as Black people or Hispanic people do. It's just that we don't get caught as much. I commit a crime every day when I light up a doobie. But I don't see a cop coming to arrest me.
Not really, because Texas allows some use of it. I just don't know.
Not in my county.
But the state does.
No, the state of Texas has not decriminalized marijuana. I don't know what you're talking about.
I thought they did. I thought they said that you can do up to 1 ounce.
No, I think Dallas County you can, Harris County, or not Harris County, but Houston proper you can, and Austin. And I think that's about it.
I thought they had done it statewide.
No, it's a ticketable offense in those larger cities. Anywhere else, they have the discretion. But I recognize my privilege, and I know that more than likely, unfortunately for other people, they wouldn't even look at me and say, "Oh, she's doing something wrong."
Yeah.
I recognize my privilege. I know that more than likely I'm not going to be profiled by the way that I look.
It's just like,
and that's sad because there's a lot of people of color that smoke weed, and they'd probably pick them out of a lineup before me, and that's not fair to them.
No, but like Free to Be Me says, I dated a cop in the early 80s before all the cameras. They got away with so much. They still get away with, because even though they're wearing a body camera, they don't turn them on. Show up to an incident where cops are at, pull your cell phone out and videotape, and watch how many cops come running at you to turn that phone off or get that phone out of your hand, because they're doing something illegal and they don't want to be caught on video.
Absolutely.
Just because you're wearing a body camera does not mean it's on.
Yeah, but I think with a lot of these FOIA requests now coming out, a lot of people are doing them, so it eventually will be where they're going to have them on or something, and they're not going to be allowed to be out and about.
Set it up to where the moment they stop that patrol car, it automatically kicks on, and the officer got no choice. Once that car goes into park, the cameras will automatically kick on, and the officer can't control that, and that's where it should be, because of how many of them don't turn them on when they should.
Right.
Because, like I told one cop, I'm videotaping, yes. It protects you and the person you're talking to. It really does. Because if that person attacks you, now you got proof that you were attacked. But if you don't want me videotaping and your camera's not running, what are you hiding? It's protection for both sides, not just one. And the problem is if you're videotaping them, they can't control the narrative. Goes over there cracking up laughing.
Huh? Oh, I was just commenting on something. I was saying, where we me and him got into it. Like I said, I came into it late. Like I was trying to explain to him, so I don't know what was already asked, but I know they don't want to talk about X-ray. They don't want to talk about pedophiles, and they don't want to talk about is this a mistake being down there, right? But if you haven't noticed, they're becoming more and more entitled since they've been down there. They're actually going around telling cops who they should and shouldn't ticket. They are there all hours of the day and night. Just you can't tell me there's not cigarette butts everywhere, That's BS. He said, well, they keep clean. every place they've been, they trashed. You know what I mean? There's like a history of them trashing a place. And
yeah, and it's like the one guy the other day that walked up to a Metro PD officer trying to get vehicles ticketed that threw up. I'm law enforcement. I work for so and so. I got my police ID placard in my dash. If I'd been that cop, I was like, let me see your ID.
Well,
you
yeah,
stand there and say you're a cop. Let me see your ID.
DC. I mean, I've called them and asked them about stuff too, and they just say ignore it. And I guess they're wanting to go under the assumption they don't want to give them any publicity by cracking down on anything. But you know, these fights they're having with each other, like Wizzy and X-Ray, that's going to spill over into a tourist one day, and then they're really going to have a problem.
Yeah, because somebody's going to get hurt.
Yeah, somebody's going to get hurt. A tourist is going to get hurt, and it's going to make national news, and the movement's going to be put in jail and all this other stuff, but DC's going to be under a lot of scrutiny because they didn't stop it.
Because you are... Why that one cop didn't follow up on when he said he was an officer.
Yeah, you got these guys on live stream making these offhanded jokes about having Glocks and stuff in their cars and shit too. And they're within walking distance of the U.S. Capitol, where January 6th happened.
Well, that and when they arrested Santa, look how many of those people in that movement were cussing at the cops.
Well, that's the thing, man. DC needs to like step it up. They need to quit being so apathetic to it before somebody gets hurt. I mean, really gets hurt. I mean,
it's a double X-Ray that they're putting out there.
Yeah, X-Ray trying to slap that megaphone out of that woman's hand, like he's like somebody, like you don't do that to me, woman, kind of thing. That could be somebody's kid just there to check out the Washington Monument or something, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's like X-Ray in his truck. I've been talking to so-and-so detective. She's assuring me I can get my truck back and stuff. I'm thinking,
Well,
how long did you talk to this woman? Because how much information did she get out of you while you were talking?
Well, you know, he just put up another video not too long ago at some kind of Washington historical
Yeah,
place.
he was in front of Washington, President Washington's headquarters.
Yeah, just giving away his position. But you know,
But yet the man says he's got nothing to hide.
But it is hiding. Well, it doesn't matter because you know what? Somebody not knowing what the hell's going on, and nobody knows what the hell's going on over there. They just know there's people in lawn chairs acting stupid, right? And as soon as one of them get too drunk one day, there's going to be a fight. Somebody's going to bring out a gun from their car, and they're going to start, you know, stuff like the stuff in Hagertown started happening, where that one dude brought out a gun.
Yep. And yet
that kind of stuff start happening, and it's not only going to screw over 1776, but it's going to make DCPD look like they don't give a shit.
Well, and the funny part is the guy in Hagerstown
they
pulled
don't.
the gun. Nothing was done because the other guy had a warrant.
Yeah, because the thing is it's just going to turn up bad. And Wizzy told me, well, the 85-year-old people was out there doing nothing. What kind of thing you think they are? Well, it's not so much as the old people, it's you guys. I mean, you and X-Ray wouldn't want out there running around each other with a camera, accusing each other of being whatever. People around you are seeing that.
Well, that's like they say, they're not getting anybody down there to help the movement.
Well, I don't care. The movement needs to just stop. It's not doing anything. It's just, they're just there for the money.
Well,
but the cops need to step in and just say, okay, you've had like a week here. You obviously ain't doing anything. You're just now loitering. And you're panhandling in a national park. So you need to get out and get arrested. We don't have time for this. We got real crime to worry about around here. And we got to come down here and babysit your asses every time a couple comes up and say, who the hell are these people? Why they standing out there asking for money? Why they give me weird looks? Why they say I'm on Antifa? You know?
Here's the sad part. Santa, every time Santa speaks, he degrades people that are watching his stream, saying, you're not down here helping us fight. You're this, you're that.
That's what Wizzy told me. He's like, well, why ain't you down here fighting? After he said he wasn't a part of the movement.
And my question is you expect people to come down there and help you fight, but you downgrade the people you want to come help you fight. Why would they come there? You downgraded them on a stream. What makes them think you're not going to do the same thing in person?
Like I said, man, I don't have time to go down there. I got enough damn problems. I've been trying to get hold of my brother and stuff because he's in the hospital and shit. And he just gives me a bunch of crap about how I need to be out there and everything. And I'm just like, no, it's not my job to be down there. And plus, he says he's not a part of the movement, but yet he's acting like he's part of the movement.
Well, there's a lot of people who have health issues who can't go down there, even if they wanted to.
The movement needs to end, dude. There's no reason for it. It's just there to make money off of people.
But when you browbeat your viewers, you talk bad about your viewers, don't expect people to come join you.
Well, they're doing that so they can try to get more support so they keep staying there. They think that the more people that shows up, the less chance they're going to be kicked off of there. But DCPD needs to like step it up and just get rid of these guys because they are really, really fucked up. You know, and they
I made a comment about it.
They are going to end up hurting somebody just walking down a jogger or something like that because they're going to fight over who saluted the flag more, me or you. You know?
Yeah. No, it's like I made a comment about X-Ray. I've shown X-Ray the way he talked to that woman with the megaphone, the way he's addressed people about him being a Marine, to a lot of veterans. I know, like, oh my God. He's disgraced the entire military doing that shit. We don't do that.
Well, it's not only that, it's just like the argument the other day over who was saluting the flag and who wasn't. I mean, we're holding a hand over their heart on the flag and who wasn't. Both of them accused each other of not being patriots, all this other crap, just run around each other with a camera. Because they're so paranoid, they have to have a camera on every fucking day. Every time they're awake, right? And there's this jogger. It's like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah. Well,
and like, if it went beyond that, you know, it's on the verge of them like having a fist fight, right? And if it be
when he started kneeling for the football player.
Well, that has nothing to do with this, dude. This is two people. This is two people mad at each other because they didn't think that one was holding their hand over their heart during the pledge or said the pledge or whatever. You know?
It falls in the same category about patriotism. They kneeled during their national anthem. And like the NFL told them, when you're on the clock getting paid,
Jeff, I know.
That's not your personal time. You want to do that? You do that on your time, not on our time.
Jeff,
you're paying you to do a job.
It's such a petty thing for them to start arguing over and get almost in a fist fight over. Okay? It's like arguing over somebody putting butter on a piece of bread.
Do you know how many times Oreo has not put his hand over his heart or said the Pledge of Allegiance?
I really don't give a shit who puts their hand over their heart.
I agree with you. It's stupid.
Beth, I have a question for you from Rooster Doll.
Yeah.
She said, you're talking about Ray being in the military now, but multiple times you've accused him of stolen valor. Which is it?
He is stolen valor. He says he was in the military.
It's been confirmed.
By what records?
The FOIA records, Jeff. We talked about this last night.
Okay, were they FOIA through them? Department of Defense, if people don't understand, if you are not the actual member, by doing a FOIA request on your records, it gets redacted.
That is what gets redacted, not the entire record. No, it
There's
doesn't.
a
It will
lot in
show
the
you.
military record that gets redacted.
It will show you your years of service, Jeff. That's
it.
all you
But
need.
everything else he's done while he was in the military would be redacted.
Okay, but what you're saying is he was never in the military.
All I said is I turned him into DOD. They are investigating.
But they're not. But what I'm saying is nothing's going to come of it. Rooster
I
Doll
don't know.
made a good point. It's
It
already
depends
been
what
debunked.
DOD finds.
He has been confirmed to be in the military.
Not according to DOD, he hasn't.
They're not going to tell you. They don't know who you are.
Department of Defense is investigating it. And they will send me a letter at the end of the conclusion of their investigation as if it was a founded report or an unfounded report.
The
That's what
DOD told you
Defense is there
that.
for.
Really, when you make a report to the FBI, they don't give you the guarantee of that. So why would the DOD give you that guarantee? Because you were prior military? Is that why?
Yes.
Jeffrey, you are lying. Remember,
Really?
I know a lot about the military. You
Did you
failed to
serve?
realize that. I remember.
Did you serve? It's a simple question. Did you serve? Yes or no?
Yeah, I did serve as a military wife, and if you're going to discredit that, then I don't know what to
as
tell
a
you.
military wife,
But I
you know
served as an
UCMJ.
ombudsman for 7 years, and I also grew up in a military
you know
household for 22
UCMJ.
years. What now?
You know the UCMJ.
Sorry, I just muted myself. Do I know the MC? What the MC?
UMC, or excuse me, UCMJ, the Bible for the military.
What?
Uniform Code of Military Justice.
Uniform Code of Military Justice. Is that what you're referring to?
That is the UCMJ. Yes.
Okay, what about it? What does that have to do
Are
with
you
X-ray
familiar
or the
with that?
FOIA? I mean, I'm somewhat familiar with it. I'm somewhat familiar with military code. I'm somewhat familiar with a lot of things. Unfortunately, I know a lot of people hate that about me, but I'm somewhat familiar with a lot of different things. So what are you trying to
And
say?
if you're familiar with the UCMJ, you understand what the UCMJ says
I
about
know what
DOD
you're trying to say
investigation.
about X-ray. I know what you're trying to say, but stolen valor would have to require him never being in the military.
To throw out.
No. There are a lot of
How did he
members
steal
who-
valor then, Jeff?
There are a lot of members who have served that have lied about.
All right, Jeff. Jeffrey.
Yeah,
Fox,
that's not
baby.
stolen valor again.
Yeah. Jeff, I don't think you know what stolen valor is.
He doesn't.
Who is he?
No. And I think that you're being no better. You should mind your damn business
Where's the fact?
and
He's not
leave
called
people
somebody who
alone,
says
Jeff.
He's a Marine. Out in stolen. That's a lot of friends.
Dun dun
They
dun.
served in the military.
Nobody's
I will call
taking that
stolen
away
valor
from you,
every
Jeff.
day of the week.
Do you even know that you have the correct name to begin with?
As
John
the law
Galvin.
turns.
Yeah.
Exactly.
But again, it's just like this Santa thing with
I
David
don't know about
Rydell.
Santa. I don't
You
know
may
about
not
Santa.
know what you're looking at. And either way, when it comes down to it, Jeff, stay the fuck out of it.
When it comes to stolen valor, I'm not going
leave
to.
the guy alone.
When it comes to stolen valor, there ain't no way in
He didn't
hell
steal
I'm
valor.
gonna stay out of it.
He hasn't
He's a
stolen.
Marine. Leave him alone.
I don't like. Listen, I don't like X-ray either. He hates women. I don't like X-ray, and that's fine.
I don't care if
But
he hates
it's
women
not
or not.
stolen
I'm not
valor.
gonna let the man walk around doing stolen valor.
Nobody's
He has
walking around
served.
doing stolen valor, Jeff.
It sucks for you, but he has served in the military. That's just the way it is. And the DOD is not going to give you any information.
What are
You're
you
not
really mad about,
special
Jeff?
agent.
The fact that he's making the military look bad.
That's not stolen valor, Jeff. And it's his right to say what he wants. It's his First Amendment right. He fought for that. He can make himself look a fool if he wants to.
Not wanted to
Come on,
fix the
Jeff.
military.
That is not your place to decide.
That's
Stay the
everybody's
fuck out of
fortunate place to decide. It's a brotherhood. It's a sisterhood. You don't make the military look bad if you serve. You're
What do you
held to
think?
an
What do you
high
think you're
honor.
doing right now, Jeffrey? What do you
Standing
think
up
you're
for what
doing
is
right
right.
now?
Stolen
You're not
valor
doing
is
anything
stolen
right.
Valor is stolen valor.
You are not doing anything right. And I will call you out for that.
Call me out. I'll tell
I
you
just
point
did.
blank, I turned his ass in for stolen valor.
I've heard you say that more than once, and I understand that.
I don't have a problem telling anybody that. And if people don't understand it, that's their problem. They never stepped 1 foot on a battlefield and watched their friends die right beside them.
I understand that, Jeff.
No, you don't.
I do. I'm trying to understand what you're upset about exactly. Now, you're attacking this man who's clearly having a hard time himself. Instead of being a friend and a good soldier, you've chosen an opposite direction. Okay. Like you, I'm sure he's going through some things himself. I personally wish you would have chosen a different avenue to pursue than attacking him.
Like I said, Chris, you don't understand. You might think you do, and I respect that, but you don't.
No.
I don't have to. I don't have to be a soldier to understand, Jeff. Nor do any of these people.
What soldiers go through?
No, it's not about nobody's arguing with you about what soldiers go through. It's not about that. It's about how you're handling yourself in dealing with this situation with X-ray.
I'm going after somebody for stolen valor. You know how many people get gone after every single day for stolen valor?
It appears as though. Tell me specifically, Jeff. Tell me specifically, Jeff. How did he steal valor in your mind?
Making claims that don't exist.
What claims, Jeff? Be specific. What claim did he make? How long he served?
Yeah.
And you're taking that based on something he said.
His service jacket.
Jeff, but you're making that claim based on something he said on his live stream?
Yes.
Okay, let me help you.
He's the one that started this path,
let me help you with this. As a live streamer myself, I know that people take tidbits of information and claim that to be fact of some sort. There's an awful lot I don't tell about myself and I don't talk about in my life. I don't know what he said. Maybe you could be specific about what he said on his live stream that makes you believe that.
He talked about certain battles he was in that he was not in. He talked about certain special ops he was involved in that he was not involved in. That's what started this whole investigation into him for stolen valor.
So there's actually is an investigation going on?
Yeah, DOD is investigating him.
Well,
he has been turned over to the Department of Defense for an investigation.
Jeff, if you can point, right. So if you can be specific and point to those things that were said. And I question this because I've heard a number of things you've said in these live chats.
Well, that, Chris.
That I get it, but I guess what I'm having a hard time with is
why am I attacking him?
No, but you know how to email me. Email me directly the links to where he talks about these things.
And you know I will because I've done it before.
But Wizzy, you can't really
know
how to either way, so I don't know what used to be, but you know if it helps you make sense of it all, I say go for it, Jeff. I mean,
he knows how to email him the information. I have before when he's asked for certain things. I got no problems doing that.
I mean, Wizzy isn't a cop or part of DOD or anything, but he's curious about it, so just give it to him.
He's asked me for information on several things, and I've sent him the information, and
But-
I'll send him this.
But my point is that you're upset that he talked about something, and you could not verify what he was saying, so you turned around and reported him to DOJ.
No.
My point
I
is
investigated him myself first before I went to DOD.
why?
As a military member, having another military member talking about stuff that they didn't do, I had to verify whether he was telling the truth or not before I even made a claim to DOD.
Right. So let me ask you this: where did you go to look at his military record?
Department of Defense.
Okay. And so where in the Department of Defense did you look up his military record?
Personnel records.
Personnel records. So
Yes.
why don't you
Everybody
send me
who
the
has
link?
served in the military
Why don't you send
in
me
the
a link to
Department
that
of Defense
website?
has
It's a
link
special
to
one.
search.
You can't get on it. Only prior military can. It's a special one. But
Right.
but Jeff won't share exactly what that is.
Correct.
Yeah, but
I know.
I have shared that. If
No,
you were here
what?
last night, you would have seen the link put into the room.
Oh, I had to go to
Uh,
sleep.
I don't know what the point of any of it would be because none of us are cops. None of us have any authority in it.
That is
If
that is
X-ray
You
that
don't
is a good
understand what stolen valor is about.
that is a good point.
If
But
X-ray is
Jeff
on the
Jeff
run,
seems to be aware of the fact that if he doesn't find what he's looking for, it automatically makes somebody
well, Jeff is
stolen
saying
valor
right-
or
Jeff
No,
is
just
saying
like
right to
just
him
like
where-
everybody
clears
couldn't
his
find
name.
David Rydell's criminal charges because they're not on the website. He's automatically lying to everyone.
No.
It's the same argument.
If the
So-
investigation shows that the information he gave out was correct, it clears his name
Oh, no.
of stolen valor. If it's
Well,
found out that false information that he
you've
put
already
out,
you've already
it is
claimed the man
stolen
as
valor.
guilty. You've already claimed the man as guilty, and have decided to put that out on the internet for everybody to hear and everybody to perpetuate this story of X-Ray and his
What
service.
people do is
And
not my problem.
you've attacked the man and his name before even actually knowing the truth. You're out telling everybody that he's got stolen valor.
I'm going off of what
So
I've
you've
already
made
learned.
him guilty of something without actually knowing the truth. But yet you go
No,
out and you say this.
I've seen his record. I'm basing off
Jeff,
of what I
you
have
are
seen.
worse. You are absolutely worse than anybody else I've ever met in my life.
I am watching.
To
I've
do
never
something like this to
pulled
somebody.
that man's record and seen
You
his
should be
record.
ashamed of yourself. And that's the end of my conversation with you.
Have a good day, Chris.
Thank you, Jeff.
Yeah, we all need to take a break from. We're all going fucking nuts over this stuff because it's a nothing movement, and the only people who know about it is us. And I think I just need. Like I said, I got a lot of stuff going on. And Wizzy, like I said, came in late, so he already left. Never mind. Shit. Well, anyway, he's no authority. You're no authority. You felt you need a report. That's fine, Jeff. Just leave it at that. It's X-Ray's problem. If that's what he's on the run for, fine. I'm just
I don't know
curious.
what he's running for.
Well, it doesn't matter, Wizzy, because he's a nobody like we are.
The
These
only one
two
that knows
are
why he's running
nobodies
is him.
too. They're just, it's not. No matter how much they want to pretend, how much we want to pretend we are somebody we're not. We're just people on the internet watching stupid streams.
Whatever, Rooster Doll. Have a nice day.
Well, Jeff, if you did, that's fine. I don't really care. I mean, I'm just in it to try to take my mind off things, and just to, and I get involved with it too. I'm not gonna lie, man. I'm nuts deep in this shit, and it feels weird when I'm not watching it. So I gotta keep doing it. It's because I find it funny, fascinating, and scary all at the same time. You know what I mean?
As do I.
It's just like I was saying in the chat, man. Once I get everything settled, and I know my brother's gonna be, all right, or when he passes on in the next few months. I'm gonna take a trip. I'm leaving. I got money saved up. I'm just gonna go somewhere. Maybe I'll get my other brother to go with me so I can have some help around. But I just want to go see things before I lose my sight completely.
And
where do you live right now?
Troy? There's no sounds. I was letting somebody talk.
Phil, where do you live right now?
Oh, I'm in Missouri.
Oh, okay. I was just in Minnesota. It's beautiful up there.
Yeah. Well, I just want to. We're all getting way deep in this shit.
Yeah.
Troy, I don't know what your name is, so I'll want to pull your record.
I don't know why Wizzy feels the need that he needs to. That's none of my business. I don't know. He tells me he's a journalist, but yet he's willing to be crucified for these guys, and be part of what they're doing. And
no, listen. Wizzy has to make face here, okay? So if he wants to continue to be able to have access to these people, because you do know that whatever Jack Sparrow's real name is, he's making a documentary, and it's not going to be in good light. This is all a game. I wish you guys would just understand that, especially you, Jeff. It's all a game. Those people on the lawn are never going to accomplish anything. X-Ray is a fucking liar. We know this. Did he serve in the military? Probably. Are we going to find out? Maybe. Is the DOD going to be your right-hand man for it? Probably not. But this is all a game. Everyone's a player. We're all having fun. We're enjoying it. It's going to crash and burn eventually, and then we won't have anything to talk about, I guess. But, there's gray areas in all of this. Nothing's black and white.
Okay, Troy, you say I'm stolen valor. Okay, I'm gonna name you up 2 medals, and you tell me what rank they are. Armed Forces Expeditionary Medal, Navy Marine Corps Expeditionary Medal. Come on, smartass.
Jeff, stop, man. Calm down.
I'm responding to what Troy said in chat. Come on, smartass.
Oh, okay. Well, whoever in chat, just calm down for a minute, okay? We don't know these people. We don't know each other. We don't know each other enough to want to fucking fist fight for them. Just stop. I just, it's just. This is a fantasy world we're partaking in. This is nothing.
Exactly.
Welcome to the world turns.
That's exactly what it is.
Yeah, sure.
It's just something that a few people out of billions of people just decided to do one day, and we decided to watch it, right? And because we got
today, guys.
We kind of form our own opinions and stuff like that. We think we are personally involved in this, and we're not.
Right, and we can knock the streamers all day long, but they're doing this to use people to get money, and if they weren't there, we wouldn't be able to watch it.
Yeah, I know. It's just and what I was saying is that they have gotten themselves into a situation where they believe they own them all. They have their they have their own quote unquote security in the middle of the DC, in our nation's capital. They think they're their own security force out there now.
How many agencies are down in DC? There's 30 of them?
Yeah, they're all there.
Please.
According to a report, just the DOJ has got 600 different agencies.
In Washington, D.C.
Yeah, I don't know where they're at.
But
they need so many.
I see the point, Jeff. The point is, Jeff, that these people are becoming so crazy that they think they own the mall in the middle of our national capital.
Well,
they don't need 24 hours. They can do whatever they want.
As long as the cops let them keep doing it, they're going to keep doing it.
Well, they can't not let them do it. It's open 24/7.
But it's really screwed up, man. Cause like I said, it's gonna end up. They're gonna get in a fist fight over something stupid like who saluted the flag at what time, and somebody's going to get really, really hurt. And you know what? I'm just going to sit back because it's something I can do anything about.
36 agencies.
Even 36, all they need is one.
Yeah, but there's 36, so they don't need their own security at all.
There's enough around them.
Yes, exactly. And some of those people that are running in the mall are part of an agency watching them.
Well,
and they don't realize that.
Well, the park PD parks on the grass.
Well, they have agencies that are secret, like the Secret Service.
Oh, you never know where they're at because they'll walk around in plain clothes.
Yeah, they could be out running around the mall.
Have you guys been to DC before?
Yes.
Oh God, yeah.
I went when I was 8 years old.
Okay, well, I've lived there. I've lived around it. I'm from Virginia originally, and those guys are there all the time. This is nothing new. They're not watching the 1776ers. They're not that important.
You remember
They're
me
watching us.
story about the Pentagon when I went out there the first time with my nephew and I took a picture, and a Pentagon police officer was right there, stood on my back, and told me to put the camera away.
Yep.
Oh my God.
Yeah, there are
Glory B is at the jail right now where Big D is.
Yeah,
There's Glory B's channel right now on YouTube.
Yeah, somebody said he was being released and then going over to Maryland to turn himself in.
Yeah, but you know, Jeff, at the White House, there are 2 snipers permanently stationed up there.
That luckily there's more than that. Look in each corner.
But the thing is, Jeff, they act like they own the place. You know what I mean? They act like they're in their backyards. And that stuff is going to spill over
to do that.
people.
That's their right. They have the freedom to protest.
Free Dennis the Menace.
They have the right for a non-violent protest.
I know that, Jeff, but it's just going to turn out bad if they keep going down the way they're going. I think it's going to
let them get arrested if
that's
you
the
feel
case,
that way.
all they can do is blame themselves.
Yeah, let them get arrested, and then it'll be over.
Yeah, you're right.
You have to be patient with these things. They'll figure it out.
DC Metro PD and the Park PD putting up with this much longer. They're going to actually put a stop to it.
They have a plan. They already have a plan. They'll take care of it.
I don't want my ass kicked for going down to the mall.
No, you're not going to get your ass kicked. There's way too much security.
Oh man, they come out of the woodwork like there ain't no tomorrow.
Yeah, and Oreo just showed up at the jail too. But he's not.
He hasn't been here the last couple of days.
Oreo's a punk bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like when they approached Santa with his warrant. Santa was very pleasant with them, but there was 30 cops.
Uh-huh.
Why did it take 30 cops to arrest one man that was cooperating?
Right.
When the time's right, they're going to be coming out of everywhere, and everybody's going to be shocked how many show up.
Oh,
shit. If they had 30 for one man.
They're going to... All right, here's an update. I just heard her say that he's going to turn himself into Maryland at the jail that he is at.
Santa is?
No, D is.
The D.
He was released out of jail and then went over to Maryland to turn himself into Maryland.
Well, Maryland's coming to the jail to pick him up today.
Yeah, well, okay. Well, check us out. Tell me how the donations are going on the stream. See if they start picking up. And you see why they're doing this. They're doing this for sympathy and get money. They don't need people streaming somebody they don't even know going to jail. There's no public interest in this part.
I'm
now
just
what's
curious why
the
they think everybody needs to pay for their legal advice or their counsel when they committed a crime. Does that mean if you get caught making a crime that you can throw out there a GoFundMe page for people to bail you out and it'd be okay? It's the same thing.
Well, I don't know. I think we're all just getting too personally involved in this shit.
Well,
Yeah,
act like
tired of
it's
it.
a show instead of y'all getting.
I
really
know, but I
into
don't.
it.
But I don't argue like it's over Star Trek. You know what I mean?
Oh, you argue with Star Trek when Star Trek's on? Is that what you said?
I don't argue like it's with Star Trek. I don't argue about like
What was
Spock.
wrong with Star Trek?
Like I
Treat
did
it like a
with-
Star Trek show.
Yeah. You know, I mean, I
I
argue,
mean,
but
you have your comments about it. Someone else has a different comment about it, and just be happy that they have a different opinion than yourself. You know.
leave. I think Jeff left.
No, I'm still here.
Oh, okay. And there's no red thing.
I didn't run tail.
You see, it's just.
I don't know. I mean, it's just
a big show.
We just gotten so deep in this shit. It's I don't know if I can ever get out of it. I'm just like I think I'm drowning sometimes.
We will. I mean, it's not going to last forever. We just got to be patient, and when it is over, we can find a different subject to argue and bitch about and yell at each other about. Then we'll all kiss and make up at the end of the day.
It's like a big damn dysfunctional family.
No.
Huh?
No gay
it's like
love
when
here.
Mods are still in the room. They might miss something.
Well, Wissy's still listening. The
I
fact
know
that
he is.
did. The fact
All he did is left, but he's still listening. He's sandbagging. That's okay.
Oh, he's. Oh, okay.
That's his choice. There's nothing wrong with that.
There is nothing wrong with it. I'm glad he's listening.
So am I.
get rid of some of that paranoia. Good God. I mean, the guy spent a stream just like looking around at a guy with a dog taking pictures, thinking that he was an agent. It's like shit. Dude.
Asian man.
Yeah, thinking he's an agent.
Asian man.
Because it's just, I've seen people take pictures of all kinds of pets down there and stuff like that before. And I just. It was like that. It's like he was like looking over. See that guy over there behind that tree? He's got a telescopic lens to get pictures of us. It's like, man, stop, please.
I'm surprised they haven't said anything to him about the buckets.
No, I'm not going. That's a sore point with them too. They just don't want to be embarrassed about it. So
that's why they hide behind bushes.
Nova, I agree, but what if there was a bigger counter protest than their protest?
Well,
I'm reading the chat right now.
There was the other day.
I think that we should just, or whomever is near there and wants to do it, I just thought a great idea would be to just get a tripod like they have, put your phone on it, and just stand there silently. I think it would drive them absolutely insane.
Yeah, like 10 or 15 of us.
Yes, and just stand there in silence.
That's what I was telling Telescope last night. It's like, Telescope, get Alicia to like take a flag out there or take a sign that's got rainbow stuff on it and just set it right there in front of them.
I'm sure Telescope has plans already.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, that's an easy way to fuck with these people.
Yeah.
That women's protest the other day. They swallowed up the 1776 movement.
Yeah.
and it was on two sides of the street. One was chanting one thing, the other one was chanting the other thing.
I just
And
love
you
the
know
way.
what? I don't think Wizzy will do anything to our side because he is a neutral. He's saying that he's neutral. He says he's neutral, and I believe him.
Well, you
If
know,
he is neutral, he will not do anything to us.
we're content for him too. You know what I mean? He had something to bounce off of and go, well, the left is this and left is that, and we're
Well,
the representation of the
so
left.
what? If he doesn't interact with y'all,
Yeah.
then don't interact with him.
That's Oreo, because if you don't go with what Oreo wants, he has his mods DOS you. He's already proven that.
Well, I mean, in a way, they kind of have because it's their channel. I guess you could say they have a right to kick out whoever, but you can't complain about the other side doing it when you're doing the very same thing. And I think that's what people are mad about.
Yeah, it was just like yesterday with First Responder getting pissed off that he wasn't allowed in the Capitol, and it's like, you do the same thing on your chat constantly because someone else has a different opinion, and now you're getting what you throw out there. I mean, come on, it's not that hard to figure out.
I mean, wasn't allowed to go into the Capitol.
Yeah, it was like with WYSIWYG talking about me in the God Rides a Harley guy. The reason that I said something to him is he called me a whore. So am I supposed to just sit back because I don't agree with you guys and not say anything? No. So his dog just died, and I said, I'm glad your dog doesn't have to deal with you anymore. And then I get knocked off. It's like, everybody's such a pussy. Quit being such babies. We're all adults. Everyone curses. I don't give a shit who you are. You could be fucking Rose. You're cursing inside your head at some point. So it's just a bunch of babies. They're just butthurt over a bunch of stupid shit, and they just get so upset. And that's why I troll, because it's fun.
Yes,
died.
It is fun.
When did he die?
And at first I had said, I'm so sorry your dog passed away. You know, I was like, oh, that sucks. You know, I think you had it for 15 years. I was like, well, that you must have been doing something right. And then right after that, he called me an attention whore. So I'm like, okay, well then I guess I'm gonna be a bitch. Watch me be an attention whore.
Yeah,
And looks like it worked.
My dog Ursula died like a couple months ago. So you know, I loved Ursula, just like I loved the kid. And now all this other stuff's happening too. It's just like, man, it's been a crappy year. I'm sorry, Wizzy. I know you're still out there. Sorry, dude. I know how it feels. My puppy died
Wizzy's
too.
dog didn't die. One of his mod's dogs died.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that to Wizzy. It was one of his mods.
Well, to the mods, man, I feel you too. So.
Oh yeah, it definitely sucks. I mean, I love animals. I don't currently own one, but I definitely feel for him. But don't come at me calling me a whore, and we'll be fine. And I'm gonna say something. I don't give a shit.
Yeah.
Long becomes your child.
Yeah.
I love my doggy. I got another dog. I got a beagle too, and she's my puppy. She's going back home with me. And we have company.
Company?
Yeah, I mean, I don't.
Yay! I like company.
It's
Now let's don't bite off our new company's ear or something like that.
Oh wait a minute, who came in now?
Nancy.
Oh, Quincy. Who's Quincy?
Quincy is
The black conservative preacher.
Yes.
Oh, that dude.
Is he coming in or?
He's also capitalizing on all of this too. He's not for the movement. I mean, I think he agrees with a lot of things they're doing, but he knows they're chumps. He's just doing it to get more money too. They're all doing that.
Well, let's invite him into the chat and hash it out.
Oh yeah, I'd gladly invite him. Unfortunately, I think we use too many curse words for him. I think he might be offended.
No, he cusses.
Yeah.
Well, Oh, well then perfect. Bring it.
They're my cousins.
Exactly. Thank you.
It's just a way of releasing stress. It's not that big of a deal.
No. They're just words. We're the ones that created them, and we're the ones that made them bad.
I bet you Jesus Christ cussed all the time.
Sure did.
Some say don't use God's name in vain when you say God damn it.
I don't
It's
say
just
that.
2 words.
I'm just not used to saying that.
Well,
I'm also not going to call someone a derogatory name towards them for something they can't help.
But it's just a name.
Like their race or their sexual orientation, something like that. I'm not going to do that either.
Yeah. It's just 2 words put together to form a sentence.
Well, that's another issue with 1776. It's like, they preach all these morals and values, yet they're doing a bunch of shit that's freaking nuts to me. It's just crazy. It's the hypocrisy is deafening sometimes with them. But I just can't stop watching it because
I know.
It's better than reality TV because it isn't scripted and we get to see all the bullshit.
And we can go to different apps at the same time too. Like I'm on Discord, but I'm also watching YouTube at the same time. I'm watching what's happening right then and there, and I can comment on it with different people watching the same thing.
Well, I'm just like this. I know that BCP like had that thing about his wife or whatever, but I don't think people should be asking about that stuff. You know what I mean? I don't think people should be giving hell over it. That stuff fine, the grifting, that's fine. But we all been in crappy relationships or done something that screw up a relationship. And it's like we don't want people to mess with our relationships, we shouldn't mess with theirs. Is that, you know what I'm saying?
It's not like they give you a course on how to have a relationship.
Yeah. It's easier said than done.
You learn by trial and error.
Yeah, it's just, it's giving somebody hell for no reason, just to make them suffer. And that's what they like doing. It's like, well, there's somebody with a shirt on that I don't like. I'm gonna go and give them hell because I want to make them suffer because I'm miserable. And that's what they do to make themselves feel better. And I don't want to degrade into that. Trust me, I've had plenty of friends who've done that our whole lives. I mean, just get mad at the slightest thing. Like, I don't like I don't like those cars he's driving, so I'm going to drive real fast past him and flip him off. You know what I mean? It's just, well, it's just rage in general. That person who did stuff like that, his life sucked. Or he thought that his life sucked because he didn't have every little thing he wanted. He thought his life sucked. And he was mad about it, and he had to take it out on everybody around him, and it wasn't fair. It's just...
You'd be surprised how many people do that. They have a bad day, they want everybody else to have a bad day.
Yeah, I mean, it's human nature to want to make people miserable, as much as miserable as you are. And you see that like a lot with Trump, right? Because he doesn't like being picked on at all. He just wants somebody to say he's great all the time, right? So when somebody points out, well, you did this, you did that, he goes right to whatever and just start making up shit just to make himself look better and try to get people to go, hell yeah, we believe in you, Trump. You know what I mean?
Did you watch his Alaskan?
Yeah, that's why he's...
Oh.
That was a joke.
I give up on it. It's just...
It was funny to watch.
Well, it just scares me that we have politicians more entrenched in their stupid Twitter accounts, more worried about that than the fact that, hey, there's a fucking huge drought out west. Hey, there's like we need some kind of healthcare at least reform the healthcare system somehow.
He's telling his kick that his election was stolen.
Oh, dude, that's how he keeps getting attention. He's gonna do that forever, man.
Did you? It stinks.
Huh? And you're seeing the Republican Party act the same way. Because that primary in Arizona, they were accusing each other of cheating, of having fake voters, having this, that, and the other. The thing that they were accusing Biden of doing, they're accusing each other of doing now.
Well, the thing with Arizona is Arizona's always been a Republican state. In one election, they went from Republican to Democratic. And a lot of that was due to the people who lived in California that were leaving California. What's the first state they come to? Arizona.
Yeah, but no, Jeff. What you're missing is that Trump's behavior is now how the GOP is behaving. Okay, so they're accusing each other of stealing votes from each other in their own primaries now, to the point that a PBS station can't even hold a damn debate.
I don't think the other parties even said who their running candidate is yet. Everybody knows Trump run, but who's the other one?
It's each other. They're running against each other to get on the ticket.
So they really haven't picked one yet.
That's the point of the debate. They're trying to find out the issues that they want to work on to better educate the voters, but it's turned into, oh, you stole this from me. Oh, you stole that from me. Oh, you lied about this. Oh, you lied about that.
Good.
They accuse each other of being fake news, deep state, and everything else.
Good. Let them implode on each other.
Well, I know, it's crazy. But if you watch it, you even see the PBS moderator say, holy shit.
Right.
Well, they talk about division in America. They created that division when they started impeaching the president before he became a president.
The Dems?
Jeff.
Is that what you're referring to?
No, when they started trying to impeach Trump before he even said I do. They already started the impeachment process the moment they found out he was running because they didn't want him to run. That's dividing the American people.
Well, Jeff, that's not really what we're talking about. We're talking about the GOP imploding on themselves. Okay?
You don't think that didn't start it?
Jeff, Trump started this mess because he's a sore fucking loser.
No, Trump brought it to the surface.
No,
That's
Jeff.
the only thing he did right. He brought the mess to the surface.
He created a mess.
Yeah, he did.
No, actually, the mess was created before he even became president.
But his rhetoric created
Continued
in that.
It
Well,
just added to it. But the mess started before he even became president.
Okay. Let's say you're going off the 2000 election, okay? Where it went to the Supreme Court, right? And it was all over Chads and whatever. But even then, both parties let it go.
Well, like I said, he added to it after the fact. But it started before he became
And has
president.
continued until this day.
Jeff,
He's still making it worse.
Jeff Trump is just a wimp. He can't handle losing.
Yes, very true.
He won.
Businessman.
He's
a narcissist, and he's egotistical, and he surrounds himself with people
and that's all he knows.
who only agree with him, and if they don't, they're gone. They're out of the circle.
So what if he's a businessman, man?
He's always been like that.
What's that got to do with losing an election?
That's like losing a bid on a company. That's all he knows.
That doesn't mean he goes out there and makes up shit.
And no, if he lost a bid on a company, he would fight to get that bid back on that company. He's proven it.
Yeah, through corruption.
The country
Which
is
what
not
he's
a
doing
fucking
right now.
company, Jeff.
But to him, he thinks it is. That's why
Well,
businessmen
that's
should
what
not
he
be
thinks. So
presidents.
he's not an official anymore, and there's no guarantee he will ever be an official again.
He's on the Republican
So-
Party.
He doesn't own anything, Jeff. They only placate to him so they can have fucking publicity and get votes.
You don't think the Democrats aren't doing the same thing? It's all a game.
I know that, Jeff, but the thing is, you don't see Hillary Clinton going out there every fucking day saying, well, you know what, there's 5 million dead people voting for him.
Luckily she did when she lost. She had votes recounted and lost by even more.
Well, that's their right to have their votes recounted. It's not their right to not concede. Trump's the only president in our history, in our modern history, who has not conceded.
And you don't have
Who has made our country look foolish to the entire world.
All presidents do that in one way or another.
Italian satellites, like flipping votes for Biden. That was something that was discussed at the highest ranks of the fucking government.
Yes, it's sick.
That one, Michael, General Flynn, like saying, "I plead the fifth when asked, do you believe in a peaceful transfer of power?" Pleading the fifth to that, dude. You're in the military. Doesn't that fucking scare you a little bit?
Oh, it scared me a lot. Because my first question when he did that was like, what the hell are you pleading the fifth to?
He's pleading the fifth that
question.
He's pleading the fifth to, do you think there should be a peaceful transfer of power? It's a simple yes or no answer.
Exactly. So you answer the question yes or no. You don't plead the fifth.
He's pleading the fifth because he wants to say no. It depends on how I feel about it.
Well, he pled the fifth so he doesn't get his ass in a sling.
Exactly, Jeff, which means he did something wrong.
Well, they all did. Flynn wasn't the only one.
Even Trump himself says, you don't have anything to hide, you shouldn't plead the fifth.
But yet, everybody that was helping Trump pled the fifth.
See? And what did they plead the fifth to?
Well, that's like what they pleaded the fifth to for J6.
Okay, what happened on January 6th?
When people stormed the Capitol.
Why did they storm the Capitol?
Well, according to them, because Trump told them to. Okay, if Trump told you to jump off a bridge,
okay, why did Trump tell them to?
Like I said, Phil, if Trump told you to jump off a bridge, would you jump off a bridge?
Why did I understand that they followed him no matter what?
To do that on their own.
Why did Trump tell those people to go march on the Capitol?
He told them to protest on the Capitol. He didn't tell them to storm the Capitol.
He told them to march forward. I'll be there in front of you. Why did he tell them that?
Ask him. I'm not his brain. I don't know.
Jeff, what was the rally about? What was the name of the rally?
According to Trump, it was about stolen election votes.
It was stop the steal.
Yeah, they were trying to stop the Electoral College from declaring Biden as the president.
Electoral, yes. Now, why would he do that?
Because he's insane.
Yes.
I know that, but...
That's your answer, Phil.
What made him want to do that? What made him want to do that?
Because he's insane.
Because he wanted to stay in office.
All presidents want to stay in office. Because they don't think they ever got the job done they wanted to get done, regardless whether they got the job done or not.
No, he was there for the power, dude. He cared less. He just wanted to treat everybody there like they were his servants.
You don't think every president
you go
hasn't
do
done
this,
that?
you go do that, I'm the boss. That's all he cared about.
You don't think every president hasn't done that?
Jeff, you had it right there in your hands. You had it.
And like I said, Phil, do you not think every president hasn't done that? Look at all the executive orders that have been passed from president to president to president, and it's all about power.
I understand that, Jeff, but we're talking about why Trump would say, I'm going to march with you on the Capitol And these people go for it and start taking guns and shit and trying to kill everybody they see over an election.
Because they were stupid.
No, it's because they...
Don't say because they believe Trump.
They believe Trump, dude.
That's because they're stupid.
And you see...
People have the right to make their own decision. They don't have to follow somebody. They chose to do that. Nobody twisted their arm. Nobody stuck a gun to their head. They chose to make that action.
Yes,
on their own.
Yes, Jeff, with a load of coaxing by you know who.
Coaxing my ass. They wanted to do it just like when LA has riots. There's a lot of people that go through and destroy personal property because that's what they want to do. Regardless of who it hurts.
Well, then you just...
businesses were burnt because people chose to burn that business because that's what they wanted to do? They weren't worried about the protest. They just wanted to destroy stuff.
Do you think that those people should be in jail now, those Jan 6 people?
Anybody who broke the law deserves to be in jail, yes.
Okay, then there's no point arguing because you're on the same page as everybody else. That's why we're having the hearings. That's why Trump keeps flipping out because he's afraid he's going to go to prison.
If you
Big D just got out of jail.
Yeah. Big D. Is it?
I'm a firm believer. If you do a crime, you deserve to do the time because you chose to commit that crime.
Yes.
If you don't want to go to jail, don't do the crime.
Yep.
It's that simple.
But anyway, Big D getting out of jail, how to get out of jail.
OR.
Of course. See, they're just fucking with us at this point, the cops and them.
Yeah, they'll give him a court date and he'll have to show up in court. But until then, he's out on his own recognizance.
Did the donations go up?
More likely.
So there was no super chat?
I'm not a Trumper. That man was a joke.
Yeah, and it's spread. That joke that he is spread really, really quick amongst the Republicans.
It's spreading on both sides.
They should be on Twitter.
Well, there are some Democrats who believe in Trump now that didn't believe in Trump, and it's just a waste of time.
Yeah.
Because they got some Democrats voting for stuff the Republicans want that at first they weren't voting for. They stuck to their guns, but now they're switching. Why?
Because Trump's an asshole. Nobody wants him back.
I'm surprised he's running.
Well, I know he hasn't officially announced, but yeah, I know.
How many rallies has he done so far?
He's always doing rallies, dude, because it gets him money.
But the smart thing to do is just vanish off into thin air.
He could be on his deathbed and he'll find a fucking rally from it.
Probably.
Get money off of it.
Probably. But he did some things he said he was going to do, and I'm glad he did. But then he backtracked on what he did good with more stuff he did bad. If that's the case, why put yourself back out there again? You screwed up, call it what it is, and move on down the road.
Well, for one thing, the DOJ will not prosecute a sitting president.
He's not a sitting president.
I know, Jeff, but they're trying to change.
He still hasn't been prosecuted.
Yes, they haven't prosecuted him with anything yet.
Why?
Why is that? I have no idea, dude. Maybe there's some like smoking gun they want the public to know first.
I think it has to do with what it's always had to do with. The person with the most money gets away with stuff.
Well, yeah, he can throw money to lawyers to like grind everything to a halt. You know what I mean? By doing appeals and all this other crap. To be honest, I think he wants to just tie up the legal stuff until after he's dead. That he's going to keep out of jail. I believe that. I mean, I think he doesn't want to be in jail the rest of his life because he's what, 80?
I don't know how old he is, but that is a possible solution. Tie everything up until you're dead.
Yeah, a 4-year prison sentence for him may as well just like a fucking life sentence. I mean, it's.
Oh no, he'd be getting more than 4 years.
What it's a metaphor, dude. It's like he's an old man, dude. He's living on borrowed time.
For old men. Right now, we got one that's got dementia. And I don't see him lasting the next 2 years.
He doesn't either. That's why he picked Kamala Harris. He said when he picked Kamala Harris, I don't think I'm going to finish the term. So I picked somebody I thought could do the job. Trump is doing everything he can not to go to jail. Because he is an 80-year-old man. Prison will kill him within a few months, probably. Even if it's a white-collar, like, Club Med prison, it's going to drive him bonkers. It might even drive him to the point of suicide, I think. Because he can't go out there and do the things he used to do. He's stalling everything. It's all stall tactics. The GOP is willing to go along with it.
I think the biggest problem with this country is they're allowing these old folks to be presidents. Why not get somebody in their 30s and 40s instead of their 70s and 80s? The requirement to be a president is you got to be 35 years old or older.
Well, there needs to be youth. I get it, but Obama was in his 30s and 40s.
In his late 40s, early 50s.
Yeah, that wasn't that long ago, dude.
Yeah, look at the mess I created.
That was just one president ago. What's it?
Yeah, like I said, look at the mess I created.
Oh,
Each president has created their own
Big
mess.
D's going back to jail when he gets to Maryland.
I thought he was in Maryland.
Was it?
No, he was still at the other one.
Oh, okay, so they haven't gone to Maryland yet.
No, they
Are
just
they driving
released
him there
him, and
themselves?
that's where he's going.
Now, let's go back to Big D, man. Let's make fun of him. Fuck it.
I thought he was in a prison transporter.
No, they released him, and now he's going to Maryland.
So somebody's driving him other than the PD.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm
Or he
watching
makes a
the
left
video
turn when
right
he's supposed
now.
to turn right. Or he's taking Big D on the lam. They're gonna meet up with X-Ray.
Oh.
And hide out together.
Big D and Hippie Mama are hugging.
Ew.
No comment.
Well, at least he had 3 squares and a shower every day, so.
Yeah.
3 meals. And twiddle his thumbs.
In a place to sleep in. And maybe even
He'll sleep better than the people at the park. He can lay down.
If you want, dude, I slept on the mall. It's not all that great.
Well, like I said, he have a better bed than the people at the park. At least he can lay down.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, dude.
Hello, Mallory.
Mallory, I'm scratching your little picture. Do you feel a tickle?
No. What did Wizzy do to you? What happened?
Oh, nothing. We just got in an argument.
About what?
I was asking questions he didn't like, and I guess a little too hardcore on the questions. And he didn't.
You specific enough for for Wizzy. That's why I was getting angry, is because you weren't specific enough with your question.
Well, I was just asking his opinion on this stuff. I mean, he's got to look at this stuff and be like,
Phil, is
damn,
that true?
fuck
Were
they
you
get
not
off with.
asking specific enough questions?
Yeah.
Who knows?
It don't matter. He watched
you
me.
gotta realize.
I don't know if that's really a good enough reason to be mean to somebody, though.
Well,
Like, a lot of people aren't necessarily articulate all the time.
Well, I don't care. It didn't hurt. It don't. I got so much going on. It's Wizzy being mad at me. I'll probably never meet him. I mean,
He's not only mad at you, Phil. He's mad at me too.
well, he's mad at everybody, dude. I think he's really frustrated with all this shit, and I think he wants a way out too. But he can't, because nobody will watch his shit when he leaves.
Oh, that's actually kind of
They're all
sad
trapped.
and true.
They're all trapped in there because they just like Telescope was saying, as soon as they leave, the viewership drives up. Nobody cares. I mean, who's watching Freedom Ford right now? Nobody. Who's watching Jersey J right now? Nobody.
Jersey J's still alive? Just kidding.
Yeah. See, I
I
mean,
completely forgot about Jersey J's existence until right this
I
moment.
know. Last video I saw of his lasted all about 1 minute and 30 seconds.
you
And he
see,
had 2 viewers.
one of the worst things they could have done is like quit their jobs and go out here to this thing and try to live stream for a living. And it's if you don't have a fan base that's already like embedded or whatever, nobody's going to watch you after you leave.
Surprised how many people actually make a living streaming, but they have
no
everything but politics going on their stream.
Well, yeah, that's why people watch, because they want to see them act stupid over something stupid.
Or fixing cars or fixing boats, something that they find an interest in, but they don't talk about politics.
They can't get anything out of it when they do stuff like that.
But most of these guys that make lots of money streaming on YouTube don't bring in politics.
Well, no, Oreo does all the time, and so does Taco Joe. Taco
Joe didn't start doing that until he joined the Convoy.
Yes.
No.
Joe.
Oh, look at Oreo's website.
No, I'm not talking about Oreo. I'm talking about Taco.
Yeah.
Taco Joe.
Talking about Joe. Joe started out
to bring in politics until he joined the Convoy. He used
Joe was a stringer.
Yeah,
he followed cops.
He followed cops in the fire department around Bakersfield. That's what he did. He didn't start bringing politics into it until he joined the Convoy in Alonto, California.
Yeah.
He brought the politics in.
If you go to that Pray Share gift site he has, it has how much donation they have. Yesterday he had $6,100. That's one day.
Yeah. Well, like I said, he used to, like Captain John said, Taco Joe's an ambulance chaser. That's what he does for a living.
But he doesn't make as much money as he's making now.
Oh, no, he's making more than what he's making now.
He's making a shitload.
Yeah, he made $6,000 in one day yesterday, Jeff.
He made $10,000 when he was chasing cops.
Yeah, he's lost money since he started putting politics into his stream.
Oh yeah, lots of money.
Which I can make $6,000 a day. Shit.
When he was an ambulance chaser, he was making $6,000 to $10,000 a day.
Yeah.
Because people were paying for his gas, for this, for that. I mean, they were donating money left and right while he was chasing these sirens.
And he wasn't spending as much gas as he is now.
Yeah.
They would find a place to post up.
Yeah,
they'd find a place to post and just wait for the call.
Yep.
A 24-hour stream of just staring forward at the grass.
He did a 24-hour stream.
He did that every day.
Jason Cox. 24 hours.
Yeah, but at least that's at least doing something. He was just sitting there. You could just hear him slurp on a drink all night.
Or hear him snore.
Yeah, no. The point
and
of
all you do is see out his back window the black sky. Because he always aimed that camera at the back of his truck.
yeah. Oh yeah, Freedom 4 did that all the time. He just calls people in his chat complain, why can't we see the flags? So I said, well, fuck it. We'll just like point the camera at the flags the whole time.
And let it run 24 hours a day.
Yeah, just.
And
I mean, what
no money.
is either do that or all his donations dry up because somebody wants to watch him.
Well, he lost his money he made. That's why he left.
Yeah. Well,
And he broke down twice going back to Arizona.
yeah, I know, Jeff. I know. I know. It's okay. We need to take a breath. All of us just. It's only YouTube.
I know. Every time he'd say I'm broke down again, I crack up laughing. It's like, well, you shouldn't have taken that truck.
Yeah, X-Ray's the same way. My house.
If your vehicle can't make it, don't drive it.
Yeah.
Do like Joe did. Fly up, rent a car.
That's true. Why are we so caught up in this shit? I used to have a life.
Like I said, it's Jerry Springer extended.
Hmm.
And the only difference is that you don't get commercials.
Yeah, that's true. Hey, wait a minute. I need to check on something. I'm on mute so I can call somebody. Hold on.
Hello, Telescope.
Oh, Telescope's in. I'm sorry.
He's in local chat.
Oh, okay. I've been watching Big D being released. But I've been hearing everything.
I don't know where JJ went. That man just disappeared.
Oh, I did see his last video, and he says he's done with the convoy and stuff.
Who, Telescope did?
No, Jersey J.
Oh, Jersey J, yeah.
Yeah,
well,
he's done.
Mike Landis on his own Facebook page basically called Jersey J what he was. And he held no punches. He told him he was a druggie addict, that was a stupid moron that should never come out to the convoy to begin with.
Why is Mike Landis involved in anything?
Well, it was after Mike Landis took over when Brian Bozzi left.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
When that whole ordeal between Jersey J and the convoy leaving to California, and him crying, bitching, moaning, groaning, and complaining because they didn't leave anything behind when they left a trailer full of food.
Yeah, I got you. It's just, God damn it! They keep dragging you in with all the drama.
And the entire time the convoy was going to California and coming back, all Jersey J did was downgrade the convoy.
That's true. X-Ray brought the down and dumbed it down too, so.
Not as bad as Jersey J did.
Yeah.
And because that's what Jersey J did when they got back. Mike told him, get the hell out of here, you're done.
Yeah.
So he was disassociated from the convoy twice.
True.
Well, his biggest cry was that the convoy didn't leave anything behind, and when the convoy was talking about going to California,
Yeah.
they clearly stated, you can come with us, or if you stay here, you're on your own. And they said it on 3 different meetings.
Yeah.
So it's not like it was a shock to the system that if they stayed behind, they were on their own. And Jersey J didn't like that.
Well, put the responsibility of it in his hands. This is how that ended. So, good for him for going out there and actually doing something that's not complaining about vaccines and shit.
He was out there for the money.
They are. Dude, they're live streamers.
Well, no, Jersey J even admitted he was homeless. And he was there for the free fuel, the free food, and his subs were donating him money for him to continue on.
Oh, yeah. That's just that. This stupid convoy got me so mixed up. I got to do my business.
Smoke before he goes to jail.
It's
just I don't know. I don't know if I could. I mean, I kind of am all. I don't know the damn thing that's every day in my life now, but I don't know if I could live out on the road like that. You know, I can't.
The reason for that telescope was one night he was playing the radio and YouTube shut him down.
Oh, X-Ray?
No, Taco Joe. He was driving around somewhere. I think he was going back home, or when they were going back to California. He was playing music on his stream.
Yeah.
And YouTube shut the stream down on him.
Oh, okay, yeah. Like Kevin Smith, you ever watch any of his stuff?
No.
No. He'll more in like a trailer or something like that, a movie trailer, and they'll even shut him down. And Kevin Smith's a movie director.
Well, YouTube is YouTube, and they shut a lot of people down for stupid reasons.
You know, to be honest, I don't need YouTube. I can just like publish stuff on my own website. I know how to do it.
Yeah. No, they've shut people down for music. They've shut people down for talking about medicine, and ridiculous.
I know how to make an MP4, and I know how to encode it into my website so it plays. So I don't need YouTube really.
But here's the funny part, Phil. If you search on YouTube for medical videos, you'll find a ton of them.
Yeah, they're not always on YouTube.
Because they'll show operations and everything else that are actually going on. But yet you talk about certain things, they shut it down. But yet they'll show you somebody having a heart transplant. Which makes no sense.
Well, it's the grossness factor of it, and it's their site. They can do whatever they want. They can decide tomorrow to allow porn if they want to. But video.
I'm waiting for them to start charging people to be on YouTube.
They already do when they monitor. So that's kind of their fee.
Because right now, YouTube pays all these streamers off of ads and stuff. I'm waiting for them to start charging these streamers to stream on YouTube to help offset the cost.
They can't do it. Besides taking 30% out of it, I don't think they could do that because they wouldn't have any content to have anybody want.
Oh, that doesn't mean they won't try.
Well, like I said, dude, they already take 30% out of any profit, any kind of money made out of this anyway. Even the super chats are taking money out of it.
Oh yeah, they take 30%.
Yeah. Well, I'm talking about like they paid really, really poorly. It's like 0.00017 for a view or something like that. So in order to get a views to where you can live off of, you're gonna need millions. And these guys can't get that. They can barely get 1,000 views each time. I mean, the most donate where they're getting their money from like Buy Me a Coffee or the Cash App, PayPal.
Oh yeah, they keep coming up with different ways for people to donate. I think a lot of it has to do with so they can hide what they're making.
Well, they're supposed to report it as taxes because they're considered a contractor.
Supposed to and are two different things.
Oh yeah. I don't know, dude. I just know. The culture needs to change. It's
like the GoFundMe page that Oreo is running right now. Do you honestly think he's going to report that money that was donated to that account? No.
No, he's. Well, it's so down. Let me get back upstairs.
He's not going to report that he's got over $10,000 in there. He's in there, don't want to take part of that.
Well, it depends on. It depends on if the IRS would even care.
You can answer that question because according to Santa, he owes him $85,000 and he's still walking around.
Allegedly.
Well, like I said, according to him, I don't know. But yet he sold his house and bought a truck, and the truck probably cost more than the house, or he's leasing the truck, whatever the case may be. But if the IRS really cared about their money, he wouldn't have that truck. Because they can get an easy $100,000 for that truck.
Yeah, well,
and that would take care of the $85,000 deficit. Real quick, it wiped that debt right out. But have they done anything? No.
I need to check Weezy's feed, see if you're talking about me.
To what?
I need to go to Weezy's feed, see if he's talking about me. Just out of more of a curiosity. But, live streaming is a sucky life, apparently, and I would never want to do it. You're always having to beg. You're always having to plead with people to give you money. And you always got to, worry about being demonetized or something. For the least thing.
All you got to do is when Joe's in Bakersfield, watch his stream. That's all you got to do is watch his stream.
That Weezy over there.
Just like watching any other stream. You can see super chats coming in and everything else, and they talk about the donations they received.
No, they post it on their screen so everyone can see the donations coming through.
Yeah.
I watched TW Lives last night and Entertainment, and they're both Bakersfield stringers.
Well, that's the only way they gotta make money. They don't want to work a regular job.
Well, that is a job. That is
being a stringer is good money.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
he sells his footage to the news channels.
You lived a life, man. So if you're gonna sit there and complain to me about how hard it is to stream, versus punching the clock, that's on you. That's your problem. I don't have any control over how much money you get.
Yeah. Well, as a stringer, most of the stringers, whatever footage they get, if they're there before the news crews are, they'll sell them to the news channels.
Oh, I gotta pause this.
So that's where they make their money.
Chat. I'm gonna watch Lazy Gamer.
Uh-oh. There's no one up. Hold on, Jeff, we got content. Hold on, we gotta go look at this early gamer. Oh, dog, you're not getting this. Go away.
Phil, they want to help you eat it.
I know, and that's what I don't want her to do, because I want it all for myself.
And she's going to look at you the entire time like, okay, you
I know.
drop something.
She stares me down.
She's
like,
waiting for you to drop something.
Yep. She's over there looking pitiful now, just like, do you want to
drop it. Before you can reach it, I'll have it.
Wait a minute, let me see what's going on here. Wait, let me back this up.
The video is most is the conference with all sorts of sentences and misinformation. I actually think this would actually be good for me. This is
Anthony, see, I'm not the only one that made that comment. There's somebody else in here that's watched his streams and made the same comment.
Oh, my dear brother. I have not yet done. For if I fail in this country, the nation has but two directions. A bloody civil war, or a state of tyranny where children are shared, this time less voluntarily. You were the first voice of learning I heard through the scare, and I'm sure there were times where you marveled at understanding the American population, or specifically, the American church. You now see the scene of life. However, on and that's what it seems. However, bolstered in the evidence that there is a global awakening. Holland, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and more are rising up in defiance of this global cabal against freedom. Yet my spirit groans. Where is the church? Where the revival of those men of God who British dove the life? Men who founded declare the truth of a man's duty to stand against evil but steal liberty. Men would not only fight with words, but would pull off that robe and reveal the uniform of a soldier. Men like Reverend James Caldwell, who in the last major battle of the War of Independence, when the British forces outnumbered the colonials 6,000 to 2,000. Heard that the colonials were running out of wadding for their muskets, galloped to his church, gathered up his treasured Watts hymns, and rushed back to the fighting men yelling, "Give 'em Watts, boys." Where is that American fighting spirit? Men who wouldn't let another man break into his home and steal his television currently sit back and watch that stupid box and ignore the threat that will steal their very freedom. Make no mistake, my brother, they're about to do something to the Supreme Court. They're either going to impeach Justice Thomas Pack courts or have one of their white folks assassinate justice to respond for there to fill that vacancy. When that happens, it will be annihilated, and their blood will be required for freedom again. Why refuse to use the peaceful, bloodless right that we have named? The time for freedom is now, the time for right is now. It comes to the conclusion that if we do not command to be heard now, we no longer deserve to be free men. And this little sermon he gives, of course, is to rally people to come with them and hold the law. Sit on the national law, collect the back of the hall, get parking tickets, and just live stream it to the internet for donations, give, send, goes. What do they think they're doing?
Okay. Did Jeff leave?
No, what were you watching?
Just another lazy gamer.
Oh.
Let's see if Meanwhile's got anything up.
Yeah, I'm waiting to see what the front porch has to say today.
Oh, there is a new one. There's a new Meanwhile. I think.
Oh, the front porch?
Oh, no, there's not. My bad.
I know he did one yesterday, but he was supposed to be doing the delivery today, and then he was going to get on after delivery, so that's what I'm waiting for.
WYSIWYG. Too long.
I wonder where VTM Sam you got that picture. For the front porch, there is another one out.
X-ray. X-ray. Oh, it's that same one. What they want Oreos up to? You got a lot. Oh my god. See, he's got it pointing at trees again. Oh, no, I have like a favorite ship. My bad. With
VTM take 3 Excedrin PMs and have a beer in the morning.
camera. Like, oh, that's not even. Oh. Come on, use that. How is this freedom? Okay. Literally, that's what I've seen for months and stuff like that. Oh no, it goes through. There it goes. I mean, for WYSIWYG to like justify this shit, it's maddening. It's like, I'm there to cover it. Why are you covering? No trees.
He has the freedom to do that. But yet they're saying they're fighting for freedoms. Isn't that kind of like throwing stones in a glass house?
I don't know how they're getting all this money just doing this. It's crazy.
Okay.
It's done on cell phones, so they're not spending any money on film.
All right, Big D is out. Big D is out.
Oh, they released him?
Yes.
Oh, Lord.
Yeah, he's out.
That's it. The cops are on the take. They're getting some of the money from these streams.
The Mohar and gave him a court date to come back for. To stand in front of the judge and explain his case.
Yep.
Just like they did with Santa.
So we don't know if he's going to Bunker Hill or Washington. And we don't know if he's got his ambulance.
I mean, his fire truck.
Fire truck?
I thought his fire truck was back at the parking lot.
It might be. I didn't even pay attention to that. I just saw.
When he got arrested, that's where he was at, was back at the parking lot. So I'm assuming he took the fire truck back there, and that's when they arrested him.
Okay.
That way they wouldn't impound it.
I thought they would have towed it off.
No, because
They can't off private property.
Okay.
Well, and plus Hippie Mama was there, and it looks like Big D.
Somebody's saying he hasn't even gotten in yet.
Big D is out. Big D is out. Hell,
No, Oreo show said he's not even gone in yet.
Why are you watching Oreo's stream? He's not talking. He's just showing trees.
Hey, Telescope.
Hey, what's up? No, Big D is at the barracks in Maryland right now. They had to wait for shift change for him to go.
That way he can have a cigarette.
Yeah, so he's getting ready to go in right now. So we'll figure it out. But they said he's gonna be seen today, so he may or may not be released. He's doing his hugs now. He's going in right now.
Mommy, please don't let me go in where I have free food, water, shower, bed, air conditioning. Please. Please.
He's been like power smoking too.
Hey,
Telescope. Real
Telescope.
quick. That way he can go there. I'm sick.
Give himself on the rope.
Yeah,
What?
Don't post "Hey Joe" lyrics from Jimi Hendrix on Taco Joe's chat. They'll get you banned.
Read your DM, Telescope.
Wait a minute. Let me get this right, Telescope. He went through all that trouble last night to get unbanned, just to get banned again?
No, he didn't unban me.
I thought he did, because he mentioned you on the stream.
No, he banned my first account. I kept trying to get him to unban my first account, and he wouldn't. And then I posted the "Hey Joe" lyrics from Jimi Hendrix, and he banned me.
On your second account?
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
I like that. The police told the streamers they had to go out by the road, no filming. That's funny.
Oh, Telescope, are you going there this weekend to Washington?
I might. I don't know, depending on what they're doing. I mean, hardly anyone's there anymore. Like, what's the point of going?
Big D's out, so you know
There's not. He just went in.
No, he's out.
No, they just got to Maryland. He's out of West.
He just walked into the department, and the streamers were told to go stand out on the street.
Yeah, he's in Maryland now.
Somebody's running towards the camera. Oh, never mind, they stopped. Wait a minute, here we go. I think it's the Oreo. It is the Oreo. Man, he's short.
Mm-hmm.
Holy shit, is he really that short?
3'11".
Wow.
What stream are y'all watching?
Oreo.
Oh, nice. All right.
I think like Wizzy's back in his apartment. He's not even filming any of this stuff. I don't think there's hardly anyone in DC besides 1791, Mr. Grilled Cheese. So.
Read your DM for a minute, Telescope. You'll understand why.
All right.
I didn't realize he was that small, dude. My God.
I didn't think he was 3'11". I thought he was taller than that.
I thought he was at least 5'10" or almost 6.
I figure 6 foot.
Yeah. But my God. He's like a little pissed off chihuahua, isn't he? It's a little tiny thing that's not a real threat to his body.
He's the size of he's a lawn gnome.
I didn't realize he was that short.
He's about my height. But in my eyes,
I don't know how tall you are.
5'9".
Well, damn, you're short.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, no, Santa's shorter than I
How
am.
do you like them apples?
Santa's like 5'6".
Wow.
There you go. And they're never making it seem like Big D's he's like Jesus or something. I am going to sacrifice myself to the Maryland police. It looks like a nice place too.
I think they're in Rockville.
Yeah.
Oh, now they're screaming free Big D call out.
This isn't prison. This is just jail. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
They should fucking arrest him for like obstruction of justice or something like that.
Well, I'm wondering if they're also going to get him on the thing for him out of Oklahoma. I don't know.
Dude, he's gonna be able to play poker in that place. He's not. This ain't.
Yeah, Oklahoma will be next.
Good God, dude.
They all act like D has never been in trouble before.
Yeah.
He's a proud boy. He's always been in trouble.
Oreo just
And I bet you Oregon has a warrant out for him too. We just don't know.
No, I think it's funny that the police tell them they can't film close up.
Mm-hmm.
No.
They all
You
look at the redneck.
He's hitting the camera between troops. I guess that's why he did that then. Oh God, this place sucks. I take that back. I just thought there was like this is all woods, but no, it's just a little group of trees beside a
It's a
parking
group of trees down in front of the PD.
As soon as he turns, it's a parking lot again. Shit. Damn it.
I'm out taking my cat for a walk, and there's a brick. I found a brick.
Shit. Oh no!
Yeah.
Look out for Antifa.
It's outside my apartment building, just laying there.
Right.
Hey, that's
Sharp,
a job
right.
for.
X-ray. This is for you, Antifa.
No, this is a job for Brick and Seek.
Brick.
Oh
Yeah. Write BTM on it in a marker.
Yes. I'll bring my Sharpie next time.
Are you on the mall?
No, I'm outside of my place.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Watch out for root beer cans.
What?
Watch out for root beer cans.
Oh, I'm on the lookout. If I see both, I'm gonna like shit my pants.
You know what? The girls need to start sending like topless pictures to Oreo.
No, he gets enough of those from his fucking wrenches. Those middle-aged, undersexed housewives that that have fucking mommy issues that want to bang Oreo.
Got the droopy boob.
His granny patrol.
You know what? That is so much better.
I like that.
I love it.
I thought I heard my Facebook thing start.
I've been calling them his cheerleaders, but oh my god, that's so much better.
Well, it's just wow, man.
I'm still laughing about Anarchy Princess going after Jalen. That shit was fucking hilarious.
Well, I can't wait till this weekend.
What's going on this weekend?
Apparently, a bunch of us, or not me, but us, going to Washington, D.C.
Oh, cool.
Here's the fun part. Oreo just said that they got a private investigator coming out to give them more information. On what?
Maybe they'll take Oreo in.
That would be funny.
That'd be fucking amazing.
Maybe John Stewart too. Interesting.
But if Big D's crime was a traffic citation or a traffic violation, why would they need a private investigator?
Yeah.
Well, they are running a cult.
We're buzzing. What the
They do
hell
have-
is that buzzing on that screen? You hear it?
No.
It sounds like it's
Weird.
next to an air vent.
It's probably the AC, the HVAC unit there, or the cars.
Probably
Yeah.
cars running by the street.
Well, Oreo's not even next to his camera. He walked towards the other people.
Yeah, look at him. Look how small he is. God damn.
No, you know what'd be funny? somebody walking down the sidewalk just picked his camera up and walked away with it.
Look at that. So much way to
Give me my phone. I need my phone. Give me my phone back.
Hey,
that'd be funny in hell. Hey, look, a free phone.
His pants are drooping down where he's lost so much weight. He looks like a gangster, so we're just like, hey, man, pull them pants up.
His friend's going like, screw you guys, I'm going home.
Just send him a rainbow belt.
Good, quit taking these people for a ride.
I want to send him some Hot Pockets, though. Keeps talking about them. I just can't figure out what are the shittiest tasting Hot Pockets.
Go to the Walmart. Go to the Walmart below Union Station and grab some.
Make a Hot Pocket with beets in it. Ew.
Ew, yeah.
No, the ham. Do the ham and cheese ones suck? I don't know. I've never had the pepperoni pizza one.
I never liked them that much.
The ham and cheese tastes nasty.
Yes, I'm trying to figure out the worst tasting one and mail it to him.
The ham and cheese.
You think ice cream from Walmart lasts out to the mall? It's only like a
No. It didn't melt too fast.
It's like 80 degrees where I'm at today, but like I'm in the mountain.
They would have a shake.
It's probably like 90 some degrees on there.
Yeah.
And probably on that asphalt, that might be over 100 degrees.
Just he's over there pulling his pants up, falling down. Oh, dude, damn it. Mr. Badass.
What's he wearing? An extra large shirt?
No, he just lost that much weight where he ain't eating like a person. He's eating like just fast food junk. And, he has nothing really to snack on or anything. He's just like, and he's living in the back of his truck. I mean, his car, or his van, or whatever. You don't have access to food like he used to, apparently.
I mean, they'll probably give Big D a cup in Maryland, so they don't have to worry about whining about having him use his hands to drink water.
I figure they'll do the same thing with him they did with Santa's. Give him a court date, release him OR.
Yeah, I think they'll ROR him. And then they'll go to DC and thinking they won.
Yep.
And then they might do some karaoke.
Karaoke on the mall, man. Jesus.
They'll fucking have Big D sing like Folsom Prison Blues.
I went to prison for 3 days. It was a hard time for me. I had to change clothes once or twice. I had air conditioning and a soft bed, and I don't know what to do. These prison blues. I had more food than I had in 3 months, and I don't know.
I wonder if Oreo knows the origination of pants sagging.
Well, you saw it too, didn't you?
I think he's still
Yeah,
lost.
I just wonder if he knows where it came from.
Oh yeah. Oh, he definitely holds people's pockets in prison.
Oh my God.
You know what sagging pants really means, don't you? Or where it came from, where it originated from?
Yeah, it meant to show that you're a homosexual in prison.
Yep.
Yeah, that's why he holds people's
That's what
pockets.
they came over with the
It-
swing
it
goes
told-
right behind it. Don't bend over for the soap.
That's why he
God
holds.
told them that other prisoners that they were ready.
And he holds
But
people's pockets.
there's nothing wrong with
Yeah.
that. If you're in prison, you gotta let loose on that sexual frustration somehow.
I don't
Who's
know.
on-
BCP's probably been pounding it to him. You know.
This is so like not what I've seen in movies.
I mean, Jay Lynn was raping him, and for a while until he got stuck. He had to get BCP to come out. Now BCP is demanding $350 a day.
Oh man.
There. Stay in jail, Big D. That's where I put on the comments.
Yeah,
Well-
now there's somebody in Oreo's chat
Oh,
downgrading Saznak because Saznak went home to work.
Oh, okay.
Well, he just had hemorrhoids, right? So.
Oreo's daughter's going to get a job. I don't know why can't Oreo.
Good question. No, he says, who cares about Snack Zack? He built on the mission when Santa brought the protest to the Lions Den. Sasnak left before it even went to D.C.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but Sasnak's got a house to be in right now.
Sasnak's got some property.
Yeah, well, he's got like whatever.
Very nice property.
He's got
Isn't
a big
Sasnak
spread.
in the hospital?
Yeah,
he's going live in about 30 minutes to explain what happened, why he was in the ER.
Drama.
No,
Well,
Sasnak's got a spread.
hemorrhoids, and they were hurting a lot. So they went in there and popped a couple of them, gave me some ointment, and now I'm out. It's all itchy and stuff, and it burns. But besides that,
You got crabs from a fucking lot lizard. That's what I'm thinking.
Who knows? But a lot of people don't realize the spread that Sasnak's got is not cheap to maintain.
Oh, no.
No. He's like...
It's not small.
Maybe they should move out there.
But he could put the whole movement on his property and they'd still have room.
It'd be like old times.
Yeah, they just sit on his property.
Watch this. If I'm still not banned, let's see. We'll just go and start that Oreo Express.
You're not. How do you have an account not banned in Oreo Express? I don't know. All of mine are.
Well, I'm just going to ask.
Did you buy him coffee? Did you fucking buy him coffee?
No, I'm asking him a question.
No coffee for you.
Do you
John
think
Wayne's Repair said the right thing? I thought Santa would be there. Where's he at? They're supposed to be such good friends.
I think Santa's in DC.
But why didn't he come here where
that's
he
not
was at?
saying
They gotta hold the lawn down.
You have to hold the lawn, dude. I mean, someone might come over and take their 5 fucking spots there.
with Santa?
Damn Antifa.
To have you guys stay on his property.
Oh, and did you guys see that they took that hold the lawn? Did you guys already talk about that? They're like, was it that Joe guy said, "Oh yeah, I already got a domain with hold the lawn."
We're out here, dude.
Oh yeah.
Take your shots, folks. Take your shots.
Yeah, freaking ripping off our
Gang
crowd.
stalked by the feds. Take those shots and take a look.
It's okay. They can have it.
Am I?
They're allowed to have it. That's okay.
All right. Wait.
What would our hashtag be if we could get the domain?
I think we have lawn watchers.
Lawn watchers?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think BTM owns lawn watchers.
All right, here we go then.
It's parked, yeah, free. Courtesy of GoDaddy.com.
On
Oh, wait a minute.
watchers.
Lawn maintenance.
Is that with an S?
Yeah, I believe so.
Then
it's
it
been
is
parked
now on Oreo's stream. I don't know how fast the chat's going pretty quick.
If you posted it, it's not showing.
It's not
No.
under breaking seat. Here,
It's not showing.
Children.
Oh my god. Am I the only one in the room
Jump
now?
signals 2024. This blah blah blah.
What's Oreos?
Every time Trump farts, they think he's going to announce.
Yeah. Now do y'all see it?
Nope.
Which chat are you on?
Huh?
Which chat are you on?
Oreos.
You're probably banned from Oreos.
That's not showing.
Yeah, you're shadow banned. It's not showing.
Well, it's not showing gray, it's showing white. So I guess.
No. That means you're shadow. If we can't see it, that means you're shadow banned. If you flip it over to the live, if you go to the top right, switch it to live. And if you can't find your comment, that means you're shadow banned.
Top right.
Free Big D. Hey, let's do that hashtag on Twitter.
Oh, they only have like 300 fucking Twitter followers anyway.
It don't matter. We just get something started. Fuck it. Say Big D has a big dick. Says man in prison.
So where do I find it?
It's
I'm on my phone, so.
Okay, you see the X? You see the squiggly lines right beside it where it says live chat?
Yes. Yeah.
Click on the squiggly lines.
Okay.
Switch it from top chat to live chat.
Welcome to live chat. Publicly is.
Click on the live chat.
Huh?
Click on the live chat.
I think it just posted.
Did it just post?
I went LOL and it showed up.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Dr. Feelgood.
He's been an LOL anywhere.
But no, if you switch it over to live chat and you can't find your message, that means you're shadow banned.
Because I'm watching live chat. I'm not seeing any of them come up.
Yeah, that means you're shadow banned.
Dun, dun, dun. Damn it. I can send you my prayer.
I mean, unless you're fucking buying Oreo coffees, you get banned. Anything that might hurt little Joshua's feelings gets banned.
Just tell him he's pretty.
Got pretty mouth.
He's a very pretty boy.
He's a pretty small boy. He's a midget.
A very pretty midget.
He's 3'11".
Yeah, he fucking banned my ass. Oh,
It's probably one of his fucking, what's it called? The granny what's it called?
Yeah, let me think.
Granny Squad. His Granny Squad probably banned you.
Just see if Taco Bell was doing anything. Probably not, because he's probably sleeping all day.
Okay.
You don't like what we have to say, don't watch.
Then the left is triggered. And
Oh,
then the Q8
yeah,
come out.
Oreo is triggered.
What?
Why would you be
I
a
don't
private
know.
investigator for a traffic violation?
Wait a minute.
Oh, his opinion's right.
Oh, I'm behind a little bit. That's what's going on. Shit, hold on.
Because they're a cult that wants to commit multiple different crimes.
Channel.
Oh, thanks for that observation, Oreo. There's a lot of cops in there. What the hell?
I still think they're all full of shit. I don't think they have any attorneys or a private investigator.
But he said
Maybe
that
just say
Santa
it.
and Extra are using the same attorney. He told me.
Wouldn't that be a conflict of interest?
Yep.
For the attorney?
Yes.
I don't. It's two different cases.
Could be. Yeah. Alright, let's try this.
I don't know many attorneys that would take multiple cases in regards to the same group.
It's a conflict of interest if they do.
Well, I think they're lying. I mean, what are the attorneys' names? Where are they at? Why don't they do a live interview or maybe just a phone interview? Why haven't we heard them on the phone?
Yeah.
Well,
I mean, that's what
that's
what I was told
money
to
for
say.
the attorney.
I
That's
just
what I
think they're
was
saying that so they need more money. Sorry, Telescope. Go ahead.
Oh no, that's fine. No, I'm saying that's what he just told me the other day. No, that's what I told
Right.
me. That's the only thing I know. Is it a conflict of interest? Probably, but I mean, it is two separate different cases. One would be
True.
Oh, what's this?
It's
Midnight
for the
military
same
meeting.
offense. And it's from the same group.
Personally, they just need to fucking RICO them and be done with it.
Right, or His Greatness is speaking again. Let me hear what I was gonna say.
His Greatness is speaking again.
And like I said, I called Rockville, Maryland Police Barracks yesterday, and they wouldn't give me any information. They said it was an ongoing investigation.
Really?
That's it. That's all they can tell you.
But they said, "Oh, we were surprised that he got traffic violations."
Yeah.
But yet, some of these people have said they've talked to him and gotten answers.
Wizzy said he got his.
Oh, where did they come?
After when Santa got arrested, he called like a little bit afterwards, after they given enough time to get him to the barracks, and then he called the desk person, and and he's like, "Oh, Santa's in front of me," and he said, "I guess that's Santa said it was fine to tell him," and that's how he got the criminal charges, the list of what criminal charges there were.
Oh, they'll give out the charges, but that's it. They won't say anything else.
They wouldn't verify the charges with me. Yes, sir. I called. I'm like, I know the fines were paid the day before, and but I'm like, can you just verify if these charges are going? I'm like, we can't do that. It's an ongoing investigation.
Okay.
And one of the biggest things they're complaining about is that they say D paid some fine before he was arrested.
I think his fine's already paid. I think Mama, the hippie Mama, already paid all the fines. So.
Oh, I'm
But yeah,
still up on
you mentioned Oklahoma and Orioles chat, you get banned.
Yeah, I'm
Bring up
on
what?
Glory Bees now.
Oklahoma.
Yeah, he has a case out of Oklahoma.
Sure.
Does he have a warrant in Oklahoma?
Yeah, he probably does. Probably. But they won't. I don't think they'll extradite him to Oklahoma though.
Somebody said something about a kid case in Oklahoma. So if it's for a deadbeat dad, I guarantee he's got a warrant.
But they won't extradite him from Maryland though.
No. They'll wait until he comes back to Oklahoma and pick him up.
He's
Now,
not
if he was a
gonna
felon,
catch it.
now if he's a felon, they would, but they're not going to do it for a misdemeanor.
Yeah.
He's sacrificing his freedom. He's giving up so much. For you and me.
Family. That's when you look at them.
You're assholes for being home while we're out here suffering. Yeah, here comes the donations. Here they come. This one is room. I can't see what the thing is about it.
I mean, Maryland's going to be pretty light on them, so they'll just give him a court date.
Yeah.
Yeah, they'll sign him a court date and release him more.
No.
I'll probably have to wear an ankle bracelet.
No.
Then make him sign an agreement to promise to appear.
At least Oreo is nice enough to start to take off that make speech free again hat because he doesn't fucking believe in freedom of speech.
Yeah, Oreo Express. So I forgot what I was going to say to him.
They must be criminal.
Oh, guess who's still at the mall?
No, he's out at the prison.
Stormtrooper.
Stormtrooper is the only person streaming at the mall right now.
Hey, I hate to take the credit for this, but you remember when I took a picture of my handbook the other night, sent it to him? Wonder if it actually worked, because he hasn't been back to the mall since then.
I mean, they're all fucking bailing. Where's BCP at?
I have no idea.
He wasn't here. Not on the voice chat, but in the general chat.
Oh, wasn't? Or was it fake BCP or real BCP? He's trying to get that clout from us. After fucking talking to Joe, then he falls into it.
I'm sorry, I interrupted y'all.
Here we go. It is so cute. You are so short.
He's cute.
It is so cute. You're so short. It reminds me of a Chihuahua.
Oh.
We should pose like face like the old school like Goku or Taco Bell.
Went for him to start doing that Oompa Loompa dance.
All my ladies love
Why
it.
don't we put him in an Ewoks uniform?
I think he's trying to. I think Oreo's trying to cheat on fucking BCP, trying to get himself a new boyfriend. That's what it looks like.
Hey, what does that big and what's that D stand for, buddy?
You know what? Big D probably does have a big D. You know, he seems to be that kind of guy that.
Gross.
You know, you end up having brains. It's an old joke. Like you end up having brains or like a huge cock. So he probably does. I wouldn't even doubt it.
I'm blessed with both. Thank you.
I've met people like Big D in my local area, and I've always heard like stories about them from their friends.
Why are they saying prayers? He's going to he's going to jail, not prison. He's not doing hard time. Why are they going prayers? Prayers.
Did you guys see Ivana Trump died?
What'd she do?
She died. Ivana, his ex, not his daughter.
Oh, okay.
His ex-wife died mysteriously.
Oh, plastic surgery?
They don't know.
I'm just gonna take a wild guess and say that's what it was.
Probably.
That's not the real Ivana Trump. She'll be back in 2085.
Right.
Yeah, because she's a Trump and she's magic.
And she's reptilian.
Yeah.
And she had to put up with Donald Trump.
I'm not a troll. You take that back, Darnett, whatever your name is. I'm not a troll. There are tons of women here.
You have to buy your way out of trollism.
Yeah.
That digs really short men.
I mean, that's the thing I get to hold above their heads all the time. Like, I never grifted a dime off this movement. I believe freedom of speech, so have fun.
Wario is a super midget.
We should make him look like a lawn gnome.
He reminds me. Yeah, I'll put that in there. Reminds me of a lawn gnome. Seems to get mad.
My fiance has been doing caricatures. So she's been working on one of Wizzy, you know, like the thinker statue?
Yeah.
Of Wizzy looking like the thinker statue. The meditations of doing. And I think we should she needs to do one of Wario looking like a lawn gnome.
Yeah. That will work. So you can make it a clan hat and it'll work.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you know what? Honestly, that's a really good idea. We'll put him in the white outfit.
Hello, I'm protecting your lawn from the big monsters.
Or we can do like a black and yellow one for like Proud Boys.
Please, Lord, free big. God damn it! It's just no hard time. It's not Sing Sing. Calm down. Oh please, Jeebus. Don't let him die there 3 days in prison.
Isn't the people who follow this like the don't do the crime if you can't do the time kind of people? Like,
yeah, if you, perfect point. If you can't do it,
but like also at the same time, it's like this movement has a real hard issue with understanding civil disobedience. Civil disobedience means you get arrested. That's what it means. And they all cry for like freedom fighting, like we're gonna go commit civil disobedience. Okay, you committed civil disobedience. Oh shit, they're coming to arrest us. I'm like, yeah, you committed civil disobedience. This is what happened.
it's like some dumb chick on Facebook overreacting to her boyfriend like being arrested for being drunk.
I might have been drunk, but I was going around the speed limit. Okay?
Yeah.
I might have been swerving in lanes, but I was going the speed limit. They didn't have a right to pull me over.
Guys, Alyssa Marie is on BCP.
Oh, is she? Okay.
Yes. And
Yeah, I
Santa's
talked
there
to her.
too.
What's going on in BCP? Over to BCP chat.
And they say Ivana Trump died of a heart attack.
No, Trump killed her.
Still a shame though. She hated Trump just as much as we do. So.
No, the family close to her said she died of natural causes. They
Oh wait a minute, what's all
responded
this
to
link here?
There she is.
cardiac arrest.
Oh, she's trolling Santa with it.
Yes.
Oh, perfect.
Get him.
I was talking to her earlier today because she was asking if I was coming to DC. And I was like, I just woke up. Like, I won't be in DC today.
I thought that's what
I'm like, I wish you would have told me like a few days ago because I would have came down.
Whose ship's that on?
Me.
Black conservative preacher.
So you actually listen to me, huh? That's pretty cool.
Who?
Well, whoever's doing this, about taking the flag and just standing in front of them with it.
Yeah. Oh, I love Alyssa. She's amazing.
That's awesome. Get him. And he can't do his thing. He's there frozen.
Oh,
Do you see this harassment?
Are they still in front of the National Archives?
I think so. I don't know where they're at. Yeah, it looks like it. No, that's the art museum, I think.
Well, it looks like we found all the bigots. They're on BCP's chat right now.
Uh-huh.
They hate that flag. I love
Oh,
it.
that's the one. That's the one that.
BTM sees all. I never posted on his chat before, so
I don't know if I'm banned on there. I'll check. I might be already pre-banned. I don't know.
he has a bunch of links. I'm trying to figure out if there's like something live I can go to and like fuck with it. I can't tell. Looks like all donation links.
No, I'm not banned on BCP show.
Oh, Santa is talking to them.
Yes. I can't hear him though for some reason.
Fucking probably BCP has him muted.
Damn it, asshole. Unmute.
Is BTM still awake?
I don't know.
He doesn't have such a quiet voice.
It looks like they are they're having cameras, so maybe we can see it on Alyssa's page.
Where is
Alyssa's on
Alyssa's
page now?
Are they-
Oh look, an action shot. Action shot. Oh no, they're at the Capitol, dude. Oh fuck you, Warrior. There's something more interesting going on. Oh,
No one
look.
cares about fucking Oreo anymore.
Yeah, fuck you, Oreo. Bye. What's Alyssa's channel name?
She doesn't have one.
Oh.
That's just a front.
I think she made one to join our chat, but I don't think she does any streaming on it. Anarchy
Oh,
Princess.
I'm not banned on BC Creatures chat. So guess what? I'm about to be banned.
BC Creature.
I am about to be banned for life.
Why are you so afraid? Afraid of God's rainbow?
Let's see.
It is meant for all.
This is DC that the militarized zone for citizens.
Yep, I was banned. No, I'm not banned. Let's keep
No,
going.
you're on there. I see you.
I do consent to a strip search.
There we go. Let's see what he does about that.
Hey, follow my lead. Just put in rainbow flags.
I mean,
Yeah, it's like why are you so afraid of a rainbow? That's God's gift to all. It's a symbol of His love.
Like your son?
Come on, guys, put
Like
rainbow
your son?
flags.
Or what?
I mean,
name's back to Dr.
Your son? Oh.
They're afraid to do anything
Yeah.
now.
I don't know. You said he's a boy. I wasn't.
They just got cameras in their faces.
It's a symbol of God's
Your
acceptance for the gays that He made.
He says he's not going to kill humanity anymore.
Siblings?
Person with daddy issues.
He's a person with daddy issues? How come? Why do you have daddy issues?
Because he gave them to me.
He gave them to you?
Yes, sir.
How did that happen?
Just look at him. Natural dad vibes, bro.
Natural what?
Dad vibes.
Dad vibes.
Dad vibes. Look at that dad vibe.
New thing.
Daddies.
Daddies are
You
the
heard it first. David Riddell is a daddy.
daddies are the
all day
thing.
long.
Men are the thing. I agree. I completely agree.
David Riddell, daddy.
Men are the thing.
Non-traditional families in the house.
You said what?
Non-traditional families in the house.
Non-traditional families in the house?
Non-traditional
What's that?
families in the house. What's us? All of us, David Riddell. You know, my family. We're all one family. You can join our family.
Yeah.
I like
No.
traditional family myself.
I don't know.
Well, most black.
If I knew a couple days ahead, I might even join Alyssa.
I spoke to her today. She was asking us to come to DC, but I was like, I just woke up. I won't be there.
I'd have to plan for it.
And she told me a few days ago I would have went down when she was there yesterday. But
Yeah.
it'd been cool to get like about 5 of us down there. And then obviously 2 other friends.
I can bring my rainbow flag.
Uh-oh, I think a policeman's coming up. What's this going on?
Those are just Antifa people behind it.
Yeah.
I just like reading all the devout Christians' chats on his channel. They're just so sweet and pure.
Biden Sucks is the only person that's banned from BTM. There's only one ban, and that's Biden Sucks.
Y'all triggered
Mm-hmm.
by a skinny girl.
Who put biblical families so 3 wives? That's funny.
Looked at sign language before? Yeah.
Like ASL.
Huh?
Like ASL.
Like sign language. Yeah, yeah.
What's that?
What's that? Well, I mean, A-OK is, it says okay is that.
For some reason, when he does it,
Who's that in the
he, like,
background?
has
Yes,
a
the
face like
pea
he's
jumping around like that.
could be part of a secret.
That's great.
society.
There's a
Go
lot
for
of
it.
secret societies kind of around this area. A lot.
What if we're part of a secret?
You know what? They need to
I-
walk up into
I,
the Capitol.
I would say
up on-
the secret society probably do not agree with the "Don't Tread on Me" on that flag particular. No, I'm you know
Don't tread on me all day long.
what I'm saying is that they probably more agree with the colors there, because the secret society has probably contributed and helped that out.
So, have you ever been to West Virginia?
Yeah, I've been yeah.
Oh, nice. You weren't at Berkeley Springs.
What's that?
You were not at Berkeley Springs rallies.
I was not there. No.
You missed a lot.
I did?
A lot of fun times. A lot of fun
What I
times.
miss?
A lot of hanging out. You missed a lot of this flag on stream.
I've seen the flag around. I don't agree with the flag.
Why not? Tell me why you don't agree with it.
Why don't I agree with the flag? Because I don't think that that particular group of people have They're not tread on no more.
God's rainbow?
Huh?
You don't like
What,
God's
what,
rainbow?
what is God's rainbow about?
You don't like God's rainbow?
I love God's rainbow.
Then you just said you didn't like this flag, but just don't tread on me, God's
No,
rainbow.
that's not you.
You
That,
just said that. Why don't you like God's
why are you
rainbow?
twisting my words?
Everyone on stream, is this God's rainbow or not?
That's not God's rainbow.
This is not God's rainbow.
That's not God's rainbow.
Oh, wow.
How many colors are in God's? How many colors are? Is it?
That's Jack.
I know. How many colors are in God's rainbow? How many colors are in God's rainbow? You see, you guys don't know, do you?
You don't want to be tread on.
How many colors? How many colors are in God's rainbow? Do you guys know that? Do you guys know that?
You just want us to tell you.
Because you don't know.
Because it's right here.
It's not right there.
Stream.
It's not.
Stream.
It's
How
not.
many colors are in God's rainbow?
Yeah, how many colors are in God's rainbow? But I'm not gonna let you guys know what they say because
I know what they're saying.
how many are in God's rainbow? Again, that's not God's rainbow. What does God's rainbow? What does God's rainbow mean?
Hey, what is this green thing? Do you know what this green thing is?
Probably grass or something.
Yeah. Woo, grass.
You guys are good at that, aren't you?
Go. Is that what that is? The grass?
What?
Tell us what you know about grass. You know you can make donations in DC and people will give you special grass.
Why are you deflecting off the question I asked you?
We're not deflecting.
You are. How many colors are in God's rainbow?
How many colors are in God's rainbow? Just count.
Just count where?
Count.
That's not
Okay,
God's
let's do it
rainbow.
together, stream. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 colors. That was hard.
That was hard?
I'm completely winded, so this man winded me.
What does God's rainbow mean?
Well, it means whatever I want it to mean.
Oh, well, yeah. It means whatever you.
He's back.
It means whatever you want it to mean?
We've had enough of you. You're
Yeah, you guys are pretty boring.
Over there. Why? I need them. Fake news again?
Where? Where's fake news?
He said that that's where they live yesterday.
That's what they said on stream. They
Cops are protecting them. Holy shit.
Mhm. Well, DC's a pretty blue area, so.
Yeah, Joe ain't pushing this too much. He's just like, well, I'm going over here.
Oh, did Santa walked away?
Oh, look at that. Joe was walking with him. Oh, my God.
No, they're walking towards Santa.
No, it's a historic day when Santa goes to the Capitol. The last time he was there, he tried to overthrow.
He goes to the Capitol with gay pride people.
We're being attacked by Antifa with his flag.
Who is that? The guy with the camera.
He's. The telescope said it's one of his friends.
She brought two of her friends with her. Is that Sparrow over there?
Yeah, I think that's Jack Sparrow taking the picture of them.
Hold on, dude. I gotta. Let's see. Like, why are you muting this shit, man? I want to hear it.
Joe doesn't have a watermark. We can put it on BT.
There it is. Oh, it's a thumbnail now. Holy crap, it's a thumbnail.
What?
Where?
On the first responder, the thumbnail is him holding the flag. The cops there just standing around. Yeah, you make a move to him like, yeah.
Still upset they banned me again this morning for posting Jim Hendrickers. Oh yeah, it is.
Yeah, what the fuck is that? That's messed up.
He's benefiting from it.
There you go.
Oh, Taco Joe's there to get the fuck
content in those
She's
fucking
giving
donuts.
it up too, man. Look at her. She's picking up her own stuff.
BTM. Hey, you could restream Joe's stream because he doesn't have a watermark. I'm just asking.
Is BTM awake?
I don't know.
They were up pretty late with us too, so I don't know.
BTM said they had a headache.
I think I randomly saw that they were going to try a nap, or at least chat was guiding them towards that direction.
Oh, nah, he's awake. He's awake.
He just.
Oh.
That's what it looked like in there. I'm sorry.
Use with mouth open. Not good.
No water. As soon as that watermark comes up.
I don't know. They're not responding back to me. They might be. Hold on a minute. I'm gonna call.
What is he complaining about? There's nothing for him to complain about.
Is she chewing tobacco?
Well, Sanders over there complaining to the
Rocking.
Oh, wait a minute. That's not a cop, is it?
No.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought it was... I saw a patch and I saw jacking up the cop. Why are they so stressed out over this fucking flag? It makes no sense. I mean, it's not like a Nazi flag where people died under it, or something like a Confederate flag where people died under it. Just a rainbow flag.
And what is Santa doing right now? Just
it looks like he's
staring?
complaining to a cop. That's my take on it. He's complaining to a cop.
Now he's just.
Oh, he's just standing there? Okay, none of these
He walked off a little bit.
It looks like it might rain today. Maybe the convoy will have a bath.
Yeah, they need to go into the Capitol too. No, they ain't going there to see the Constitution. The Constitution isn't kept there. It's kept at the
It's kept at the
The National Archives, right?
Yes.
That and the Magna Carta and the Declaration of Independence.
Declaration of Independence is in the same room as the Constitution.
Yeah, they're all three in the same room.
Yeah.
The Constitution's in the middle. The Magna Carta.
Oh, did they get it back from Nicolas Cage?
Oh, yeah. Yes, they did.
Hell yeah. America.
America.
Like the Declaration of Independence they have, it's not the original, I don't think. I think it's just a copy from back.
Oh, Nicolas Cage does have it then.
Yeah.
Did you see Oreo Wookie? Ewok? The Ewok Oreo?
Ewok Oreo. I started something, didn't I?
But Ewoks are so cute.
That one's not.
Sorry, I'll have to look at it.
This is just great. She's doing that, but standing there with the flag wrapped around her, and they're just freaking out for no reason. Why you got a flag like that? I agree with the snake, but the colors. Why the colors?
Oh no! Uh-oh! Just don't burn it, please. Please.
Oh, sweet
They're
baby
just playing with
Jesus.
it.
What is that?
What?
Paw Patrol, how could you?
Love that little app that I have.
Ewok Oreo.
I can crop pictures on pictures.
No, no,
What app I use?
no.
Pixar is what I use. I use Pixar.
I used to be
Like, I'm
like
gonna
a pretty
go back to Black
decent
Conservative.
Photoshop human being. I don't know what happened. I just kind of stopped.
Yeah.
I can still make shit happen though, like pretty quickly, like in an emergency or something. When someone's like, "Oh, hey, can you do this overlay?" I'm like, "I'm your girl," but I should be messing around with it more because it was really fun and relaxing.
Yes. It is kind of fun.
Man, Joe needs to...
Oh, put it on his head. Oh my god. I thought they were going to put it on his head for a minute. I'm going to read.
I can't believe it's Mr. Policeman. They got a flag behind my head.
Here it comes. Here he comes.
Oh man, Alyssa needs to go around the corner and like take a picture of him with that flag behind him. Oh my god.
That one I missed.
Oh, we got it. Go to Black Conservative.
Get in front of him. Turn around.
Thank you. I can't feel nothing, but yeah. Yeah. No, still not working. Huh? No, because that's somebody promised to buy me lunch from your channel and never came through, so I don't believe in you guys no more. No, I just say thank you. No. Kind of a busy schedule today. It's your folks. That's your folks, bro. Hey, they hugged you, bro, not me. How you not gonna deny a hug from nobody, bro? I don't agree with their sin, but we're all God's creation, right? Look at Jesus. Jesus went in the middle of prostitutes, in the middle of the sinner. No. No? You don't think that? All right. Contextually speaking, no. Dude, your shirt is inside out, man. That's fine. Maybe because it was dirty from the other. Yeah, maybe because it was dirty from the other day. Gotta go do laundry. They're waving at us. Hmm? They're waving at us. Fine. Are you your fan club, bro? They do like all of us. Hey, freelance is freelance. Remember when the Pharisees said to Jesus? Mm-hmm. Were they saying that he was doing that, or were they accusing him of doing that? Okay. Here, we'll have this discussion a little bit later on. Okay, we'll do that. They secretly like me. Wow. They do. They're dancing behind Santa, and they're blowing my chat kisses and waving. To this on one shirt? Yeah, Melinda. I could do laundry too, to be honest. So, from my understanding, each one is a male. Each person is a male. Is she carrying? She can't be carrying in DC. I know, that's what I heard too. One person said it. Oh, Lord. Talk to Quincy.
Content. I'm generating content for you. Content. Free content. Content on demand. Give this man donations for he needs content. I will buy it. Content for the rest of them. Content. I give you the free content. Yes, the content is precious. Oh, I'm one of you guys. Am I doing a good job being one of you? 1776 Restoration Movement. Hold the lawn. Let's go. Oh,
you're becoming famous, though. You are doing a good job becoming famous.
Follow me on my Twitter. Oh my God, I'm leader. And need the social media attention or I'll die. Oh, wait, I can feel them.
Well,
I
obviously
can feel
you
them
do.
liking and
Obviously you do.
retweeting my accounts and followers. Oh God, I can feel the power. The power of social media has made me unstoppable.
You know what? You have a little bass in your voice, so it's like there.
Yeah, I'm all about that bass.
You have, it's like
that
hiding.
I'm all about
Are you
that
like
bass.
suppressing it?
I'm all about that bass. All about that bass, no trouble. You know that's funny. This is why
That's
this
why we're
guy.
laughing.
This is why
That's
this
why we're
guy's
laughing.
cool. This is why this guy's cool. And you don't even believe in God's rainbow stuff. I'm with you.
Oh, Lord, what did I do? Oh, I'm friends with everybody.
Look, we're friends.
I'm friends with everybody.
This is Daddy 2, David Riddell, Daddy 1. Not my daddy.
Is that your sugar daddy?
We're on what's called a DL. This man over here, we're on what's called a DL. It stands for down low. Means that I'm not supposed to talk it in public.
R. Kelly did a song
wait,
like that.
wait. I'm not supposed to talk about it in public. That's why you're so mad. I am so sorry. Do you want a refund? I'm so sorry. I did not know that was inappropriate of me. I have violated the client prostitute agreement.
Keep going. So, I mean, since it's all about that media attention,
Oh,
social.
yeah.
So go ahead. Well, don't realize is that every time they come out, it helps you. It helps you.
Yes.
Thank you for that super chat.
Keep swaying side to side. There you go. Keep
Smack control with super chat.
Just sway. Just sway.
Super chat me. Oh,
Super smack. I mean, what?
Super chat me. Oh God, I can't handle it. The super chat, it's too much.
He laughed at me.
I think I'm going to. I can't. The super chat. Oh my God.
He laughed at me.
Oh, I'm just kidding.
Sorry.
Sometimes we like to fake dating industry. We're not actually.
Faking.
What's your name?
I'm not gonna tell you. It's secret. You wouldn't tell me your name.
Jason.
Is your name really Jason? Is that just the name you tell people to be out? So, Jason, if that is your name.
I said your name, Jason.
Oh, why with me? I'll be Jason with you.
Oriole's waiting for you at camp. Oriole's waiting for you at camp over there. You want to go visit Oreo?
I love you. We can be daddies or whatever it is
Dang, how
you
many
guys
dads do you need?
want.
I understand probably a lot.
You
I get it.
don't
I
want
get it.
that.
I get it.
You don't want to answer
Trust
that
me.
question.
I get it.
Yeah,
The
no,
one
you
didn't do his job. I get it. I completely get it. I understand.
We need all the 1776 daddies. The 1776 daddy
Promote it.
restoration movement.
Yes,
Let's
right.
go.
Hashtag
Hold
it.
the lawn. Come
Hold
do
the lawn,
your
hashtag.
plowing or whatever.
Hashtag hold the lawn.
to do. Come on down. It's an orgy in the mall.
No,
Just-
no.
Yes, it's an orgy in the mall.
Is it?
Yes, it's an orgy in the mall. 1776.
That's all you guys think
orgy
about.
movie.
Like, seriously.
I was there the other day. I saw what's going on.
Okay.
There's a lot of sweaty young men. And I sweaty. Hey, friend.
Hey.
Don't you wish you went to birthday spring so we could have like had some background before this? Because you know you missed out. It could have been so much fun, man.
I'm trying to hear that interview.
This is actually really good.
America has its own culture. It doesn't matter what color you are. It has its own culture.
Yeah, but whiteness is not American culture. That's American culture.
It's this America. That's what I'm saying.
Oh shit,
You
you
can't
got
say it's white.
I want to commentate live.
American culture was if you be you, I'll be me, and we'll be Americans.
So as part of the thing you mentioned earlier about states having their own rights and therefore it being important that if you're a U.S. citizen you can move between states, what makes that functionally distinct from wanting to have those same border rights with Mexico, where the U.S. federal government decides to do something I don't like Vietnam War II or something? I want kind of the freedom to go, you know, I don't agree with this nation state. I'm going to go to Mexico. It's a lot harder, especially when a country needs more returning visas, work visas especially.
If you want to go to Mexico, you can go to Mexico. If you want to go to Italy, you can go to Italy. You have to get it. It transcends all the way across the world. But the American culture is made up of all 50 states. And it is that love that we're supposed to be, that love of freedom, that love of being who you want to be. And being able to do that without a federal government. People that are leaving this going to say, you're infringing on my First Amendment rights because I want to say this, I want to say this, I want to fly this,
He was shaking his head yes, Chad. He was shaking his head yes. He agrees with me.
If you, that's, those amendments only protect us from government. And so you don't have to, if you want to come to my house, then you got to abide by my rules. If I go to your house, I need to abide by your rules.
The problem is we don't have the freedom to go between houses. It's not reality.
Can I have your lunch? I want some. Have some lunch. I want some.
You know, that's pretty rude when I'm trying to hear the conversation and you keep interrupting.
Recording it, don't worry about it.
I have to respect your house. That's what freedom
Can I have some
is.
lunch?
I respect your rights.
Please.
You respect my rights.
Could you please?
Absolutely.
I'll buy you lunch if you give me some lunch.
100%.
I'll buy you lunch.
The states have the sovereignty to do what they want to do.
But it would be cool if I could have some lunch.
If it works, other states can say, hey, that worked. You understand that when this was founded, there were 13 different pizza dishes. And all of them tried different things, and some of them worked, and they were adopted by other states, and then some of them didn't work, and they were rejected by the state that started them. You know? So it's like all this stuff, but now we've got the federal government that is becoming the petri dish. And it affects all of us. So that's where it was Roe v. Wade. Roe v. Wade. What happened the other day in Roe v. Wade, that should have been the original ruling back in 73. Because it gives
yes,
the
we must
states
go back in time.
the right to do that.
Back in
what they want
time.
to do.
Back in
When
time.
the federal government comes in, then it starts to affect you. If your state wants to have abortion, I totally support that. Absolutely, whatever kind of abortion that your state
Go back in
decides to
time.
have.
Back in time.
Do you know about the arguments used in Roe v. Wade?
Not a whole lot.
They're
He doesn't know
incredibly
anything
important
about the
because they
arguments.
basically illustrate
Nothing.
the difference between people's
But he has a
right to
position.
bodily autonomy
An opinion.
and
But he doesn't know.
right to life of other beings. So, for example,
That's
this
like
is one of
disqualified
the one
or
that was
whatever.
used in the court case that convinced these judges way back then. Was say you're kidnapped by the head of a super soccer club fan, and their soccer player has this super unique blood disease where they have to be hooked up to you blood transfusion style for 3 months. You can't be disconnected or the soccer player is just gonna fucking die, right? We might say it's immoral to disconnect yourself, but do you think you should have the right to be like, fuck you actually, I didn't ask for this, I didn't ask to be kidnapped, I didn't ask to be hooked up with a soccer player, I want to leave, go back to my regular life, I don't want to commit 3 months to sitting on
Is it
this
gonna
table.
rain? Oh yeah.
That's the guy from yesterday.
Oh, yeah, what's his name? Come on. He'll be right back. Just be respectful because we're trying to accomplish some stuff. And we're gonna. We're respectful towards you guys. You guys show respect back.
Well, I'm part of the friends that
Are you joining?
Yes, look at us. We got our fatigues. We're ready to join hold the lawn. Actually, should I put on my fatigues so that we all know that
That was the increase. I got a good way.
The security lawyer, and they got me back on. They got me on my social security disability, and I've been on it ever since. So I've always been on social security. I've worked, but it was only part time.
That's not just only part time. Working is hard, dude. Working at all. That's still don't discount that. That's awesome.
Well, when I was in vocational education in high school, I only worked 3 hours a day or 3 hours a week, and I got out of school at 11:30 in the morning. And I only worked 3 hours a week. So guess what I was doing after school? Going to the lake and going fishing.
Oh, I was gonna fill that void in with a lot of different hypotheticals. Did you become a pastry chef? Did you learn sex? Or like, did you discover MTV? Like, I don't know. They're when getting out of school at 11 a.m. opens you up to a whole world of possibilities
Well,
as a young person.
I did the most uneventful thing while I was holding a dock. Like they're holding the lawn, I was holding a dock.
There's where our differences start, right there. I view that as a life. And the reason I do that because
That's why I asked the question about the soccer player. You're both adults and you're both
I
humans.
knew you were going, but there was a choice made. You know, like, there was a choice made. I'm sorry.
Be a friend, and then I realized that you got away from me.
What about, have you
I
ever
miss you, and I was feeling super
No, this
sad.
goes into the percentage thing, right?
Super
So
sad.
imagine, I didn't come up with these examples.
Oh, do you know what's wrong with the stream? I'm not
Imagine
on.
we live in a
You should
world
come
where
in
there's
and
like
start
dandelion
the
seeds in the air, but instead of just being
Boring.
dandelion seeds, they're people seeds. And if one goes in your home, lands on the carpet,
Oh, can I read the
roots in,
messages?
and has like a seed there,
Oh,
sits in your
I
living
saw
room,
that.
gets bigger,
That's some
and
cool
after
stuff
9
there.
months, pops out.
Hi,
You could
chat.
take
I'm
care
on
of it
chat
like a
now.
dog
I can
or a human,
read.
or
We're
you
now
could,
one
you know,
unit.
shop it out to someone somewhere else, right?
Me and Joe.
And
one
like,
unit. First responder.
if you leave your window
I'm
open,
the
it
second
could
responder.
fly in. It's happening
Wait,
all the time.
you believe in the free
Yeah.
speech. You're the first
Kind of a
responder,
bad thing,
and
right?
I believe in the
Close
Second
the window.
Amendment. So I'm
Abstinence.
the
No
second
seeds getting
responder.
in, no
We could be
babies
like
getting in, pretty good.
first
Someone
and the second
smashes your
together.
window or some shit.
What do you think?
Like you
I'll be
say,
second
pretty rare.
responder media.
Do you have like
What
an
if,
off
say,
button I
you
could
want to
push?
put up like a
Yes.
screen though?
You want to know where it is?
No.
Want to know where my off button is?
No.
Yeah, you ask. You chat.
Must
Chat. Do you
Supreme
want to know where
Court
my
that
off
one. I'm
button
not a
is?
footballer.
Chat. Guess where my off button is.
these kinds of arguments,
Chat.
to
Please, please,
verify
please, 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 please,
I mean,
please,
it's- it
please
comes
tell
down
me
to is that
where the off
human
button
being
is.
at the moment of
Chat, where's the off button? Tell me. I bet you there's someone on like that chat who knows exactly where my
That's
off
the
button
thing
is,
about Roe
and they are
v. Wade.
more than willing to.
That's the
The
thing about
question
Roe v.
is,
Wade. It
Joe,
doesn't argue.
are you brave
versus-
enough to
It doesn't
press
argue
it? Are you
when
mad
a
enough?
fetus or a baby.
No, that's nothing to
Let's go.
argue.
He's not mad enough. Let's go. You
Looks
cannot press
instead
the
at,
button.
do we have
You
the
cannot make
right
it
to
go.
decide
You
what
cannot
happens
make
to
it
our
go.
own bodies, and how high on like the
Let's
totem pole is that
go.
right?
you have the right to do whatever
Hi,
you
Chad.
want.
I love you. Chad, if you love me, tell me you love me. Tell me you love me and follow my Twitter. I'm at Ella_Isa Marie. Come follow me. Come follow me. We can have a good time together. We can hang out in the mall and hold the thing. Hold the line.
They want to hear.
Hold the line. Hold the line.
So you're saying you lose bodily autonomy.
She wants you to take a picture. What's that?
Hey guys, I'm gonna have to push out.
Oh, they're coming out.
Keep going this way. No, actually, we're pushing all the way out.
No.
That's the gate. That's those gates.
Past the gate, guys. We gotta go past the gate. We're being evicted. Let us move as a unit. 1776 Restoration Movement. Roll out. Everybody, we must go this way.
Unless you have a staff ID.
We have no staff IDs. We must leave. We are being evicted. We must go. Come, follow me. I am your leader now.
Santa.
Come on, Santa. We must go. We must go. We must leave. Come, Santa. Come with us, Santa.
So, you see the bike racks over there? On the other side of the bike rack.
Through the bike racks. We shall go. We shall go. Except I don't know where I'm going. So
Yeah.
What time are you guys going to open the backyard?
I'm not sure to be honest. It could be a while. So.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your service. Make sure people on first responder media that you always thank people for their service. Public service is one of the best things we can do for this country, and we should respect our civil servants. Even when they tell us to do things we don't like move, we just gotta, you know.
You're fine.
Here we go.
Hit the
Peaceful
bottom, I'm
movement.
good.
1776. We're learning. We're being dispersed. Oh God, it's stressful. This is my first time being dispersed. Oh God. Oh God, we're being dispersed.
It's a piece of work, huh?
I'm so scared. Oh God, chat, please hold me. Chat, please hold me. Chat, please hold me. Thank you for the cuddles, chat. I love you.
It's a prideful moment for the movement.
It's a prideful moment for the movement.
This is a very prideful moment for the movement. 1776 Restoration Movement or bust. That's right, we're taking our country back. This is 1776 Restoration Movement. We're taking our country back into the Dark Ages. Into the Dark Ages, everybody. Into the Dark Ages. We're taking it back.
I don't think she's part of her movement. Do you?
No.
I don't.
She says she's joined the movement, but says the opposite.
1776 Restoration Movement. Disperse.
He said.
Let us disperse. We're on the same movement. I am Santa's best friend.
I don't think. Can you believe that? I think you have a different opinion about where this country's going.
I think me and you. F's in chat. F's in chat, everybody. We went too far. By the second reporting. By the way, you need, if you're going to be on a live stream, you need to tell people what's happening. It's very confusing. We went the wrong way. We almost died. We almost got hit by a car. But luckily.
How you guys brought sheriffs out here? Those vehicles up here.
Is it drugs? Are there drugs in there? Are you not going to share the drugs with us?
There are actually drugs in there.
They're pharmaceutical drugs.
No, they're not pharmaceutical. You can buy them at any cigar shop.
Found in any cigar shop. Can we have a cigar?
They're blood pressure medication for me.
Actually, these are not my cigars. That's what's bad about it.
Are they WYSIWYG cigars?
They're not mine. It's not mine, but it's looking really good right now. But I've already smoked one.
You deserve it. Santa deserves to smoke. Santa deserves to smoke. Santa deserves to smoke. Santa deserves to smoke.
I don't know where.
Hold the lawn. Guys, I'm holding the lawn. Oh, God. The lawn got me. F's in chat. F's in chat, the lawn got me.
To hold, I tell you what.
I'm going to hold the lawn. Guys, I'm holding it. I'm holding it. Wait, is this the right lawn, guys? Well, it's all connected, so if I hold the lawn here, it's like I'm holding the lawn over there, too. It's all connected.
I don't know where Justin went. I was hoping to bum a cigarette off of him because my vape went dead.
Oh, look. Oh, look. There's people coming. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
They're here for you.
Uh-oh. Do
They
you think they know what I did?
No,
Do you think they know I betrayed the movement and joined the 1776 Restoration Movement instead?
They're here for you.
You think they're going to take me away? Restore our Constitution now, everybody. We need to have rights and freedoms for everyone.
Oh, they're on your side.
1776 Restoration Movement. Woohoo! Gay rape. Woohoo!
Santa's more patient than you ever been. Yeah. I mean, at this point, what could be done? If anybody has some rehab places here in Washington, please send me the links. That way I could give it to them. My new friends need rehab.
Santa gave us all his drugs.
I'm just worried about
nothing has been the same again. I want to join the 1776 Restoration Movement. I am compelled by Jesus Christ himself.
No, I doubt that.
Yes, I am compelled. How come when we first met, we were super friendly and I used to annoy? Don't acting annoying. This is just now.
This is what Adderall does to you guys. Stay off Adderall, guys.
Stay off Adderall.
I'm pretty sure she visited Anarchy Princess.
Anarchy Princess. Oh,
Visit.
That's right.
They had Adderall snorting party last night.
I heard a rumor that you proposition Anarchy Princess. No, don't turn the camera. That you proposition Anarchy Princess for an Adderall, and Anarchy Princess was like, hell to the no. At least that's what I heard, but I don't watch TikTok or anything, so I'm not sure. Chat, is this true? Chat, confirm or deny. Chat, confirm or deny.
I have to go. I've got an interview at 5 o'clock. I almost forgot again. You just texted me.
That's right. You did say yesterday you had an interview at 5.
I almost forgot it again. It's the second day in a row.
Who's the interview?
It's top secret. I would like to tell you.
Can I come? Yeah. Can I come? What would you have to do if you told me? What would you have to do if you told me? Be my daddy? Dude, you know what's funny?
You are what you are actually fun.
Do you like it when I'm on the Do you like it when I'm on the
You're actually fun.
I know.
And you're funny.
I know, and I'm really trying to
And honestly, if you and I,
we could collaborate.
if you and I had any kind of, if you and I could have any kind of common ground, we would have a blast. There's not a doubt in my mind.
All you have to do is say Black Lives Matter, trans lives matter.
I think the only thing
and I
we've
will
got
be
in
with you.
common is I do support the right for you to do whatever you
Just say Black Lives Matter, trans lives matter.
I believe all lives matter.
Say Black Lives Matter. Just say it. Just say it. Just say it. Just say it. No, it doesn't affect me.
All lives.
That's great.
That's
great.
the whole purpose.
Do you know that Black Lives Matter doesn't mean Black Lives Matter more? It just means that we need to prioritize because they have not mattered. Therefore, so you understand? He gets it. You heard it here. David Riddell, Proud Boy, and Black Lives Matter. Woohoo!
I got to go do an interview, so can you make sure they get all this picked up?
Black Lives
Yeah.
Matter.
There you go.
Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter.
Oh, Lord.
Let's go chat. Black Lives Matter. Black Lives Matter. Yep. Let's go. Where are we going now? Move out, troops. Do you need help moving this stuff? Get us onward, Daddy. Not a problem, sir. I'm joining the movement, and I'm going to do it by hard work alone. You watch me, chat. Join the movement.
All right, guys. Can somebody jump on Quincy's page? On the clock, Quincy Santa, and I'll follow you. Where'd Quincy go? Oh, there's just. Yeah, we're taking them. Yeah. There's somebody coming with a vehicle. It's not my chairs. I'm trying to find the owner of them. All right. No problem. Yeah, no, I'm stuck here. Just.
I'm guessing they're protesting like the Roe v. Wade stuff.
Yeah, they are.
Can you even let people inside to like move around?
Right now it's closed down and kicked everybody out. It was just open a little while ago.
All right. Thanks.
Problem.
Oh, okay. Can I give that to you later? Because right now we're walking. We're a little busy right now, but I can give you her contact information after this meeting. Because你现在会看到。
Isn't it lovely? Isn't it lovely when I have to babysit chairs that I did not bring? I can't leave them here because I just got told by a U.S. Capitol officer, so if we leave the chairs here and I walk away, they have to go into like a bond threat type of situation, not knowing who left the chairs. It's their protocol, which is nothing wrong with that. It's just their protocol. Yeah, guys, I mean, there's nothing. She came up and wanted a hug. He came up. That's what, scientifically, he came up and wanted a hug. They base themselves off science all the time. And, no, Santa had Justin to escort him back. That's why I was going to go in Santa. There's so many chairs. I am not going to be able to carry 3 chairs back to camp. But here comes Quincy. He's coming. I caught Q, but he's not answering.
Back to the mall.
Oh, Lisa is going to the mall.
Yeah, guys, it's just a protocol that they have to go through.
And this is
Which
the
we're at the Capitol
And
Hill. I mean,
why are
same
these
thing when you go
people
to the
holding
airport and
signs?
somebody.
What are they?
Huh?
There was a couple of people holding up signs a minute ago. Oh, I'm on BCP. Shit, we were having a good conversation and you.
God damn it, Bill.
I'm sorry, I was muted the whole time. I thought you were hearing me.
I'm just kidding, buddy. It's okay. Like, I'm
It's
sorry that
okay.
if everybody wants to go back to talking about political stuff, I'll just mute myself.
Yeah. Well, I was talking
I want to sit here and watch the TV show.
in 2 weeks, so we're getting out of here, heading home.
I'm gonna go watch this TV show for a little while, and I'll be back after it's done.
Okay.
Actually, it's not a TV show. It's First Responders Media.
Phil, what did you say? Where are you going?
I'm going back to Virginia. They're gonna be back in 2 weeks to come pick me up with all the stuff. So.
You're going back to Virginia?
Yeah.
Oh. Okay.
Well, big deal. I mean, I'll have the internet and stuff out there too. I'll be able to talk.
Oh, hell yeah.
I just won't be able to talk as much because I'll be busy.
Is that where you're from?
Yeah, from the.
Are you excited to go back?
I don't know how to do it. I mean, I like being at work baseball. We'll figure it out.
They've been threatening that we're gonna have to move to New York.
Yeah.
I don't want to. Oh, I could live in that little shack. Oh, it's so cute. That's just nice. For $700,000, I could live in a 500 square foot, 1 bedroom, 1 bath house. That's not bad. And it's all white inside. Like, yeah. I like it like that because then it's really bright and nice. And, there's like a palm tree. Yeah.
Oh, wait a minute.
I could fuss with this shack.
Oh, I thought there was a call coming in, but wasn't. Yeah, I'm gonna. Yeah, it'll be alright.
It has a garage? Probably that's included in the square footage. Sneaky real estate.
Yeah.